Hey everybody, welcome to the Baton World COPD Day event. I'm bringing in my co-hosts, uh, Bruce Barker and Alan Hamilton. Good morning, guys. How are we all?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Hey, Russ,
It's
good,
evening
yeah.
time here for me.
It's good to be back another year. This is our second year of the event, which is very exciting. We didn't think we'd get through the first year, but we did. So it's good to be back. What are you guys doing this morning?
I am in a really snazzy gym with a film crew for a bit of growth from last year, which is really cool, and really looking forward to an amazing 24 hours of footage, content, and hopefully a 24-hour challenge from us all. So that's what I'm doing this evening / this morning time for you.
That's true. And Alan, you're on the bike as well.
Yeah, so I'm at home. I'm in my basement at the moment. Yeah, got the cycle set up, ready to go. I don't think I'll be doing 24 hours of cycling, but I'll be doing a little bit of cycling through the day. And I think we're going to find time to come together throughout the event and check on how we're all doing.
How are you, Russ? How are you feeling about the event? Oh, we've lost him.
I'm back again.
We're back again.
I don't know what happened there. Um, so here at my place, Ground Zero, this morning, we're doing a treadmill challenge. It'll run for 24 hours. There's my lovely wife. She's the first one off the bat today, so she'll do the first hour, and then we've got family members coming in over the next 24 hours. So looking forward to it. Ruth, do you want to give us? Well, what I'll do first is I'll do a brief overview this morning of the Australia New Zealand link. So shortly, we hope to cross to Sarah Candy for a bit of a COPD quiz, and then we've got her colleague Mersha. We've got a video of her doing pulmonary rehab and a bit of dancing, a bit of fun. And then through the morning, we've got different pulmonary rehab classes joining us, either live or pre-recorded, a bit of talk about oxygen, about spirometry. And then later on in the day, we've got a bit of dancing as well. So everyone's welcome to join into that. Ruth, what can we expect to see from you?
We've got quite a full agenda this end. We've got talks on health literacy, and we've got talks about what happens and why you get breathless with COPD. We've got dance, we've got some stuff on harmonicas in the session. We have talks from different groups. We've got some examples of people playing walking sports. We've got we're coming live from one of the UK sites. We've also got some other live Q&As from some international organisations talking about some awareness campaigns that are happening related to COPD. So the Speak Up for COPD campaign. So we've got some good live conversations. We've got some good conversations that we've had. We're also going to talk about your recent achievements, Russ, with the Berlin Marathon and the Marathon Majors. So yeah, we've got quite a full agenda. Lots of patient voices this year, which is really nice.
Excellent. And it sounds like a full program. What about you, Alan? What can we expect from the Americas and Canada today?
Yeah, so we've got, I would say we're going pretty much coast to coast. I think we've got spots all the way from the East Coast of both the States and Canada, all the way across to the West Coast. I think we've got a couple of a site from Vancouver and a site from Los Angeles. Real mixture of pre-recorded videos and some live events. Strong focus on pulmonary rehab, different stories of pulmonary rehab, both in well-established and also rural pulmonary rehab settings. We've got some harmonica playing. We've got some singing. A little bit of health coaching. So quite a variety throughout the 8 hours of the North American session.
So I think what we're all about here at the Baton Pass is being able to share information not only to patients, to healthcare professionals, and we're going to cover that in detail through the three links today. The Australia-New Zealand link, which is the live one now, we will run for 8 hours. Then we'll hand it over to Ruth in the UK, and we'll see content from the UK, Africa, and through Europe. And then the last link is Alan, which, as I said, will cover North, South America, and Canada. So a range of patients and healthcare professionals. I am excited to say that we have made contact with Sarah Candy. So we're looking a bit dodgy there for a minute, but no, it's all good.
First hiccup a few minutes in.
Exactly. Nothing like a hiccup to start the day. So also for the audience in the chat, we've put a couple of links for a step challenge we're running throughout the day. One is for patients to join and one is for healthcare professionals to join. So please join in, because at the end of the 24 hours, we're going to tally all the steps and see what we can achieve in this 24-hour period. Any questions that people have got along the way, certainly throw them into the chat. And I think between the three links, if we can't come up with your answers, then I don't think anyone will be able to. So fire away any questions you got along the way. So in the meantime, I'm going to drop out Ruth and Alan. Keep cycling, guys. And I'll bring in Sarah Candy from New Zealand. So well done, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Russ.
Okay,
Have a good
Russ.
session,
We'll see
and
you
we'll
later.
catch up with you in a bit.
Okay. Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Can you
we're
hear
live
me?
after. Yes, I can, and we're live after a few little technical glitches, but it's wonderful to have you here all the way from New Zealand. Or should I say you've got me there all the way over in New Zealand?
Thank you. Yes, that's right. We brought you to New Zealand. Last minute sort of hiccups with technology. I thought I'd pop outside to see if that worked better, and then it started raining. So that didn't work so well, but well done to
rain's
the
never good for.
cyclists. That's awesome.
Excellent. So this morning, first of all, can you tell our audience a little bit about you and who you are and what you do?
Sure. So as Russell mentioned, my name is Sarah. I'm a therapist in Auckland, New Zealand. I have the pleasure of running 6 pulmonary rehab programs here for people with COPD, but other chronic lung conditions as well. So I get to spend all day, every day, helping patients to exercise and to manage their health condition.
Excellent. And what are you doing for us this morning?
Well, I just thought to kick off World COPD Day, we might do a little COPD quiz. This is something that we use quite often in our pulmonary rehab programs, and it tends to be really well received. I think it's a great way of just answering some of those common questions and also clarifying some of those misconceptions. So this little quiz that we've developed that I thought we would run through today is something we've developed for our programs, and it's based on the Bristol COPD questionnaire, but we've just adapted it slightly. So I'm going to have a go at sharing my screen. Oh. Okay. Oh. That doesn't. Another little technical glitch. Let's see. That's not the right one, is it?
No, we're looking at your Gmail account at the moment. but it's nice and clear.
No. Oh dear, that's not the one we wanted.
And that's okay. So for those of you watching in online, we're just waiting for Sarah to put up her COPD quiz. So join in. Any comments, throw them in the chat space, and hopefully we will have some luck soon. Internet never plays nicely when it wants you to. There we
Okay.
go. So
Are we
you're
working?
just in, yes, and it's in normal mode, but I think we just leave it like it is. It's not in presenter mode, but that doesn't matter. We can see the quiz.
Okay. Okay, so are we on to the first question, or first section, general knowledge?
So what we've got in front of us is World COPD Day quiz. The first frame.
Okay. Just going to try. Sorry, try that again. No. Are we on to general knowledge?
No, you've come back to your. Oh, here we go. I think there we
No.
go. We're on to the quiz. I think there's a bit of a lag your time. So if you click onto general knowledge and just wait a sec, I think it'll potentially come through.
Okay. Okay. So the first question is a little bit of a warm-up question. COPD stands for Common Old Person's Disease. True or false?
I think I know the answer to that one.
Oh, good. Okay, great. You're still there. Awesome. I'm hoping that that was pretty easy.
So, Sarah, we haven't moved on with slides. It's still saying COPD Day quiz.
So the first, as we know, is disease. Oh, really? Okay. Do you think perhaps I just talk through them? I don't know why it's not changing with me. Okay. So the second question is the word chronic in chronic obstructive pulmonary disease means that it's severe. True or false? So this one again is false. Often people think that this is true, but actually chronic means that it's with us for a long time. It's a long-term condition, which can be mild, moderate, or severe. The next question, COPD is confirmed by breathing test. True or false? And we know that this one is true, that in order to be diagnosed with COPD, a breathing test is undertaken called spirometry, and this the gold standard for diagnosing COPD. The next question, COPD can be caused by dust exposure at work. True or false? And this one is also true. While we think of COPD as largely a smoking-related airways disease, there are other reasons why people can develop COPD, and exposure to different particles can be one of those reasons. The next question is oxygen levels in the blood are always low in COPD. And this one is false. For some people, their oxygen levels do go low, but this is certainly not the case for everyone. So the next question, long-standing asthma can develop into COPD, true or false? And this question is true. We know that for many people who have asthma, particularly if their asthma has been quite severe, that can develop into COPD later in life. And the last general knowledge question is COPD is an inherited disease, true or false? And the answer to this one is false. Often people think it's an inherited disease because their mum and their auntie or their dad may have also had COPD, but usually that's because the family members have been exposed to the same environmental conditions, not that it's truly an inherited disease. So the next group of questions is around symptoms. You're still with me, Russell?
It's loud and clear, Sarah.
Just wondering if I should have another go at sharing. It would be a bit more interesting to look at the pictures, but
yeah. And if you can't, I don't know how easy it is to email it. Yeah, that's probably complicated.
Yeah, it's a bit boring just looking at me, but here's the next bunch of questions around symptoms and chronic lung conditions. These are common symptoms, true or false. So swelling of the ankles is a common symptom of chronic lung disease, true or false. And this one is false. Often people who have COPD may also have a heart condition, which may result in a bit of swelling of the ankles, but it's not due to their lung condition. Fatigue. Is fatigue a common symptom of a chronic lung condition, true or false? And this one is true. Many of the people that we see suffer from quite significant fatigue, and this can be really disabling. And fatigue is something we know that comes with COPD. Wheezing, true or false? Wheezing is true. It is a common symptom with a chronic lung condition. And the last symptom is rapid weight loss. Is this a common symptom of a chronic lung condition, true or false? The key here being rapid weight loss, and this one is false. So if somebody has rapid weight loss, we're always a little bit concerned about that, and that warrants further investigation. So that's while some gradual weight loss may happen with COPD, we certainly wouldn't expect someone to have rapid weight loss. So I've got a couple of questions around breathlessness. The first is that severe breathlessness prevents people travelling in aeroplanes, true or false? And we do get asked this question quite a lot. This is false. You can actually travel in an aeroplane. Even if you have oxygen, long-term oxygen, you can still travel overseas. It just requires a little bit of paperwork usually, but it can still happen. Breathlessness can be made worse by eating a large meal, true or false? And this one is absolutely true. Large meals that cause a bit of abdominal distension can definitely make the breathlessness worse. So we encourage people to eat smaller meals more frequently. Breathlessness means your oxygen levels are low, true or false? And this one again is false. So some people do have low oxygen levels when they're breathless, but it's not always the case. And breathlessness is a normal response to exercise, true or false? Hopefully, we all know that one is true, that even elite athletes will get breathless with exercise if they're working at an appropriate intensity. Okay, so a couple of questions around phlegm, which is always an interesting topic. So coughing up phlegm is common in COPD, true or false? This one is true. People with COPD do tend to make a little bit more phlegm as a mechanism for trying to keep their airways nice and clear. And clearing the phlegm is more difficult if you get dehydrated, true or false? this one is true. So if we aren't drinking enough, if we're not well hydrated, our airways can become a little bit dry, making our normal mucociliary clearance impacted, and also our phlegm can get a little bit thick and sticky. So really important to try and keep up your hydration to aid that clearing of the phlegm. Phlegm causes harm if swallowed, true or false? So this is false. Often people think that if they have an infection and they cough phlegm and swallow it, that's going to introduce the bugs into their tummy, but that is not the case. So if you do swallow a little bit of phlegm, it won't cause any harm. Clearing phlegm can be assisted by breathing exercises, true or false? And that one is true. So physiotherapists are experts at teaching people some breathing exercises which can help to clear the phlegm, and they really do work. So just a couple more sections. The next one is around chest infections. Chest infections often cause coughing of blood, true or false? And the key question here is often. So this is false. Sometimes there can be a little bit of blood in the phlegm. However, we certainly wouldn't expect that to happen often. So if you often have some blood in your phlegm, that definitely warrants a checkup. With chest infections, phlegm usually becomes more coloured, so it becomes a little bit yellow or green, true or false? And this one is true. So that's often the first sign of an infection brewing, is a change in the colour of the phlegm, and it changes from whatever is normal for you. Usually it gets a little bit darker in colour. Chest infections are always associated with a high temperature, true or false? And this one is false. If you're feeling unwell and there's changes in your phlegm, you may still have an infection even if you don't have a temperature. So still contact your doctor if you have the other symptoms of a chest infection. And so lastly, just a couple of questions around exercise, which is very relevant with our athletes that we can hear in the background exercising away. So pulmonary rehab programs are one of the best treatments for COPD, true or false? Not biased at all, but that one is true. We know that if you can get to a pulmonary rehab program, you will get some really important health benefits from attending. The next question is exercise can help to maintain our bone density, true or false? This is true. Exercises are really beneficial for our bone density, particularly weight-bearing exercises, so help to keep our bones nice and strong. Next question, exercise helps to relieve depression, true or false? This one is also true. We know that when we exercise, we get lovely little hormones released, which help to just pick up our mood and make us feel good. And the last question is exercise should be stopped if it makes you breathless, true or false? And that one is false. So we should feel breathless when we exercise. The most important thing is understanding what level of breathlessness is okay and at what point you need to stop and use some of those breathing techniques. So there is our little COPD quiz to kick off World COPD Day. Sorry about the little technical hitch.
That's no
Hopefully
problem at
we'll
all.
overcome these next year.
Yeah. Look, thanks very much for that, Sarah. And I think that last question's something patients struggle with, and that is being breathless when you exercise. Because we all do, whether you're a healthy person or not, being breathless when you exercise is not a bad thing. It can be a good thing.
Absolutely.
All right, Sarah. So we're going to go now to your colleague Mersha. She's put together a great little video that's a bit of fun, a bit of dancing. So thank you very much for your presentation today. And we will remove you and me and bring on Mersha.
Thanks for having me, Russell. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll now bring on Mersha. There's a pre-recorded content she's done for us this week with patients and with healthcare professionals. So please sit back and enjoy and learn from Mersha.
Kia ora and welcome to Otutahi, Christchurch, New Zealand. It is great to be with you today to bring awareness to COPD, a condition that many of the people I work with suffer from. My name is Mersha Shepherd. I'm a respiratory physio here in Canterbury, and we help to run the Better Breathing Pulmonary Rehabilitation course down here. We've got a whole lot of people to introduce you to today that we work with, and we've even got some exercise for you. So we hope you enjoy.
Kia ora koutou from Aotearoa, which is hello from New Zealand. My name's Karen. I'm a clinical nurse specialist in the community respiratory team, and I absolutely love my job. I work with people with chronic lung conditions, both here with the Better Breathing Pulmonary Rehab program and going out and seeing them in their own homes and helping them with whatever their needs are to live well. So all the best for World COPD Day. I guess I know it's about know your lung function, so my advice is get checked early, particularly if you are a smoker and you're short of breath or just can't keep up with other people doing activity at the same age as you. So go and get a spirometry test and live well, breathe well and exercise well.
I'm Wayne Ranger. I have COPD. For the last 15 years, I've been helping out here at the Salvation Army, where we have the community group for our better breathing, and help out and go to the gym down at Snap Fitness in Bower Ave. Very, very beneficial. Probably the best thing I do. And the harder it is, the better it is.
Time to exercise. We'll start with a march.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out,
you have an option of
yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along.
Now we're gonna add in some arms, same
If I
arms.
get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I haver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's havering to you. But I will walk 500 miles an hour. Walk 500 more. The better man who walked 1,000 miles before the lights. When I'm watching,
Let's
I
start
know
with two arms.
I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. And when the money comes in for the work I do, I'll pass almost every penny on to you. When I come home, oh, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home to you. And if I broke, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who's going
Next
on
one, march.
to you.
Are you ready?
But I would walk 500 miles an hour. Would walk 500 more. Just to be the man who walks 1,000 miles before
Are you ready? Up. And down. And up. And down. And march out. And again. And march out again. Alright, next round heel tap.
when I'm lonely.
Single
Well, I
arm
know
up.
I'm gonna be the man who's lonely without you. And when I'm dreaming, well, I know I'm gonna dream about the time when I'm with
Double
you.
arm up.
When I go out, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. And when I come home, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who comes back home with you. I'm gonna be the man who's coming home with you.
Two arm march. Go.
But I would walk 500 miles an hour. Would walk 500
my name is Tarihira and I run an exercise class for people with COPD. Now we have found that it really helps us because we learn exercises that stretch our lungs and get rid of all that yucky stuff down at the bottom. So if you come and you try it, you'll find that you'll be so much better and you'll meet wonderful people.
Hi, my name is Suzanne. I'm a respiratory nurse educator for Can Breathe, which is the Christchurch branch of the Asthma Society. Our organisation is approved to provide spirometry. These are lung function tests to help diagnose COPD. If you experience any of these symptoms, chest tightness, pain or pressure, coughing, especially coughing with mucus, difficulty taking a deep breath, shortness of breath, wheezing, please speak with your doctor so they can refer you to our service.
Song number 2, are you ready? Remember, you've got a seated option or a standing option. Let's go. Rolling your arms.
Listen, baby.
All right, now punch high.
Ain't no mountain high,
And
no
low.
valley low, ain't no river
And wide.
enough, baby.
Now rolling your arms.
No matter where you are, no matter how far,
Rolling down.
just call my name.
Rolling
I'll
up.
be there in a hurry. You don't
And
have
down
to
and back to our
hurry.
chorus,
'Cause baby,
punching up.
ain't no mountain high,
And down.
ain't no valley low,
And wide.
ain't no river wide enough
To keep me from getting to you, baby.
All right, next to our rolling arms.
I set you free.
Rolling up.
You could always count on me.
Rolling
From
down.
that day on, I made a vow. I'll be there when you want me.
And rolling right. Well, you're all right. Punching up.
mountain high enough,
And low.
ain't no valley low enough,
And wide.
no river wide enough.
to keep me from getting to you, baby.
All right, tap it to the side.
Oh no, darling.
Get your arms involved too if you can. Sing along if you want.
If you're ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just sing for me.
Back to our walk and rolling. Rolling up. Rolling down.
If you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double.
Back to our punches. High
Ain't no mountain high enough,
and low.
ain't no valley low enough,
And wide.
no river wide enough.
And again. Here we go.
Ain't no mountain high enough,
And low.
ain't no valley low enough,
And wide.
ain't no river wide enough, ain't no mountain high enough.
Well done.
Hi, my name's Kirsty and I'm a personal trainer and group fitness instructor here at Snap Fitness New Brighton. I've been working with a number of COPD patients for a few years now and I've seen incredible improvements in both their physical and mental health. If you're interested in having a go and coming into the gym, please don't hesitate. We've had patients from all over Christchurch come in and really enjoy themselves. Some of them have come in very nervous and not sure what they're doing at first, and then have embraced the exercise and loved the improvements they've found. There's been improvements in breathing, in strength, in movement, in mobility. It's made people's day-to-day lives a whole lot better and easier, and they've loved being part of a group and socialising and getting to know each other. We even go for a coffee once a month and meet up and have a chat and a laugh and just socialise as well. So if it's something you think you might be interested in, don't hesitate to come in and give it a go, even just to sit and watch and have a chat to the group.
Hi, my name's Vicky.
My name's Faye, and we're both volunteers for the Better Breathing group in Christchurch, Linwood.
I have COPD, and the best thing is exercising.
And my husband's got COPD, and I found the best thing for him was the better breathing group because it helped him breathe.
Right, this is the favourite now, better breathing class. We do some boxing training, get your guns up. We're going to start with the right jab. And the left jab. Now, if you need a bit more, you can always squat low.
And if you go down there, you better just be well. Man,
now we'll do some skipping.
Now Leroy, morning trouble. You see, you stand about 6'4". All the downtown ladies call it treetop over. All the men
Alright, back to our left, right jab, alternating.
Bad, Leroy Brown, the baddest man in the whole damn town. Better than old King Kong, meaner than the junkyard.
Alright, we're going to go to uppercuts.
Now Leroy, he a gambler, and he like his fancy clothes.
It's about the power.
And he like to wear his diamond rings in front of everybody's nose.
Now we're going to go to hooks. Get your elbow up.
He got a El Dorado too. He got a 32 gun in his pocket for fun. He got a razor in his shoe.
Alright, back to our left, right jab.
Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Better than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard.
Alright, back to our skipping.
We're Friday, Valley week they go.
You can jump with 2 feet if you want.
Shooting dice.
Or just
And
a
at
heel
the edge
tap.
of the bar sat a girl named Doris, and oh, that girl looked nice.
And speed bag.
Eyes upon her, and the trouble soon began.
And to the left.
Leroy Brown, he turned the mess about a messing with the wife of a jello
Back to our left, right jabs. Ready?
Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Better than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard
Right,
dog.
go 2 left, 2 right. Go. Right, left.
Took to fight
Right,
him.
left.
And when they put
Right,
them
left.
on the floor, Leroy looked like a jigsaw puzzle with a couple of pieces gone.
Back to left, right.
Bad Leroy Brown,
Right to the end.
baddest man in the whole damn town. Better than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town. Better than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog.
You're nearly done.
Better than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog.
Well done.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Tama. I have COPD. I just want to explain the benefits of coming to of the better breathing class. The benefits that I can testify to is that it's helped me so much with my breathing. The class is a great atmosphere. The people are really friendly. I mean, what more do you need?
This is our last one for today. It's a famous one, it's a goodie as well. Let's go. Alright, we're going to start with the repeater. Left, right leg, forward and back. Now, if you need more, squat a bit lower into it. Work that quad out. Pump those arms as well. And we're going to a march, we're going to wave. Alright, to our left leg, or your other one, whatever one you didn't use the first time.
squat low. Keep breathing. And our march. Right, left leg. And gonna tap back, push forward. And march, let's go.
Hi, I'm Pauline. I have COPD and I also run 2 exercise and coffee groups for people who have breathing problems. I learnt when I did the 8-week course about 12 years ago how beneficial it is to do exercises. When you're first told to exercise when you're breathless, it doesn't make sense. However, I'm here to say it makes perfect sense and would not be without the exercises. When you do have time off over Christmas and things like that, you soon realise what you're missing out on once you stop. So it's so beneficial doing the exercises, and I love watching people come very shy at first and working in towards realising that what you put into it, you'll get out of it. And we do have lots of fun. We have special people who make pikelets in one group and make beautiful cakes that come along in the other, and we discuss all the world happenings. But that is a huge part of the exercise program, is the getting together and sharing knowledge. I get in guest speakers quite often on all sorts of subjects, not just medical, gardening, what have you. I have doctors that ring me who want to do research, and they come along and do their research with our groups. So yes, I'm here to say that exercise is paramount. Thank you.
Well, that's all from us down here in Otutahi Christchurch. We hope you've enjoyed. We hope you're a little bit fitter. And we really wanted to show that actually it takes a team, and we need to work as a team to look after and provide the best care for those that live with COPD. We hope you've enjoyed. We hope you have a fantastic day. Ka kite from Christchurch, New Zealand.
And thanks to Mersha and Sarah for their presentation from New Zealand. I'm just going to bring in Ruth for a quick chat.
Hello. I'm going to do some steps while we're talking. Well, in a minute, I might start doing some steps. I've got a long 24 hours.
A question out of what New Zealand side has done around the dancing for managing respiratory diseases.
Yeah.
Is something you've been involved in before and know much about?
It's something that I haven't done lots with, but it's definitely growing in terms of interest and kind of where its role plays in exercising and being active. And it's a way to be active in a way that people are interested, and it keeps people engaged, keeps them motivated. It's quite difficult. Like if we think about ourselves, even if you haven't got a chronic lung condition, going to the gym, trying to be motivated to go to the gym. People go to classes, they do boxercise, they go to dance classes, they do forms of exercise that they enjoy. So I guess the same principle applies with COPD. We want people to want to maintain the exercise that they do and the activity that they do. So that's why there's an interest in dance, because it gives people that social connection, that, the conversations, it's got all of those extra bits. So yeah, and I think, we've got some bits coming in the schedule. In the next live link, we've got a lady called Sian Williams, who's going to be doing some live dance with a bit of Tai Chi incorporated into that. And she's going to talk through the principles she incorporates into the dance that she does, the dance warm-ups, how she makes dance harder and easier depending on who is doing it, and actually how it's specifically adapted for people with chronic lung disease and COPD. So, from that perspective, dance is definitely something that, I guess, if that's the thing that motivates you, that would be the thing to do. So yeah, I think, to answer your question, it's not something I've done lots of, but it's becoming more and more apparent. We need lots of interesting things for people to do, and we need to be thinking about really how do we get the best out of each of those modalities. So hopefully that's a long, waffly answer to your question.
No, it's good, and I'm going to later on. I'll drop the link to Sian's YouTube classes into the chat, so people, if they want to get involved in dancing to help manage their disease, then they can follow Sian and look at her classes.
Yeah, she's got those really good videos for us. She does a warm up, she does different sessions, and then also cool down videos. So she has got that whole spectrum available, and there are other people who do dance stuff as well. So I think it's, there's definitely things out there, resources people can go and find if they want to sort of connect in.
Yeah, and I think it's important that people have different options when it comes to being active with COPD. So it doesn't have to be, churning out the miles on a treadmill or doing something that they don't particularly like, because it's important to find that activity you love to do, because then you're more inclined to keep doing it, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing. I think, pulmonary rehab as an intervention in COPD is, it's one of the cornerstones of how we can help people live well with COPD. But I think, it's a intervention that's got a certain duration. And then actually we've got to think about what people do after that, and actually how do people maintain the benefits that they get from doing pulmonary rehab. So I think that's the bit that's really important here. And I think that's what's really important we're trying to capture in the event is people and patients talk all the time about the benefits they get from, in terms of improved breathlessness. So the breathlessness is reduced, they can do more, so they have an improved quality of life, there's all of these benefits people report, but actually how do we get them to maintain that? So as you say, having options and choices, and actually evidence basing those choices is really important, because actually it's giving people another reason to not just go to dance because it's something social, but actually they've got that extra bit of motivation to go. If they just think, oh God, it's dark outside, it's raining, it's just really going to take me ages to get there. There's that extra bit of, but it's also really good for my health. It's also really good for my lung condition. So I think you're right. It's giving people a way to maintain those benefits of an intervention like pulmonary rehab that can't be delivered continuously, month on month, week on week, for every person living with COPD. So I think, that's where all of these different options start to really come in and play their part in people's lives.
And I guess for those who don't know, Ruth, you're coming from a very experienced background, because this is your wheelhouse, isn't it?
Yeah, so pulmonary rehab's the area that I'm interested in clinically. So I'm a respiratory physiotherapist by background, and I'm really interested in pulmonary rehab and actually really interested in how we can make pulmonary rehab accessible. And that from a perspective of how we deliver it, where we deliver it, and actually how we talk to people about pulmonary rehab, but also what happens after a pulmonary rehab program and once people are discharged. you know, you kind of, that's, what does that mean? How do people keep doing all of those things that they've learned to do? You know, it takes time to build a routine and a habit, and it become a lifestyle change and a behavior change. And, you know, we've got to be helping people to make those lifestyle changes and those behavior changes. So yeah, for me, this is where my like heart lies and my passion is in terms of the clinical world of managing and looking after people with COPD. Yeah.
Excellent. And anyone who's watching, if you've got any questions relating to exercising with COPD or COPD in general, don't be scared to drop it into the chat. It's on your screen on your right-hand side, because together with the three links we've got today, or the three sites, we've probably got some of the best minds in the world of COPD. Not only in diagnosing, in treatments, but also in exercise and how we go about it. So don't be shy to drop in a question.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, the schedule is packed full of people who have done so much work in the area of pulmonary rehab and activity and exercise and the benefits of being active. So yeah, we've got a really fantastic program. So actually, if you ask a question, it's probably the chance to get people from all over the globe, really, who you would, if you had a question, who would you want to ask? They're probably either presenting or contributed to content and, you know, sharing information as part of the event. So yeah, it's really a really good time. And anything that gets popped in the chat, what we probably will do in terms of questions is probably share some of those responses back after the event as well. So we'll update the webpage with any resources that people might have been asking for. We can make sure we're sharing those afterwards, because if you've had that question, I'm pretty sure someone else will have had that question somewhere along the way as well.
And the webpage is www.copdbatonpass.org. So
I'm going to do some steps as well.
You're doing the steps as well.
I'll do my steps now because I should be doing something.
So I'll drop the website link into the chat. So over time, that will build as a resource to patients, and it'll also direct you to your lung association in the country that you're in. Ruth, I'm going to let you keep doing your steps, and I'm going to go to our Cairns site now to listen to Sue and Trent. So we'll catch up with you shortly.
Yeah, catch up soon.
So our next presentation is from our Cairns site here in Australia. Sue Rayner and Trent Young do a fabulous job, and I sat down and had a chat with them about their program and how it's referred and how one goes to another. So sit back and enjoy Sue and Trent. All right, so today we're joined by some good friends of mine from Cairns in North Queensland, the paradise of Queensland, I guess, to talk about pulmonary rehab and also how patients are referred into pulmonary rehab. We have Sue and Trent here with us today, return visitors to the Baton Pass. Welcome to you both.
Hi.
Trent, you're muted. Can you hear me now?
It's good to be here.
That's good. And I love the shirt again. I guess that first of all, Sue, can you introduce yourself and what you actually do there in Cairns?
Yeah, so my name's Sue Rayner. I'm a clinical nurse consultant and I work at Cairns Hospital. My official title is I'm the respiratory nurse navigator, but that's just really a fancy name for a lung nurse. So COPD is one of the patient demographic that I look after. So I work in the inpatient sector, trying to ensure that COPD patients are looked after in the most appropriate manner, and then we provide a little bridge for them out into the community.
Okay, and Trent, what is it that you do up there?
So I'm a physiotherapist and I sit in adult community health here in Cairns. So we have a couple of facilities north and south, and this one that I'm sitting in central Cairns. And we receive referrals from the hospital from people like Sue and other allied health and some of the doctors and also some GPs for people with COPD and other emphysema and other COPD type conditions that are amenable to rehab. So we'll get those referrals here in community. We've also got, as part of our team, we've got other physio and nursing staff who will follow up on those patients in the community if they're not for rehab, and even the patients who are for rehab quite often get seen by those nurses to ensure that they're managing in the community okay, got the medications that they need, have got some education about what COPD is about, and then we work them up for pulmonary rehab and slot them into a service or a pulmonary rehab program as we can.
Okay, so I guess the best way I guess I can describe it is what is the workflow for you guys? So Sue, a patient will come into you, I gather, through an exacerbation, admitted to hospital, and then what happens from there?
Yeah, so invariably they're quite unwell with their exacerbation, so they may have quite a number of days admission starting off being quite sick. I get a referral from multiple sources, and I will go and see them. I'll either onboard them if they're new patients, if I don't know them, or if they are known to me, we just jump into the rabbit wheel again and do the same because the management and the treatment is often the same. So I'm responsible for checking that they, I guess, navigate their way through their entire hospital admission. So I see them on day one, and then I'm there on day of discharge as well, and all days in between.
And so I guess it's going to be different for every patient when they can leave your care. Is there a certain criteria or a certain standard they have to meet before their discharge?
So I have certain criteria and standards that are generally worked out with the patient. Not all of the team always agree on those standards with bed pressures and things. We often are keen to discharge people as quickly as possible, and so there's usually some negotiation around when somebody feels they're fit enough and well enough, balanced with obviously risk of staying in hospital and contracting something far worse than what they came in with. So it's a bit of a balancing act, but the person that's sitting in the bed needs to feel confident and competent that they are safe to go home and manage.
And so as far as COPD admissions, are they your predominant patients that you would take care of, or is it a variety of different respiratory diseases?
Yeah, and it used to be an even split between asthma and COPD, but now I take on a much broader range of respiratory patients. So basically, I will look after everything except lung cancer.
Mm-hmm. So they're ready for discharge. How do they get from you to Trent? What's the process there?
So we've become very swish in the last few months, and we can do a referral electronically now. Last year we were doing good old paper-based and fax or email, but now we're very flash. So I do an electronic referral, which gives a good, I guess, background on what's happened in hospital, understanding that, you know, a high percentage of these patients, particularly if they're unknown to me, they may be unknown to community health as well. So we're starting kind of with a blank slate. And I do a referral, and it's usually followed up with a phone call just to give some more context and data that the referral doesn't always, you know, it's a one-pager. And the eligibility is assessed down at Trent's End. I'll let him to speak to that. And then my service follows the person up within 2 days of discharge, just to check, because that's where people are at their most vulnerable, is in that first 48 hours post-discharge. And we just know that if no one touches base, there's a high likelihood of representation or feeling like people aren't managing. So Trent or my team will get to that person within the 48 hours, just as a follow-up phone call.
And do you discuss with patients pulmonary rehab, what they're going into?
Yeah. So I don't do any referrals to pulmonary rehab unless I have consent from the patient to do that. So there'll be no surprises from my patients. They all know that the referral's been sent, and they generally have a name of a person that's going to be contacting them if I know that. Otherwise, I give them a handful of names. Yeah, that's generally how the referral gets down to community health.
Okay. And so do you have a rough idea of how many patients would go to Trent once you've referred them there?
So I can, most of my COPD patients meet eligibility criteria for pulmonary rehab. So that can be anywhere between 1 and 9 referrals I get in a week. So our biggest has been about 15 referrals for a week. So obviously it just depends on how many I can get to see, but I would hazard a guess that we'd be up around 90% of my patients consent to a referral to pulmonary rehab and are appropriate for a referral.
Okay, so Trent, you would receive the referral electronically now. So once you get it, what's the process from your end?
We do a desktop sort of assessment of that patient, and we now here in Cairns, we have an integrated electronic medical record, so I can see everything that went on with that patient in the hospital and previous admissions as well. So we can have a quick look, see what the trajectory of that patient is, see, maybe how urgent they are, but hopefully, like Sue says, if they are, quite fragile, we'll get a phone contact, and that will help us to determine, we need to get out there tomorrow, or no, this person can wait a week or so, and we'll get out and see them as soon as we can and work them up for pulmonary rehab. We're getting referrals from GPs and other places, respiratory specialist, outpatient clinics, and all sorts. So there's a vastly different presentation coming to us rather than just only post-acute patients from the hospital. Like Sue says, our types of patients are starting to get broader and broader. We're getting lots more pulmonary fibrosis and other type of lung conditions coming to us, and we're learning to manage them along with some other things here in Physioland and community health. That's kind of my main job. I do pulmonary rehab for fun. My main job's managing all the other physios around here as well. So we get 100 or so referrals. What do we get? Yeah, we get over 100 referrals a month.
Wow. So when you say you've got to work up a patient, so I imagine you don't go out and see every patient. Are they the patients you go out to see at home would be the ones who are more vulnerable?
Correct. Yeah, the ones that are likely to be struggling. Maybe they have very poor lung function and are at risk of readmission because of they might have a sputum load that they're finding hard to shift because they haven't got enough lung capacity to shift their secretions around. They might be very vulnerable from a mobility perspective, so we'll go and see those people. The other group that we really need to intervene early with is the anxious patient who's quite who's struggling to manage their breathing, and it's scary, and they are the ones who are much more likely to readmit to hospital.
I find it interesting. I was talking to someone who you've worked with before, Sue, yesterday, Helen Curlis. And Helen was saying in New South Wales, their system's a little bit different, that pulmonary rehab can only be referred via the hospital. And it's something that they're trying to change down there, which I guess would make a lot of sense why the intake is probably not as high, or the uptake is not as high down there. So interesting that you're getting referrals from respiratory specialists as well as the hospital settings.
In amongst the people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly one way to population control, isn't it?
It is. So Trent, they come to you. You go out to assess.
Hey, hang on a sec. Can I just interrupt for a sec, Russ? Yeah. Trent, can you let them know we can hear everything and we're recording? We can hear them.
I don't think they care that you can hear them and that you're recording, but that doesn't matter.
I wonder if we can get their lotto numbers.
You're not on mute.
Yeah, so it's fine. I mean, you're at work and that's what you do, so I'm not bothered by it. So Trent, you go out and assess a patient. They're ready for pulmonary rehab. So how do you then get them to class, or do you do some rehabilitation within the home before they come to a class?
Yeah, we often have to do that because we run pulmonary rehab north, south, and central, not concurrently. So we'll do a program for 8 weeks in centre, and then we might go out north to Smithfield and run a program out there. So there can be a big gap for someone on the south side of town, for instance, having to wait for the pulmonary rehab program to come there. So yeah, we do often send a physio out to them either at home or get them to come into clinic and get them started on some sort of what we call home-based pulmonary rehab program. So there'll be an education component and an exercise component to that to get them started. We will do an assessment before we start the group-based program in centre. So we get all of the patients for that program to come in and we do an assessment. Fun things like 6-minute walk tests and other questionnaires and things like that to get us a bit of a baseline before they start, so that we get to know the patient, work out whether there's anything that we particularly need to keep an eye on in pulmonary rehab, and just get to know the patients, get to I guess allay any fears that they might have about pulmonary rehab, because it's a bit of a scary, I guess, thing to contemplate, coming to an exercise program 2 times a week for 8 weeks with a big ugly physio with a big ugly mo.
And bright coloured t-shirts or polo shirt. No, it's a collared shirt, isn't it? So the fear of coming to pulmonary rehab, I guess, would be a big one, especially if you've got someone who hasn't been exercising for a number of years. How do you overcome that? Because I imagine that could be quite a hurdle.
Yeah, it is, and to hit them up front with a 6-minute walk test is also not the easiest and the best way to settle them about that. But I guess we give the patients control, and we, through some education and some advice, and I guess the fact that we've been doing this for a long time and it's safe, so we can speak with a bit of authority, but mostly it's just through some education and handing some of that control back to the patient to manage how hard they push and how hard they're going to exercise in a particular station, letting them know that everyone's different and everyone starts at a different baseline, and so that's where we start. And so people have that control, I guess, when they start, and then start to build some confidence from there, just by doing some rehab in a supported and hopefully a confidence-inspiring place where they start to move more and do a bit more and work out that, yeah, actually I can get short of breath and I can recover fairly quickly if I stop early enough. and then I can build from there. So that's the sort of mantra we give them.
And I guess, Sue, there are probably discussions you have when you're talking pulmonary rehab with a patient a little bit about what to prepare for. So what Trent's doing is in some way just backing up what they've already, or reinforcing what they've already learned from you.
Yeah, I because we have such a rapid turnaround of bed day, of people in the bed. It's very quick. So, and they come in often very, very unwell. And the minute that they look like they can manage, we start talking about getting discharged. So I talk about pulmonary rehab in the context of, I focus more on the fact that they've got an entire allied health team to catch them out in the community. I touch on the exercise, but I don't focus on that too much, because when somebody's been lying in bed on a BiPAP machine, the last thing they're going to want to talk to me about is doing a 6-minute walk test. So I don't tend to talk too much about that. They know that it's happening, but I tend to focus more on the other stuff that pulmonary rehab does, which is the breathlessness management, the medication management, the smoking cessation, the good lifestyle choices, the anxiety management is huge. So we focus on all of that kind of feel-good stuff, so they know they've got a soft place to land. And I might throw in, oh, by the way, they do some exercise, and I say it really fast so they don't hear me.
Yep. You leave the bad news for Trent, basically.
Oh, look, I prime them, but they can deliver the final blow.
Yeah. So Trent, they're coming to see you for 6 to 8 weeks. What sort of exercise would a patient be preparing themselves, or what are they going to do when they come and see you?
Yeah, look, it's nothing big and scary, and I guess that's the message we try and sell them on. It's not a full-on program, but we lift some weights, we get on a treadmill or walk laps of a corridor, we get on an exercise bike, we do horrible things like step ups and a few things like that. But again, the patient's in control, and they use their shortness of breath on a little scale out of 10 just to guide themselves, and they stop. When they know they're starting to get a bit short of breath, they know that they can stop at that point and rest and recover really quite quickly, and then maybe they do that again, and so on. So it's gentle, certainly to start with, until the patient's got some confidence to start to push themselves a little bit and be confident that they can recover quite quickly, and then go on and move on to either the next exercise or do another set of whatever they're doing.
So one of the things that I see in patient groups is people who are on oxygen, either part-time or 24/7, and they're scared about going to pulmonary rehab, and some think they can't do rehab because they're on oxygen. Obviously, you're going to cater for that. How do you cater for that?
Yeah, we have oxygen in the gym. So we almost every program we've done this year, we've had someone on oxygen, and sometimes more than one, which is fun because they have a common connection point and a tube that joins them together. So, we have a bit of a laugh about it, and those people sort of get to know each other really quite well because they tangle their oxygen cords together. But they manage, we manage, we help them through that, and it's not a big deal for us now. We've been doing that for a long time, so it's just part of life, and for those people that are on oxygen, it's part of life. So there's no reason we can't manage that in a gym setting. Obviously, we have to be careful. The other participants are careful that they're not tripping over oxygen tubing and things like that. But again, it's kind of, we'll have a bit of a laugh about it. It's kind of fun, and it's great to include people on oxygen because it's the benefits that they'll get from coming regularly to a group program like that are beyond just the physical, and the physical is important, but the socialization and the camaraderie and the fact that there's other people out there that are a bit like you is the benefits are so far outweigh any of the discomforts or whatever it is that might make people feel like they can't do that.
We do a fair
And I
bit
guess,
of work, Russell, with them in hospital too on the education around oxygen. So they get educated by myself and our community hospital interface program nurses getting their oxygen, going on it. So they've had quite a lot of education around the limitations, which there really are none, and how they might traverse that. So it's and there's usually a 2 or 3 day lag here between application for oxygen and actually getting it, and that's been generous. So there's plenty of time for questions and answers and prepping them for it.
Mm. So I guess by the time Trent would have all that information, so he would know when he's seeing a patient that patient will require oxygen well in advance.
Our nurses
I've done all this work for him.
Our team actually do the oxygen follow-up in community visits as well. So they often are the ones that go and do the education in home and then do a review at 4 months. So they also know these patients. We know these patients, the nurses in our team. So it's no surprises.
So, and I know it's going to be different for every patient, but I guess if I'm a patient, what sort of improvement would I imagine I would see over the course of the program? Would it be significant improvement, a mild improvement? Because I guess that, for people to keep exercising, there's got to be the carrot, and the carrot's obviously going to be an improvement in well-being.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's really rewarding to watch and see. We're in 3 weeks today, the end of 3 weeks of a program right now, and everybody in that program who's been able to attend has noticed an improvement already, and they're starting to feel like they can lift more weights, they can walk further and faster, they can do more on the exercise bike, and so that is, like you say, that's the carrot, and I promise them that if they can stay consistent and stay in the program, by 3 or 4 weeks, they will notice improvement in their physical capability and they'll be less short of breath. And they're all reporting that today, so that's really encouraging and really rewarding for me. So yeah, the improvement is there. It's possible. It's it doesn't take rocket science or ridiculously high levels of activity to achieve. It's really consistency is key, and we try and sell that message. And if people can, commit themselves to that 2 times a week, 8 weeks, they will improve. It's so long as they stay well, they'll get better.
I couldn't agree with you more. It's a message that I have been advocating for a long time about. Consistency is the key. And which gets me to my next point. It's not only about consistency when they're in rehab, because eventually they're going to leave your care and have to fend for themselves. So how can you best prepare a patient to be able to do that once they're on their own?
Yeah, I use the terminology, what are you going to do at week 9 or week 10 or week 50? So we talk about that right from the start of the program. We talk about the fact that you will notice some improvement within the 8-week program, but I talk about that. That's a tiny, tiny period of time. When you're talking about physiological change, when you're talking about building some muscles, that's a tiny, tiny amount of time. And so I challenge them to start thinking about what that plan, what that program looks like for them as individual people after this program finishes. And we do part of the education sessions during the program. We do a goal setting session. We do a home exercise plan where we do a program up that looks a little bit like what we do at the gym. So I did that today. So that's at the end of week 3, so that they take away a home exercise program. We give them some resistance bands and some stuff. I encourage them to go out and buy some weights. So we're starting to think about setting up a program for the longer term that they can do for free or cheap at home. And then we also challenge them right at the end of the program as we do a session called Where To From Here, which is again reinforcing those same thoughts about what are you going to do now that you've learned some of these skills, you've got some confidence to go out and do stuff yourself. So how's that going to look for you? And we give them a whole list of exercise options out in the community, and I challenge them to start, highlighting some of the ones that interest them so that they can mix up their program, they can trial some other things, because hopefully, again, they've got the confidence to actually go out and do some stuff. And by the end of the program, they are exercising pretty much full on for a whole hour. And so they can do that. They can go and exercise in a public place, in a gym, in all sorts of other areas. It's just a matter of prioritizing it in their lives and finding that that forum or that way of doing exercise that suits them. And it should be many different ways. If you and I are anything to go by, you get bored after a while, so you mix things up. You play a bit of golf, you do a bit of this and a bit of that. So, if people used to dance, I challenge them to think about the things that they used to enjoy and stick them out as goals for them to try and achieve and work towards.
It's a big thing you talk about as far as what can they do outside. Some of the stuff we're doing on the Baton Pass, we're highlighting different programs like the COPD Foundation have Harmonicas for Health. Asthma UK have Singing for Breathing. We've got a patient who's doing a presentation about drum dancing, so using a drum on a fitball, and so that's where she's gone after rehab. So it's so important to find something these people love to do, because as we know, if you love to do it, you're more inclined to keep doing it. So for those patients who unfortunately do come back into the system, I guess they come back into the system via Sue. Is there a particular reason why? Could it be just because they're exacerbated and that's why they've come in, or have they fallen off the wagon for a particular reason? What do you see when patients are coming back?
Oh, they're usually, sick. And we know that COPD is a progressive disease. So, they're going to have poorer lung function, less reserve. They're going to get just a bit of rhinovirus, but they're going to become very unwell. So we can't avoid that. They just need to come in and have tertiary level management. And that's just their life, The falling off the wagon with poor lifestyle choices, that is an issue. I mean, the age group that we are still dealing with is the smoking, the baby boomer, post-baby boomer smoking age group. So it's that's the other space I work in. So trying to support people with their smoking cessation, and obviously now we're starting to see other recreational inhaled therapies being consumed, so that that would set off an exacerbation. So it might not be a bug, it could be anxiety, it could be some inhalant that set them off, but it's usually a flare-up.
And I guess, Trent, when you get a patient coming through, a repeat patient coming through, are they able to achieve the same level of fitness that they did last time once they had exited the program? Or does that depend on, why they've come through your system again?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, every time I guess you get sick and severely sick, then there is a chance you knock off a little bit more lung function and makes it a bit harder. But on the whole, there's no real reason people can't get back to where they were. And so that, that's always a challenge, but, it's not something we care about too much. We just want them to get fitter and stronger, and where they get to, they'll get to. We certainly do an education session around action planning and managing and I guess working out whether you're sick or not, and working that out really quickly by monitoring things like sputum colour and doing a fixed amount of exercise and monitoring how short of breath you are, and a few other things that might point out whether you're developing some sort of exacerbation, and with those action plans, instigating them early so that they can try and avoid getting sick again and going to hospital. So that's something Sue certainly works on, and we work on in rehab to try and get people managing those sorts of exacerbations as early and as effectively as possible in conjunction with their GP, so that they might have some antibiotics or some prednisolone in the cupboard or in the fridge here because it's so hot to instigate when they've got signs of an infection or signs of an exacerbation. So we certainly talk about that in rehab to try and avoid that. I tell them in rehab I don't want to see them again when I've gotten rid of them, but we absolutely welcome people back if they've had a significant functional decline because of an exacerbation, or they've been unwell, or they've fallen off the wagon and gotten unwell. We'll absolutely have them back, but don't tell them that.
And as far as resources go, getting resources that you need for your classes, is that an issue, or is that not a problem? You're well resourced. The reason why I asked is because it's interesting in different areas that resources can be stretched, and and I'm not talking staffing, I'm talking about equipment and things like that. How do you find that? Is that a problem?
Yeah, we've got mostly what we need, and we're also very aware that whatever we do in class needs to be replicated by the patient out of class. So if we are too high tech and require too much fancy monitoring equipment and things like that, then that sends the wrong message to our patients who we want to self-manage and go on and improve in an upward trajectory once they've finished pulmonary rehab. So our gyms are well set up. We've got treadmills and bikes and weights and the things that we need. And if we don't have a treadmill, we walk corridors and things like that, which in many ways I prefer because it's much more functional and real to what the patient has to do. So I think we've got mostly what we need. I guess the issue in a place like Cairns is we've got the tablelands, which is the hinterland area of Cairns, and the south part of Cairns, which might not have the same resources that we have here in Cairns City. And so there's an inequity there that we'd love to address. And that's partly human resource, but it's also some facility issues. But like I say, the facility issues are not so great. We don't need high-tech stuff. Sometimes, the exercise physiologists get excited about high-tech stuff and monitoring and other things, but I think we need to marry that with the behavioural side of things so that the patient is a good self-manager by the time they finish with us.
Yeah, and what they do with you, as you say, they've got to be able to replicate it at home. I've taken up a lot of your time and I'm grateful, but I want to ask you both some tips. And Sue, the tips I'm asking from you is, what can a patient do to stop them having to come and see you?
Sorry, my computer keeps logging itself
out. We've got you back.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. No, it just keeps logging me out. I'm on a lone laptop. Yes. What tips can I give them to not exacerbate?
Pretty much.
So my world is smoking cessation, and that's my biggest tip. And I talk to people in very blunt terms about every cigarette, not just 4, not just 5, every cigarette. And when they're starting to clearly exacerbate because they are smoking, then we amp up that conversation. Pulmonary rehab is it's our gold standard. We know it works, so it's free. It's easy usually to access, so we need to access it. And action plans, that's a huge part of my work, is action plans and getting people sent home with their rescue medications, but touching base with somebody when they start to exacerbate. If they're new on the journey, they usually give me a call and we get them started. So, but the smoking cessation's the biggest one.
I guess, Trent, you've probably covered a fair bit of this, but if you had, let's say, the top 2 or 3 tips to give a patient so they don't end up back with you, what would they be?
Yeah, I mean, the same as what Sue's saying. I think, not smoking is obviously the number one thing we can do to preserve our lung function and look after ourselves. I guess anything we can do to improve and help our immune system is going to be good. So good diet, good sleep, appropriate hydration, all the things we try and teach and reinforce in rehab. The thing that we can teach many people to help them with their anxiety and avoiding panic is breathing control techniques, and particularly instigating pursed lip breathing and concentrating on that out breath, so people can relax their shoulders and get back into deep abdominal diaphragmatical type breathing, which is much more efficient and effective and can be enough to settle and stop a panic attack. Those sorts of things, and just practicing those, and you practice them by doing exercise. So you make yourself a bit short of breath and you practice recovery breathing. That sort of stuff, I think, can really, really, really help if you can address the anxiety and some of those other issues on top of what Sue was talking about and around action plans. If you can address some of the anxiety around shortness of breath, that's the other key, I think, that you can really benefit from doing pulmonary rehab, and just physically gradually challenging yourself a little bit in that space and being comfortable and confident that you can recover.
Perfect. Great advice from both of you. And I think that's a good place to leave it for today. I really appreciate your time and what you're doing up there. I quite often mention to people about how your program works, because I think it's fantastic. And obviously, I think it wouldn't work without the 2 of you and the teams that you lead. So well done to the both of you, and thank you for being here today.
Thanks, Russell.
Thanks, Russell. Will you keep up the good work too?
Yeah.
And a big thank you to Sue and Trent from Cairns. It truly is a great program they're running up there. And I remember Trent saying to me one time, a message he says to his patients is, I don't want to see you back here. If you come back here, then it means I'm not doing my job correctly. So a good message from the guys in Cairns. So keeping in the theme of World COPD Day, our next presenter is from a spirometry company, NDD. It's Jamie. And of course, the theme this day is about knowing your spirometry. So we put up a poll a few weeks ago on our Facebook group to get some questions from patients about spirometry and some of the things they want to know. I'll bring in Jamie and we'll have a chat about spirometry and hopefully answer some questions that patients have. Hello, everyone. Here we are with another interview with another expert. Today I'm joined by Jamie Burgess from NDD to talk all things spirometry. Jamie, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. I've got a bit of a quaky throat. I don't know. I've been doing too much talking. For our audience, can you explain who you are and what it is you do?
Yeah, absolutely. I am a respiratory therapist. I'm based in the Midwest in the United States. I was a clinician for 15 years before moving over to the diagnostic side of the industry. So been with NDD for 6 years and currently work as the director, the global director for training and research. So anybody that uses our devices for research, they get to work with me and I get to educate people about spirometry and pulmonary function.
Excellent. One of the things in patient groups that are often discussed is spirometry, and there's always been a lot of confusion about what numbers mean and how often, and all these questions come up. So a couple of weeks ago, I did a poll in a few of the groups I'm involved with, and the patients come up with some questions that are the pressing issues as far as what they know. And I think it's good that patients are more inclined to wanting to know about spirometry and the numbers and what everything moves and means, and how they can improve their spirometry. So I thought you will be the perfect person to talk to. So I'm going to start off with some questions from the patients, and the first one they come up with is, what do spirometry results mean?
Right. And so we could spend a lot of time on all of the different data points and parameters for spirometry, but really at its core, spirometry is looking at irregularities in airflow. So how well we can move air in and out of our lungs. It can also identify an obstruction like asthma or COPD, a restriction, and it can also show us normal airflow as well. And it also can show us the severity of that impairment. We really look at two main parameters in spirometry: our FVC, or our forced vital capacity, how much air did we get out total, and then we also look at our FEV1, so how much air we get out in the first second of that hard blast. And that FEV1 can give us a really good idea on the severity of a disease state. Most healthy people can empty 80% of their lungs in that first second. So the harder it is for obstructive patients, especially to empty their lungs in that first second, it can give us a really good idea of where the disease state that they're currently in.
So when we talk about obstructive versus restricted airways, and you might have to help me out here because I'm not a medical expert, are we talking different types of diseases when we're talking those two different things?
Exactly. That kind of refers to abnormalities in the lungs themselves. When we're talking about an obstructive lung disorder, really we're talking our COPD, our chronic bronchitis, our emphysema, our asthmatics, to where restrictive sometimes can be something in the lungs, but it can also be issues with body habitus as well, neuromuscular diseases, obesity, but also things like pulmonary fibrosis, things that restrict the lungs physically.
Okay. Now, how often should a patient get spirometry done? Is it something that is a regular thing? How does it work?
I really think that it should be. Depending on where you live in the world, insurance companies, doctors, physicians, the frequency is going to be a different recommendation, sometimes based on where you live. But I think that for those with a diagnosis, so people that have already been diagnosed with COPD, they should be getting spirometry at least once a year, or with medication or symptoms changes. We can talk a little bit later about kind of how we use spirometry to monitor different things within a disease state. But I do think it's important to have that regular interval, especially, again, with medication changes, symptom changes. I think it's really important. For those without a diagnosis, whether they are symptomatic or not, I also am a huge advocate for spirometry being in the primary care space, being in that first contact, just because there are so many individuals globally that are living undiagnosed with COPD. So I wish it really did become more of a regular test that even people that are not symptomatic have on a regular basis.
Yeah, I guess when someone walks into a clinic and they've reached a certain age, they're getting a bit older and they're finding things a little bit more difficult breathing-wise, are they the sort of candidates you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, again, I even think that healthy people should know their spirometry numbers, because I think that that also kind of sets us up to when we do have changes. You know, there's so many different conditions, acute, chronic, and otherwise, that have very similar symptoms. You know, lots of things can cause a cough, lots of things can cause shortness of breath or chest tightness, even advanced age. So I really do think that knowing your spirometry numbers really should be like knowing your blood pressure numbers or your blood sugar numbers, something that I think more even healthy people should have a better understanding of their lung status, because so many times we're in the advanced stages, you know, people are finally sick enough before they get that COPD diagnosis.
You pretty much answered my next question about who should get spirometry, and I guess this goes into being proactive rather than reactive. I mean, my own example is that my spirometry or my FEV1 was around 22% when I was diagnosed. So I guess when it's that low, I didn't just get it. It's been in my body a long time. So, I mean, is there an age where you think it's better to start doing this, or blanket everyone should get spirometry done?
We kind of make a joke with our clinicians at NDD that everybody, you know, like when you turn a certain age and your driver's license has to get flagged for like an organ donor, we're like, oh, they should have a spirometry test. But no, really adult, in my opinion, really anybody age 30 or over really should have an understanding of what their spirometry is. And like I said, you know, I really do think that everyone should be a candidate. You know, patients that are diagnosed, we know that we're checking up on their spirometry numbers to make sure that they're not getting better, that they are improving with medication plans. But like we said, COPD is widely underdiagnosed. I grabbed a couple of statistics for you. You know, we know that diagnosis of COPD is confirmed with spirometry. Results from a database of over 5,000 patients reported that a third of those people with a clinical suspicion for COPD had actually undergone spirometry. So people that clinically look COPD, only a third of them actually were receiving a spirometry test. And so, you know, to ensure that timely diagnosis, you know, we really do feel that it should be done on more people, whether they present with symptoms or not.
Why would that be? Is surely if a patient's presenting with symptoms or is a candidate for COPD, why aren't they tested? Is it a lack of equipment, a lack of knowledge?
I think it's both. I really do. I think that accessibility to equipment in those kind of first line care or primary care, there's a lack of equipment. There's a lack of understanding of the test. You know, we've surveyed a lot of people about in primary care, you know, why aren't you doing spirometry? And a lot of it is, you know, the expense of the equipment. A lot of it is staff, non-specialized staff. You know, we're not seeing our RNs and our RTs a lot of times in those first level care situations. You know, and it is a patient dependent, a coach dependent test. So there's always a little bit of uneasiness about introducing that test at that level. And then those providers themselves, you know, they obviously have a baseline understanding and knowledge of what COPD is. But there are a lot of different ways that we can interpret results, a lot of different ways we can determine normal. So a lot of times the variety of options is a little bit overwhelming. So I think that continuing to advocate for early diagnosis and early screening, providing that education both for the clinicians and the providers, I mean, I think it's just so important.
Interesting. So for a patient who, let's say they've gone to the clinician, they suspect COPD, so they're going to send them off to get spirometry done, what's that patient going to expect? Because it can be daunting, not knowing what they're in for.
Right, exactly. I'm an asthmatic myself, so I have been doing spirometry about once a year since I was about 4 years old. So even before becoming a respiratory therapist, I was well versed in the ways of spirometry. So, you know, some things that we like to tell patients, you know, kind of the what to expect. It is a little bit of a difficult test, especially for someone who is chronically short of breath. We are eliciting a very, very specific behavior out of these patients, and we have to do it a minimum of 3 times so that we know that our results are accurate and repeatable. So letting patients know, they shouldn't be wearing tight clothing, things that restrict movement. They should be really good and comfortable. Don't have a huge meal before you go and do your spirometry, and know that they're going to be asking you to breathe again in a very specific way. I always say nobody breathes at the grocery store like this. So it is something that really has to be coached and taught by the provider. So making sure that they understand this isn't a normal way of breathing, and I really do have to do exactly what I'm being coached so that we can see whether there's a deficit present or not.
I guess the other thing is the breathing when you're actually doing the test for someone with a severe disease can be quite taxing. I know myself, I've done some spirometry where I've seen stars, and one particular time when I was quite ill, I felt like I was passing out. So I guess it's important for the clinician to coach the patient and teach them that everything's going to be okay. It's just,
Right.
It is a physical test for some people.
Right. And, we're having the patients blast out through this mouthpiece as hard and as fast as they can until their lungs are completely empty. And we know the more obstructive or the more sick these patients are, the longer it takes them to empty, just because of the nature of their airways at that point in the disease. So a lot of that is, the coach kind of setting the expectation for the session, I feel goes a long way so that the patients understand what is normal and what is not in the test.
Yeah. And so with spirometry, it's done with, in my experience, a multitude of devices, where they're handheld devices or devices that are in a chamber. What's the differences there?
Sometimes it depends. Sometimes a spirometer is just a different workflow. So companies will have spirometers that are connected to computers. Some will have individual handhelds. Sometimes it is the body box where you get in. A lot of times it depends on additional testing to spirometry, because sometimes a spirometer is just a spirometer, and other times there are additional tests that your physician might order, like a diffusion capacity. So we know maybe that there's an airflow restriction, and now we need to see how well your body is actually using the oxygen that you are able to get into your lungs. Another common test to actually measure for lung volumes. So a lot of times the spirometers all can kind of have different faces and different workflows, different kind of purposes. And some style are really dependent on what tests the doctor needs to receive from the patient as well.
So for a patient, how can they test at home, or can they test at home? And the type of device they use at home, what's it going to measure?
Right. So there's a couple of different, kind of schools of thought for home spirometry. Yes, you can absolutely do spirometry at home. And I think that with proper instruction and a device that really does kind of assist you through, especially since COVID, oh my goodness, there are so many different awesome home spirometers on the market, because we were not getting that face time with our providers. And it was important for these chronic patients to be able to, know where their disease was while they were at home during COVID. So there are a lot of good devices out there that have, coaching avatars, different almost games that you can play to walk the patients through the maneuver correctly at home. A lot of times with our simple spirometers, we're looking at peak flow, which is something that especially asthmatics look at a lot at home, because it can really predict their exacerbations when they start seeing a decrease in that. Our peak flow is that as soon as we blast out hard and fast, it's the very, very tip top flow of the mountain on our spirometry loop. So a lot of things that we watch at home are that peak flow, and also then our FEV1, how much we get out in the first second, and our FVC, how much we get out total. So most home spirometers will give you a combination of those three parameters.
I've got a question I'll read out from a patient. She'd like to know what can she do in conjunction with a good exercise program to improve their FEV1 reading on a spirometry test. And this particular person is she wants to be more active. She wants to improve her disease, but she also wants to measure it. So she's quite pedantic about what she should do.
Right. I think that's fantastic. I think that if she's not plugged into a good cardiopulmonary rehab, I think that is an amazing asset. We can make lifestyle changes. We can stop smoking. We can become more active. We can watch our diet. All of those things that we know feed into our quality of life with COPD. But I have to emphasize the importance of a specialized rehabilitation for people with lung diseases like cardiopulmonary rehab, just because that is where those specialists lie that really have experience, exactly like the name implies, rehabbing those lungs that have been affected by COPD. And that's not my specialty, but I know that those programs are absolutely life-changing for people who participate in them. So if she's not plugged into pulmonary rehab, I think all of the steps, lifestyle, smoking cessation, exercise, diet, all of that is fantastic with the addition of a really great cardiopulmonary rehab program.
And I guess the thing is, if you're doing spirometry regularly, you'll know where your best spirometry is. So then measuring it from then on is more likely to show that you're maintaining or not that level of spirometry. Is there much variation, or can there be much variation to someone testing, say, week to week in their results that they shouldn't be worried about?
Sometimes there are some slight variations. I can do spirometry tests all day long. Sometimes depending on what time of day you do your spirometry. Again, if just like with anything tracking at home, you do want to make sure that you're kind of doing it within the same conditions every day. So whether that's the same type of, the same time of day, whether that's the same place, whether that's, always standing, always sitting, not doing it right immediately after you exercise. I think that having consistent conditions can definitely help us predict more when we are getting more sick and when we are maintaining a level of health. For spirometry at home, when I have a full day of spirometry training, I get exhausted throughout the day. I do have asthma. I'm very well maintained, but I will start to see my severity of my FEV1 increase as the day goes on when I have a really full day of spirometry trainings. Another thing to think of that we don't think of a lot is sometimes things that we put into our body will affect our spirometry, good and bad. My spirometry gets significantly better after I drink coffee, because my airways are expanded from the caffeine. Just little things to think about that wouldn't concern us. Little variations are to be expected. But obviously we're wanting to watch for those more significant drops in our peak flow and FEV1 that would be more of an indicator of an exacerbation. But again, small variations, coffee always does it for me. So little variations are not things that we need to worry about too much.
And I guess, as you sort of alluded to, that a patient can take notes on when they're getting improvements and when they're not, and what their triggers are, and all those types of things. If a patient thinks, "Oh, I don't want to buy a home unit to use," what should they look out for? I mean, obviously, I think like any product, there's going to be good and bad products. So what do they need to look out for when they're purchasing?
Right. I think with, always looking at how the device is measuring, a simple peak flow meter, it's something that's really inexpensive. It's something that can be relatively inexpensive, and there's really no mechanical parts inside of that. When we start looking at spirometers, we do have to look at, some of the quality. How is the measurement taken? Are there disposable parts that I need to check? Are there different mechanical pieces that I need to ensure are working correctly? So looking for something that has self-checks, disposable parts that you're not having to clean or maintain or calibrate. All of that is really important as well. But even something, if they can't afford a home spirometer, something as simple as a home peak flow meter, again, no moving parts or pieces, is something that's really a useful tool in home monitoring. And then, like you indicated, keeping a journal, keeping a symptom tracker. If having a device at home is not in the cards for you at all for some reason, being able to track your triggers, to be able to track your symptoms throughout multiple times of the day, I think is also really, really important.
And I think you touched on a good point. mean, your peak flow meters are a good, inexpensive way to have something at home. You know, that's what I first used many years ago. Like yourself, I was diagnosed with asthma as a child, so I'm very familiar with peak flow meters. But they are very good at determining when something's going not right. You know, your peak flow is not where it normally is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Alrighty. The other thing, when we're looking for something, should they look for a device that meets some sort of standard or approval by a national body, or is that not so important?
You know, for home use, you know, again, as a clinician, I always want to have the most accurate information that I can. You know, I want something that does meet clinical standards, which would be a device that meets the ATS and the ERS standards for spirometry. You know, for me as a clinician, accuracy from my home device is very, very important. And this might be a little sacrilegious because I work for a pulmonary function test company. But again, we're looking at consistency over a given amount of time. So even if what we can afford or what we can access, as long as it is giving me consistent data that I can trend over a long period of time, that's really the key for home spirometry. Of course, we would want you know, I would want something with all the bells and whistles and that's 100% accurate. But again, at home, it's trending. We want to know when we are in trend, improving our trend, or you know, having issues, you know, our trend is decreasing. So having something that it meets every certification out there for home use, for me, is not as high as a priority as just the patient using something consistently at home.
That's a good tip. That's a good tip. Well, thank you very much, Jamie. I appreciate your time today and teaching us all about spirometry. And we look forward to letting all the audience hear this on World COPD Day and the big Baton Pass event. So thank you very much for your time.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yay.
Alrighty, so that's it. Big thanks to Jamie from NDD for sharing her time today, all about spirometry. It was a good chat, and I hope you learned something from that. I'm going to try a little cross, and hopefully we won't have any technical problems to our treadmill. So there's my sister-in-law, Cheryl. Cheryl, give us a wave if you can hear us. Don't wave, whatever you do then. Very good. So the family's been on the treadmill since 8 o'clock this morning. We're running the treadmill for 24 hours, same as last year. And we're up to just over 10,000 steps at the moment. So got a bit of a way to go, but we're going well, that's for sure. So next up, we've got Lung Foundation Australia, and they've got a couple of presentations, one about pulmonary rehab, and then another panel discussion with experts and a patient who's experienced pulmonary rehabilitation. So sit back and join in. If you can put any comments in the chat, please do so. Any questions, let us know. So sit back and enjoy pulmonary rehabilitation from Lung Foundation Australia.
Hi everyone, my name is Hayley and I'm the Program Manager for Pulmonary Rehabilitation at Lung Foundation Australia. And today I'm going to be talking to you about some of the resources that we have available on our website about pulmonary rehabilitation and COPD, the management of COPD. So these resources are targeted at health professionals. However, we do have patient information resources available as well that you're more than welcome to view on our website. So before we get started, I'd just like to start the recording by acknowledging the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and pay our respects to elders past and present. I'm meeting with you all on Boonwurrung land, and we recognise the impact that lung disease and lung cancer has on Indigenous Australians. So if you have any questions about the presentation today, or you would like a copy of the slides, please feel free to email me at pulmonaryrehabilitation@lungfoundation.com.au, or you can visit our website, lungfoundation.com.au, to view any of the resources presented today. So I won't go into too much detail about pulmonary rehabilitation. There is another 20-minute recording that you can view that goes over some of the benefits of pulmonary rehabilitation and some of the challenges that people face accessing pulmonary rehabilitation within Australia. So pulmonary rehabilitation is the first step in a patient's exercise rehabilitation pathway. So it provides anyone with a lung condition a safe, evidence-based 6 to 8 week exercise program to help manage their condition, which can be completed in the hospital, community, at home, or via tele-rehabilitation setting. So the first resource that I will talk to you about today is our Pulmonary Rehabilitation Service Directory. So this directory is a resource for health professionals and people living with a chronic lung condition. It can help you find a pulmonary rehabilitation health service near you. So you can type your postcode in and find the closest location. So the details that are listed will have the location of the program, the cost of the program, whether it's an in-person or online program, and it might include the details of when the class is running and referral requirements. So have a look on the website. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. If you would like to have your service listed on our PR directory, you're more than welcome to email me, and I can provide you with the details required so we can get your service listed. So Lung Foundation Australia use this directory when people living with IBD come to us and they ask questions about pulmonary rehabilitation. Sometimes we have GPs and other health professionals reach out to us asking where they can refer patients to, and also just to become more aware of pulmonary rehabilitation and what the program is. So we do use it as a promotional opportunity. So feel free to have your program listed on the website. The service directory also includes information to support groups. So if you feel like a person living with a lung condition might benefit from a support group, feel free to have a look on our website to see if there are any locations near you. And we also have Lungs in Action classes listed on the service directory. So Lungs in Action is a maintenance exercise class. So a patient must have completed a 6 to 8 week rotation of pulmonary rehabilitation within the past 12 months to be able to be eligible for Lungs in Action. So I'll go through Lungs in Action in a little bit more detail later on. But if you would like to see the locations that we have available, please feel free to go to our service directory. And there's almost 60 locations available at the moment. So we have recently launched the National Pulmonary Rehabilitation Strategy Framework. So that was launched earlier this year, and the framework focuses on building awareness of the benefits of PR and establishing and documenting the case for change in the provision of funding of services so that they're available and accessible for all who could benefit from a quality pulmonary rehabilitation program. We really want to ensure that access is equitable. So no matter what location someone is in, their circumstance, their lung condition, any cultural or language aspects, or their choice of mode of PR delivery, we want to make sure that it is accessible to all Australians. So this document contains over 30 activities to improve the uptake and delivery of pulmonary rehabilitation in Australia. And there are 4 key action areas that we aim to work towards. So the 4 action areas included are image and awareness of pulmonary rehabilitation, data and service quality, improving access, and funding mechanisms. So they're the 4 areas that the activities are on. And if you feel like this aligns with what your health service is doing, feel free to help us support this work, and we can help support you in delivering any of these activities as well. So feel free to reach out to me and we can discuss how we might be able to work together to improve access and the quality of PR within Australia. We do have a pulmonary rehabilitation toolkit available. This is an education resource for health professionals that helps you get started and maintain your pulmonary rehabilitation program. So you can really go here for evidence-based recommendations. The Getting Started tab focuses on helping you set up your program and includes the Australia and New Zealand clinical practice guidelines for pulmonary rehabilitation. Then there is a tab for patient assessment. So there is information on how to conduct your pre and post assessments for pulmonary rehabilitation to make sure that the program is safe and look at any of the benefits gained from pulmonary rehabilitation after completion. There is a tab for exercise training. So this helps you with your exercise prescription and what should be included in a 6 to 8 week pulmonary rehabilitation program. We also have topics listed for patient education. So this may range from nutrition to coping with living with a lung disease, and also managing breathlessness and many other topics. So feel free to have a look on this website to see what information you might be able to provide your patients to help them manage their lung condition. And then we also have additional resources. So any other information that might be useful to you is available on this tab. So any research and other resources external to Lung Foundation Australia. We also have pulmonary rehabilitation online training. So this is an interactive module course that you can complete in your own time. It is ESSA accredited, so it's worth 5.5 CPD points, and it will take approximately 6 to 8 hours to complete. So this will complement the PR toolkit and help provide more detailed advice on implementing a pulmonary rehabilitation program and what things you might need to consider in developing the program. So it'll help you increase your knowledge and improve your confidence delivering PR. We also have a pulmonary rehabilitation network. So any health professional working in pulmonary rehabilitation can join the network. So we have members across physiotherapists, exercise physiologists, nurses, nutritionists, mental health workers, and many other disciplines. So feel free to email me and you can join the PR network to help share important updates, provide a forum for sharing ideas. It helps facilitate peer support to new and developing programs and promote increased access to pulmonary rehabilitation across Australia. So the group meets 3 times annually for 1 hour at a time. And we also have a community of practice online where you can share any questions that you may have or any ideas that you might need to get some others' point of view on. So if you want some more information about the PR network, feel free to email me or you can go to the PR toolkit. So sorry, I should have mentioned that the Pulmonary Rehabilitation Toolkit website is pulmonaryrehab.com.au. So there is some information on there about the PR network, how to join it, what we use the network for, and if you have any other further questions, feel free to email me. So Lungs in Action is our maintenance program. So it is a safe community-based exercise class that helps people with a chronic lung condition maintain the benefits gained from pulmonary rehabilitation. So it does help people improve their fitness and stay connected with others. And to be able to participate in Lungs in Action, a patient must have completed a pulmonary rehabilitation program within the last 12 months. And then if you're an instructor and you want to enhance your skills, there is training available. So there is a theory component and a practical component if you would like to become a lungs in action instructor, and feel free to email us or visit the website for more information about what lungs in action entails and how you might be able to refer your patients to lungs in action or become a lungs in action provider. We do have a COPD-X handbook and concise guide. So these resources are the clinical practice guide for managing COPD in Australia and addresses 5 key areas, clinical practice areas for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So this includes a case finding and confirming diagnosis, optimizing function, preventing deterioration, developing a plan of care, and managing exacerbations. So if you would like to have a look at the guide, it is available on our website. So there is the handbook and a concise guide. And recently launched just last month is the COPD clinical care standards. So the goal of these standards is to reduce potentially preventable hospitalizations and improve overall outcomes for people with COPD by supporting best practice in the assessment and management of COPD, including exacerbations. And it also aims to increase the consideration of palliative care needs of people with COPD to support symptom management and improve quality of life. So why this is particularly important for pulmonary rehabilitation is that it has been included as Quality Statement 5. So the clinical care standards recommend that a person with COPD is referred for pulmonary rehabilitation. If the person has been hospitalised for a COPD exacerbation, they should be referred to pulmonary rehabilitation on discharge and should commence the program within 4 weeks. So this is going to be a great resource to help encourage people to complete pulmonary rehabilitation. It might help increase referrals to pulmonary rehabilitation, just raising awareness within health professionals and also for people living with a lung condition. We do acknowledge that there are waiting lists for PR programs as well. So hopefully this might help us increase the allied health workforce and capacity to upskill people in pulmonary rehabilitation. Lung Foundation Australia do have lots of health professional, patient and carer resources available on our website. So feel free to go and have a look. We cover all lung conditions and lung cancer. So particularly for people living with COPD, we do have COPE available, which is a free online course for people living with a lung condition, or people living with COPD. So the course can help people understand COPD and how to manage it, and provides easy to read information, tips, and is a guide throughout their journey. So the 6 interactive modules cover what is COPD, staying well with COPD, COPD medicines, exercise, managing breathlessness, and looking after your mental well-being. So you can show this resource to your patients, and they might like to use it as a tool to help them in the self-management of COPD. So our website does contain a lot of information both for health professionals, patients and carers. So feel free to have a look. If you have any questions about today and anything that has been discussed, or you'd like a copy of the slides, again, please feel free to email me. Thank you for listening to this presentation to help see how pulmonary rehabilitation is run in the Australian context and some of the resources that we do have available for health professionals and consumers. Please feel free to reach out at any time. Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Hayley and I'm from Lung Foundation Australia, and today we'll be discussing pulmonary rehabilitation in the Australian context. and I'm lucky to be joined today by Professor Jennifer Ellison, who is a physiotherapist and the current chair of the Australian Pulmonary Rehabilitation Network, with extensive experience in research and delivering PR. We also have Huey Sen, who is a pulmonary rehabilitation physiotherapist working at Wollongong Hospital, and John Ruddle, who is a member of Lung Foundation Australia's COPD Consumer Advisory Committee and has previously completed pulmonary rehabilitation. He also runs a lung support group for people with a lung condition in Australia. So before we get started, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and pay our respects to elders past and present. I'm meeting with you on Boon Wurrung land today, and we recognise the impact that lung disease and lung cancer has on Indigenous Australians. So today, to start this meeting, Jenny, do you mind talking to us about the gold standard of PR in Australia?
Thanks, Hayley. Thanks for the introduction. And yes, I'd like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who might be listening to this today. Yes, pulmonary rehab, the gold standard in Australia is that it's a 6 to 8 week program where patients come twice a week for supervised exercise and education. And it's run by an experienced health professional, usually a physiotherapist or an accredited exercise physiologist, and maybe with nursing input as well. And when people come to pulmonary rehab, the very first thing that happens is that there's an assessment. And in that assessment, the therapist will ask about, your medical history, may do a spirometry if you haven't had a recent spirometry, and then assess your exercise capacity. That's usually done with a field walking test, like a 6-minute walk test. And in that test, if you're a patient, you only do it at your pace. So don't feel like it's a tough test to do. It's just to assess how you are managing with your ability to walk. Then we also do ask you to do a questionnaire to try and figure out how your lung condition is impacting your quality of life. And we might ask you to do a small survey also on anxiety and depression and stress. So that's the baseline assessment. And from that assessment, we design an exercise program. And that's very much based on the endurance exercise training is very much based on your 6-minute walk test. So again, when we design it, it's individually tailored to you to make sure that it is not too difficult, but also will help you to improve your exercise capacity. And we do a strength training program as well, which is based on the amount of work or strength that you have at this moment and to try and build that strength up. And the education component is very important too. And we really try and cover at least these 7 topics that I'm going to talk to you about. So we want you to understand how the lungs work and what goes wrong with the lungs when you have COPD, why you're on certain medications, and particularly how to take those medications if they're by inhalers, because that's a really important thing to get that medication to where it can be effective. And also, most people with COPD, not most, all people with COPD should have an action plan as to what to do if you start to feel worse. And that's often to do with how you step up your medications. And so we'd go through that with you as well. As well as that, we want you to understand why exercise is so important. So there's some information about that, and how to manage your breathlessness. Healthy eating is another topic, and managing anxiety and stress, because sometimes that can make you feel worse if you get very anxious. And then you come to the program for the 6 to 8 weeks, twice a week, and then we reassess at the end of the program to see what the improvements have been, to let you know how well you've done, but also to feed back to your referring doctor as to your progress. And when you finish the program, we would then give you advice on how to maintain the gains that you have achieved. So that's more the gold standard of program.
Thanks, Jenny. So that is largely centre-based in a health service. Do you have any other alternative forms of pulmonary rehabilitation that might help ensure equitable access to PR?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yes, there's certainly some very good evidence now that things like telerehabilitation can be effective. So that means that usually you have maybe a centre-based assessment, but you can do all your rehabilitation either like this on a video link where the therapist can see you, and you might work even in a group who are all scattered around Australia maybe, and you can do your rehabilitation individually tailored, but with a group, and we call that through video conferencing. Or there's evidence around what we call home base, where you do an assessment and then a physiotherapist comes to your home and helps you figure out how to do the program in your home, and you get followed up by a telephone call. And then we are developing some apps where on your phone you can get the program and you do a centre-based assessment, but all the exercises are done through your mobile phone or your iPad, and the physiotherapist would ring you every week to follow up and to make sure that things are going okay with you. And the education component of that is through all the wonderful education that the Lung Foundation has on their website.
Great, thank you. Would you be able to talk through some of the benefits of pulmonary rehabilitation for people living with COPD?
Yeah, and that is really important, because that's probably the most important thing, that if people attend a program, we have incredibly high level evidence that it's effective. So what patients see or feel is that they improve symptoms of breathlessness and fatigue, so less breathlessness, less fatigue in every day, improved exercise capacity, able to do more with the lung function that they've got, and improvements in quality of life. And those are really important things. And one of the important research outcomes is that if people attend pulmonary rehab after they've been in hospital for an exacerbation, they are 52% less likely to go back to hospital, so to be readmitted. So that is a really important finding, that, and why we encourage people to attend pulmonary rehabilitation after being in hospital. You know, what we're trying to do with pulmonary rehab is help people with COPD to live their life to the maximum within the capacity of their lungs. So it is a very comprehensive program, and really important to know that that's a very significant part of management of COPD. Yeah, thanks, Hayley.
Great, thank you, Jenny. And John, in your experience completing pulmonary rehabilitation, what did you feel you gained from the exercise program and education program?
At the beginning of it, I thought I was quite ill. I got assessed. I did the exercises that were assessed for me to do. I then looked at the education, which I found very important. Not only did it tell you how to live with COPD, you had dietitians telling you the correct food you should be eating. You had pharmacy explaining what all about your medical medications, and also if you use an inhaler, to make sure you use a spacer with it and the correct procedure to do that. You then have mental health, because once you get COPD, your whole life changes. And mental health, these people more or less advise you the correct way of trying to change your lifestyle to suit your medical problem. I find it quite interesting. I thought it was a great program to do. Even at the end, they ask you if you like to, you can come back and do another 2 weeks maintenance program to make sure that you're doing the exercises the correct way that you should be doing. The main thing I got is that you don't just do this. You also need to do crosswords or Sudoku or something else to keep your mind going and your brain going to try to survive. At the end of it, you're told to go home, keep taking your medication and keep doing exercises. And if you don't do that, you deteriorate. And because COPD is not curable, you need to do these things to keep it under control. And the main thing is that you're the person with COPD, you're the person who's got to look after your own life, and you're the person who should be doing the pulmonary rehab program. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John. And are there any challenges that you're aware of that people face in trying to access PR in Australia?
Yes, the main problem at present, we understand that you need to go through the hospital system to get referred to pulmonary rehab. I understand it's in the process of being changed, where GPs and specialists are also going to be able to refer you to the program. But at present, it's just through the hospital.
Yeah. So there's challenges, people getting into the pulmonary rehab programs and completing
yes
PR program. Yeah. Which goes back to Jenny's point of alternative models of care and trying to have PR accessible in other forms like telerehabilitation or through an app. So
yes.
that we're starting to broaden this in the Australian landscape.
I think if they bring in these other programs, people in the remote areas will have a better chance of doing the rehab. And some people can't travel, and it's a good thing for them to be able to do the exercise at home rather than do the travelling. So it is a good idea if the others come into effect.
Great. Thank you, John. And Huey, I might go to you next. So from a clinical perspective, when do you think people should be referred to participate in PR?
Yeah, so Jenny touched on it. It is really important, even the most important, if you're going to hospital with a flare up of your, COPD, your lung condition, that is an optimal time to be in touch with a pulmonary rehabilitation program. The research actually advises within 4 weeks that you should start a program. And I think to refer back to John, that is most of our referrals come from there. We do still encourage as much as possible that GPs or respiratory specialists or even cardiac specialists and anyone try and refer and engage with your local program, because it does fluctuate in terms of where you live, and we are trying to standardize that a bit more, but at present there is a bit of variability across Australia. I think it is also important that once you're diagnosed or you have symptoms of breathlessness, that you ask your doctor, to investigate, and if you do have that diagnosed, to refer on, so you don't have to necessarily have had a hospital stay. You might be waiting a little bit longer, but it's still worthwhile to attend the program. And the reason is for all what Jenny and John mentioned. It's not just the exercise, but the education, knowing about your lung condition, knowing about what symptoms are kind of more relative to you, and how it kind of fluctuates on a bit of a scale, so that if you do become unwell, you're getting on top of it straight away.
Great, thank you. And do you have any advice on empowering the person living with the lung condition to ask questions and lead the conversation and take more of that empowerment approach to their healthcare?
Yeah, so as a physiotherapist, we really value, when I refer to the term health promotion, it's the program over the 6 or 8 weeks is really also about teaching you good habits around eating, around exercising. How does that fit into your day-to-day life? Because everyone's very different. And so, we are trying to promote that type of behavior through all our tips and making exercise and these eating habits look feasible for your level. And whether you can only walk 10 meters or you can walk 500 meters, all of that advice is tailored to you. And so hopefully when you leave or you're about to leave, your body misses exercise. Hopefully we've done the right job within the 4 weeks. That's what we want to kind of instill. We also want people to feel confident that they know about their lung condition, and so that if they were to meet a new doctor or a new allied health professional, or even their neighbor next door, that they can talk about it comfortably. And we really want to empower people to be comfortable with that, because word of mouth is the best promotion. And we want people to know that COPD is very manageable if you can get into the right contact with the right people. I think part of the group is also looking at who else is in the group and, making, lifelong friends, but also seeing, people can exercise with oxygen or people using a walker, and they look like me, and it's okay that they're here and they make improvements. I think that social aspect is really, really important as well. And I think, yeah, it's just really building confidence, not only to exercise, but to ask those questions. And I think the final thing I'll touch on is in most groups, especially the centre hospital-based ones, we will take your blood pressure, your oxygen levels, and your heart rate, and everyone is at different levels. So we do try and get the patients to write that down if they're able, or to know their normal numbers, and so that when if they are monitoring at home or if they become unwell, they're the ones that know about what is normal for them, and they can then hopefully in turn educate the person that they're talking to, so that they're the benefits of the program as well.
Great, thank you. So we know that sometimes people do not feel they feel they're not ready to start PR, or that exercise might not be something that's for them, or they're not well enough to complete PR. Does anyone have any advice to anyone who might be listening who is either scared to take that first step, or what might help them in starting PR?
I think the main thing about it is a lot of people don't know about it.
Mm.
And I'd say a lot of GPs also don't know about it. So it's about educating these people too, and trying to get the message across there that if you've got a problem with COPD, your health is not too good, what is the next step? And who do you go to try to find out what to do next? And I think that's where we should be looking at, to try to get the message across there, to try to help all these people.
And I think one thing, John, I couldn't agree more with all that, to try and raise the profile so people know it's available and how important it is and what a difference it makes, because it is really the most effective non-pharmacological treatment for COPD. So we really need to get that message out. The other thing I was just going to say is, we mentioned the word exercise, but remember that just being more physically active in your day is a really important thing. So if you can't get into a program straight away, think about ways that you could just be more physically active. I love to think, I love the phrase, use your home as your gym. So if you need to go and get a cup of tea, you might do some little squats while you're waiting for the kettle to boil. You might say, oh, I can't be bothered going back up the stairs. But if you see it as a way to get a bit more exercise or physical activity in your day, you choose to say, oh, that's a positive, So trying to increase your physical activity, because we know that people who are more physically active actually do better, not only in general health, but in people with COPD, it can be a really big benefit. So again, thinking about staying physically active, but going to a program helps you understand how you can manage even being more physically active or doing exercise and managing your breathlessness and doing more. So it's a balancing of that, but certainly in everyday activities to encourage you or your loved ones who have COPD to be a bit more physically active can make a real difference.
Great. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. It's been great to discuss pulmonary rehab in the Australian context, and I appreciate all your time today. So thank you, Jenny, John, and Huey, for your time.
Thanks, Hayley.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks to all those from Lung Foundation Australia for those two presentations. You'll learn a lot from Lung Foundation Australia and their website, which I've dropped into their chat. It's full of resources for healthcare professionals and for patients. So the website's there, lungfoundationaustralia.com.au. Next up today is a topic that's much talked about in patient groups, and it's about oxygen and the oxygen requirements for COPD patients. So I had a conversation with an expert on this, Mike Hess. Many of you who know, he's the oxygen guy. He also runs an event called the World Oxygen Day. So I'll bring in Mike, and please enjoy my conversation with Mike Hess.
So welcome everybody to an In Conversation With for the World COPD Day Big Baton Pass event 2024. So today we're going to be talking about the benefits of using portable oxygen and just a general conversation about oxygen. And we've got two really well-informed speakers to have a conversation with. So we've got Mike Hess and Russell Winwood. I'll let them both do an introduction about themselves so that we hear their backgrounds and kind of how they kind of relate to all of this in terms of their roles and where they, what their experiences are. So I'm just going to bring Mike in. Hello, Mike. And Russell. Hello, Russell. So as I say, we're here to talk about oxygen and just have a general discussion around the benefits of using portable oxygen. So I guess some intros would be great, and then we can dive into a conversation. So Mike, coming to you, a little bit about you and who you are, where you work and what you do.
Certainly. My name is Mike Hess. I'm a respiratory therapist by training and currently with the COPD Foundation, where I am Senior Director of Advocacy and Regulatory Affairs. And I lead our oxygen advocacy, education, and innovation initiatives, including our World Oxygen Day campaign.
Fabulous. And Russell, can I bring you in?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good to see you both. Russell Woodman's my name. I'm also known as a COPD athlete, basically because I'm a COPD patient, and I like to consider myself still an athlete. My experience for this conversation comes in due to the fact that I am an oxygen user, so very interested to participate and also learn.
Yeah, I think both gentlemen have just undersold themselves. Russell is more than just an oxygen user. He uses oxygen and does amazing things whilst using oxygen. So he does marathons and other long distance events that, we wouldn't usually see people who are using oxygen doing. So he's coming to this with a lot of experience of using oxygen, and Mike's coming with a lot of insights and knowledge around oxygen. So yeah, we've got two really well educated, really well informed people to have this conversation with. So that's great. So I guess place to start, how do oxygen concentrators, particularly the portable ones, I guess, how do they work? How would you explain them to somebody if they were asking you?
Yeah, it's interesting that you ask that because last summer I actually toured one of the facilities of the manufacturers of portable concentrators, and I was with a group of some of the the leading minds in respiratory and pulmonary in the U.S. and nobody really knew how the things worked, and it's just one of those things that we kind of think we plug it in and it just kind of goes. And conventionally, that's what a lot of oxygen is. We plug a meter into the wall or we hook up to a tank and the oxygen just comes out. But the way these concentrators work is they actually draw in the air around us, which is about 21% oxygen. And then I call it the box of rocks. They actually pass it through a special kind of mineral that absorbs most of the nitrogen from the air, and then passes the remaining oxygen into a compressor. The compressor takes that, pushes it down, really concentrates it, and then that's what gets delivered to the end user. Now, the bigger machines that sit on the floor, we call them stationary concentrators. Those have very big filters in there, very, very big molecular filters in there, and they can give us a continuous flow of oxygen. Again, just like you might get from, if you're in the hospital and you're getting it out of the wall or from a compressed gas tank. The portable devices, because they're smaller, those filters are smaller, and so they can't filter as much air as the bigger units can. And so what they do in order to conserve that is they only deliver oxygen when you inhale. There's a little sensor in there that when you take a breath in, it gives you that puff of breath. So in theory, it's not wasted. There's a whole physiological argument that why that might not be ideal. But again, that's kind of the state of technology right now. And that's how those work and end up lasting a little bit longer.
That's such a nice description of how they work. I guess, Russ, you're a user of these machines, these devices. How has it been explained to you? How has it been explained to you as somebody who hasn't been to see how they are made or how they work and been to these facilities? How is that what you expected or what you know how they work?
Well, actually, I have been and seen how they're made and the whole manufacturing process. So I am aware of how they are manufactured and what they're used for. I think interesting for me when I travel with oxygen, quite often the comment is, "Where's your tanks?" So people think because you're traveling with oxygen, you've got oxygen tanks, but obviously they don't work like that. And the way they work, as Mike's just explained, is very useful because it can be used in every setting. Because you can draw outside air in from anywhere and convert it into oxygen, which is what we need. I think also Mike just touched on the sensors they have to detect the breath. Units can be different in how they do that. And we can get onto that later on when it comes to exercise, how that can be a pitfall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess that leads into what are some of the key features of portable concentrators? We've touched on that a little bit, but I guess if you were going to talk to someone about the different ways of delivering oxygen therapy, how would you describe a portable concentrator versus, your static concentrator?
Obviously they're going to be smaller. And so generally speaking, when we usually talk about a portable concentrator, we're talking about one of the ones that you might see on TV that kind of goes in a shoulder strap or in a backpack and is very, very relatively lightweight and really very portable. There are some slightly bigger ones that are more along the size of like a carry-on suitcase or something along those lines that are still technically portable. I usually call those more luggable because they're a little bit more ungainly to deal with. But yeah, so you're going to want something that has sufficient battery life, because again, these are designed to be where you're out and about, or depending on your mode of travel, you may use one of the the car adapters. We used to call them cigarette lighter adapters when cars still came with. Fortunately, they don't anymore, but when they still came with cigarette lighters, you may be able to plug them in for something like that. But to be truly portable, you're going to want to have something that's got a pretty solid battery. Plenty of alarms that tell you when your battery's getting low, when the filter life is getting ready to expire, all those sorts of things. And then the other thing to keep in mind is each manufacturer has a little bit different size of puff. It's measured in milliliters, but each company has a different way to do that. And so you're going to want to try to find out which ones are giving you the most appropriate size puff, and go from there. And the last thing that's really important to remember is those puffs come out usually as a setting. These portable concentrators will have a number on them that is 1, 2, 3, or 4, that can manage the puff size a little bit. Oftentimes people get very confused because the numbers on a stationary concentrator or on a tank are the same. Those are measuring how many liters every minute are coming out of that source. But the things on a portable concentrator, because it's not continuous, it's just a number. That setting 2 is bigger than setting 1. And so I usually look at it as, the numbers on like a volume dial, like on a radio or your car radio or your TV or whatever it is. They're just relative. They are not the same as a continuous flow number, although many people will tell you that they are. They most definitely are not.
Yeah. So I guess coming to the battery life piece, I guess Russ, as somebody who exercises on his oxygen, but exercises for a prolonged period of time, I guess, what's your experiences of battery life? And I guess what are you looking for in a device? What are the key features you're looking for? What are you looking for when you think about portable oxygen?
Yeah, there's a number of things to consider, and just backing up what Mike said, very early days, there was a lot of confusion about settings and it being litres per minute and not actually just settings. And I think some patients still get a little bit confused about that. So talking about that is good to make patients understand. When it comes to battery life, you've got different considerations. So for me, generally, if I'm travelling by air, I think the standards are still globally that you have to travel with 150% of battery life. I think that's universal everywhere. So you have to work out how long you're going to be using your concentrator for. And that can be different for people as well. So some people will use it as soon as they get on the plane. Other people will wait till they take off or even get to altitude before they use it. Myself, I like to titrate my oxygen requirements into what I need, because I like playing with data and gauges and all sorts of things. So you don't really have to do that. I'm just a bit weird when it comes to that sort of thing. But also, when you're using it for exercise, the climate you live in will play a part. So if you've got a hotter day, that battery life won't be as long as what it is on a colder day. So they're sorts of things you've got to factor in when you're looking at a concentrator and what your needs are. But if you're buying through a reputable supplier and a reputable brand, those sort of things should really be covered with you when you're purchasing a concentrator.
Mm-hmm. Fab. And I guess one of the things you've both just mentioned is pulse oximeters, so the little device. I guess, what role does that play when thinking about oxygen and oxygen therapy and titrating oxygen?
Yeah, I'll take that from the clinical perspective again. Russ can speak to the patient perspective. It's important to remember that there is a disconnect between being short of breath and having low oxygen levels. And that's another thing that often gets confused or you're never really taught properly. There are a lot of reasons somebody with a breathing problem can be short of breath, or, really anybody. It can be, having air trapped in your lungs. It can be because you're anxious, because you've got air, you're short of breath. And, there's a lot of things that go into that. Oxygen won't fix any of those other things. So you have to use a pulse oximeter to really see where your oxygen is and to see if that's what could be the root cause of your shortness of breath. And similarly, you might be, you might have low oxygen levels and be breathing relatively normally. The human body is remarkably adaptive, and some people kind of get used to that, even though there's still some damage going on and some risk to the organs. You may not have any symptoms for that. So it's really important to keep an eye on that with, as Russ was saying, some objective data that comes from a pulse oximeter.
Yeah, I think
from
my perspective,
Russ mentioned about titrating. Do you want to come in on that, Russ?
Yeah. So from my perspective, I like to know what I need, and so for me, I know that I can travel by air, and I won't start to really desaturate until I get to altitude. So I didn't know that until I started actually testing my pulse ox when I was flying. So I like to know those sorts of things, but also as far as activity-wise, if I'm training for a marathon, then my oxygen requirements at the start of that training program is going to be different to what it is at the end of the training program. And I guess you can both talk to that. The more conditioned your body becomes, then hopefully what you're looking for is the less dependent you're going to be on oxygen. So, a pulse oximeter is a very valuable device in learning all these things.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I guess you just touched on it there, Russ, about you obviously exercise on oxygen. So I guess either of you really coming in about kind of why is it important for some people to use oxygen when they're on the move, flying, exercising, doing general daily activities if they desaturate so their oxygen levels drop, doing general day-to-day activity. Why is it important to use oxygen? What's the evidence? What we saying it's going to help them with?
Yeah, so from a scientific clinical perspective, the biggest issue is you have to remember that your body has your cells have two main fuels, sugar and oxygen. You really need a lot of those to operate properly. And if you're starving your cells of oxygen, then for example, your heart is going to try and find a way to deliver that more efficiently. And that usually means pumping harder, pumping faster, and so on and so forth. And if it's doing that continuously because it just can't keep up because you have another condition that's preventing you from taking in enough oxygen, then that's going to lead to some other changes in your body. Probably most notably a condition called pulmonary hypertension, where some of the blood vessels that go between the heart and the lungs, they can inflame, there are a lot of issues that go on, and it increases the pressure in there. And then that causes all kinds of other serious effects. A good friend of mine said, why would I want to give myself another chronic condition when I'm already dealing with COPD and, who knows what else? So that's one of his motivators for using oxygen therapy. We also know that low oxygen levels put you at risk for problems with your brain, ranging from simple brain fog all the way up to an increased risk of stroke. Again, your body needs oxygen, and so you wouldn't really want to starve your car of gas or I suppose electricity in this day and age. So you really shouldn't starve your cells of one of their fuels also.
Yeah, love those analogies. That's really, really helpful. And I guess, Russ, from your perspective, using oxygen to exercise or do the things that you want to do safely, I guess, what does it feel like from your perspective, like the value that brings or kind of what role it plays for you?
I'd put it in the context that when I first needed oxygen for exercise and didn't realise it, I felt like someone was letting the air pressure out of my tyres, because you would run along and then all of a sudden there was just a complete lack of energy, and you'd think, what's going on here? And that's what it was like. And then, lo and behold, I discovered what the problem was. So I was able to put the air back into the tyres, so to speak. And, for me, that's how it works. So the other thing is that I think patients have to look at is the freedom or the independence that using oxygen can create. And that's not only with exercise, it's just day-to-day living, the things you can do that might become hard because you need oxygen, well, there's ways around it. So, there's a lot of good uses for portable oxygen, obviously stationary oxygen as well.
Yeah, that's great. It's so nice to have you both here because it's giving us that kind of clinical, that kind of evidence perspective, and then also the perspective of somebody who is using oxygen as a therapy to manage COPD. I don't think we can finish this conversation without firstly mentioning Mike's jumper. I noticed that partway through this conversation, and I've been really excited to mention it. That's firstly so good. And secondly, at the start of this conversation, you mentioned World Oxygen Day. Now I know this is World COPD Day, and this conversation is happening to support the broadcast for the Baton Pass for that day. But I guess why World Oxygen Day? Why is it something that you feel so passionate about? Why is it something, for, I guess, 2025 now? Why we should be looking to that day and what's it going to bring in terms of oxygen awareness for you?
Yeah, so we've known for a while now that there are tremendous barriers for people to get the oxygen therapy that they need. In the U.S., sometimes it comes down to our reimbursement policies with our healthcare system. They've literally put some of our suppliers out of business or made some of the equipment not available anymore. In other parts of the world, there have been oxygen shortages. In hospital settings where buildings have literally run out of oxygen during the pandemic. And then there are other parts of the world where they just cannot get access to oxygen or the necessary equipment. I was actually just reading a story about a girl, I believe I want to say Kenya, a country in Africa, who lives in a very rural space that does not have consistent electricity. She had tuberculosis and now has post-tuberculosis syndrome, needs supplemental oxygen, but can't leave the hospital because she can't go home and use oxygen equipment. She's lived in a hospital for 2 years. So, and she's, I believe, 14 years old. So we know that there are devastating issues with oxygen access around the world. And there hadn't really been a good, consistent campaign to draw attention to that. There have been some things focused on, the acute care setting, some on the long-term setting, but we wanted to really try to bring and manufacturers and governmental organizations and advocacy groups and everything else kind of together with one mission under one umbrella. And we thought the best way to do that would be to have a campaign like World Oxygen Day. We've seen success with other days like COPD Day, where we can kind of have that as a touchstone for an entire year's worth of other stuff going on, and maybe use it as a milestone or a milepost to see, okay, what have we done over the last 12 months, and what are we going to do over the next 12 months? And so this year in 2024, this was our second annual observance of it. We actually did have a great global audience. We've seen social media posts from at least 44 different countries. We had some great webinars from different parts of the world, and we're really looking forward to continuing to build that network and really strive to A, improve access for everybody, but B, take lessons learned from one part of the world and apply them elsewhere. We often have this big divide between what we usually call high-income countries and then the low and middle-income countries. But there are things that are being done for those low and middle-income countries that can be very beneficial to rural parts of high-income countries, or for things like disaster response, because that puts regions of the country, back into those low resource settings. So our goal with World Oxygen Day is to, again, advocate for everybody to get what they need, to fight for better innovation, and increased technological advancement. And again, just to make everybody aware of the importance of oxygen therapy. We like to say that everybody needs oxygen, but some bodies need a little bit more, and we should be getting that for them.
Love that. I think we'll end there. Thank you both for your time. That was a really, really helpful conversation. I feel like I'm having quite a few of these in relation to World COPD Day and the Baton Pass. I'm just getting to have lots of good conversations with people. So thank you both for your time. Mike, thank you for wearing that jumper. And we look forward to World Oxygen Day next year and seeing that global campaign grow and grow. So thank you both again, and happy World COPD Day.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks to Ruth and Mike for that really good talk about oxygen. I know I learned a lot myself with that discussion. We're going to cross now back to the treadmill again as soon as we can find it. There we go. Back again. So my brother Barry's on the treadmill down. Give us a wave, Barry, if you can hear me. There he goes. So we're approaching 30,000 steps so far, which is pretty cool. Very happy about that. I don't know where we're going to end up. I might put the pressure on them later on and see if we can end up maybe over 150,000 steps for our 24-hour period. So we'll wait and see what happens. Next up, we have a really interesting story with a good friend of mine, Helen Curlis. Helen's a respiratory nurse. She works in New South Wales Health, and she's had quite a health journey herself. She's been an asthmatic all her life, but unfortunately, due to COVID, her lung disease got progressively worse to the point now she would be considered a COPD patient. And Helen's talking about her journey, what she does, her journey, and how exercise has been a major contributor for her to be able to maintain a reasonable quality of life and still being able to work and being a mother. So it's a really moving story. I urge you all to sit through and watch it. So please sit back and enjoy Helen's story. Okay, so today for the Baton Pass series of interviews, we've got a good friend of mine, Helen Curlis. Since we've known each other, I think now, Helen, for 7 years, 6 or 7 years?
7, 8 years, something like that.
Yeah, it's been a while. But your story is a really interesting one, and obviously I've watched your journey from afar, from about 1,000 kilometres north of you. And I just think it's a really good one to share with not only other healthcare professionals, but patients as well. But can you give me a bit of a background about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, sure. So you've already told everyone I'm Helen. I am 50 this year and proud to be 50. I'm a wife and a mum. I have 3 teenage kids and a couple of dogs and the whole domestic thing going on. I'm also a registered nurse and have been since the late 1990s. And I'm currently what's called the Respiratory Network Manager for New South Wales Health, which sort of looks at quality and safety improvements in healthcare in the respiratory space. I myself was diagnosed with asthma when I was 18 months old, and then as the asthma space progressed and things progressed for me as I grew older and spent a lot of time in hospitals and all of that sort of thing, back before they had any of the great drugs we have now, I was diagnosed with severe asthma. And when I first met Russell, I was on a pretty rugged journey with my asthma. It was really quite out of control, very uncontrolled. And, I was very inactive because of it, very overweight because of it. And you were very much an inspiration to me, Russell. I thought, well, if you can do it, I can do it too. And I've also had the benefit of all the fabulous biologic drugs that are now on the market that can help us people with severe asthma when we targeted with the right ones, and that's been a great benefit. But one of the things that's been a real turnaround for me has been embedding exercise into my life, and it has improved my quality of life. And I lost 55 kilos doing it, and went to running 5 kilometers a day and swimming 2Ks 3 nights a week. And if it were not for that, I think things would be much worse than what they were. And I think that when I did exacerbate, the exacerbations would be more severe and last longer. I find that I've got a lot more resilience now when I do have an exacerbation, and sadly they still do happen. There's still all sorts of viruses around and about the place. So that's kind of my story and where I'm at. And because I was a registered nurse for a long time, I still am, but in the role I'm in, it's not strictly a nursing role. I was a registered nurse for a long time and spent the majority of my time in intensive care, which is where we see the worst of everything. So I saw the worst of what asthma can look like from the other end. I've been at that worst at my own personal end, but I know what it's like to be a clinician at the other end too. So it's a really interesting perspective to come from both angles, and probably gave me more drive than what it would had I only had one or the other, to say, no, I've got to do what I can to turn things around for myself.
And I guess that's the interesting part, that you come of it from so many different angles, and that you already knew that exercise was going to help you, but you put it into practice and you've made it work for you. But I want to rewind back a little bit to, let's say, 2019. So that's when you were doing a lot of exercise by memory. You were talking about running a marathon together and things like that. So health-wise, how did you feel at that time?
At that time, I think I was doing pretty well. I had the odd wobble here and there, but, I was doing pretty well. But then 2020 hit, and as we know, COVID came with that. That was a very busy time in my personal career. Being a respiratory manager, we were, trying to manage all things COVID, from basically the hospital environment, the community environment, working out what the clinical guidelines were for a virus we'd never seen before, and planning and all sorts of things, education, you name it, we did it. And it was a very busy time, and luckily I sort of was able to avoid it, because at that time we had a lot of mitigations in place across the whole society about how we exposed ourselves or avoided COVID, including, there was some homeschooling going on, or when the kids did go to school, they were masking, everyone was masking in public, all of those sorts of things. And then in 2021, it started to relax a little bit, and they stopped masking in schools. And my darling daughter came home. At the time, she would have been about 10 or 11. And she, pretty quickly I worked out, I wonder if this is COVID. And we tested her, and she tested positive. And at the time, I was only coming off the back of an exacerbation. And so I was still on a fair amount of steroids, a bit immunosuppressed. And it wasn't long before I tested positive too. And COVID and severe asthma lungs, they just don't mix nicely. And so I ended up in intensive care, and that was really quite a scary experience too. But, it took me a while to rebuild back from that. And, one of the consequences of having had a COVID infection is it makes you a little bit more vulnerable to other sorts of infections, so I copped quite a few respiratory infections throughout that year. So, but the constant was that, my inpatient team recognised how important exercise had been to me and to keeping me as well as what I was with my lung function, as poor as what it was. So they knew that I was going to walk the halls, and then when I was feeling a bit better, I was going to start walking outside, and there was an oval directly outside the hospital, and I would walk around the oval, even, tugging the oxygen bottle if I had to, but they were very supportive of that, because they knew that I was experienced, had good clinical judgment of my own, and how important exercise had been for me for my disease recovery. So since then I've been back into it and back to doing it. And, for me, it's the start to the day that I need, not only for, my own sort of physical disease, but I have realised over time how much it helps me mentally. It prepares me for the day. It gets me sort of, into that energetic space, ready to tackle the day, because the days are busy and long, both, from a work perspective and a home perspective. And I've realised that when I'm, running along or even swimming in the pool, I'm thinking about pieces of work and projects I'm doing or research I might be involved in. And, I might have a good idea here or there, and I'll come home and fire off some emails. So I really underestimated at the start, I think, just how much it can benefit your mental health as well.
Absolutely. And I think what's important for me to get that message across of where you've come from, I think there was, a lot of people in the community that thought that, COVID was just another cold and it wasn't that serious, and that it only affected the really vulnerable, old, frail people. But that wasn't you. I mean, you're a young woman who was active. Yes, you had asthma, but I think asthma affects 1 in 4 people in Australia.
Yeah.
So
right.
it affects a lot of people. So, and I think that's the thing that really hits home to me. You were a severe asthmatic who got COVID and ended up in intensive care, but you knew how to manage your illness, and you're able to get back to where you are now.
Yeah.
Mentally, how much of a battle was that? Because I would imagine I saw some of the photos and you're very sick. So it must have taken a lot to get back to where you were. And was there any time where you just thought, I've had enough? I don't want this anymore.
Look, it's easy to think I've had enough, I think, but I think I've always seen it, lately, particularly in the last couple of years, and certainly since, meeting you, and also since knowing what I know and experiencing what I've experienced, like you don't get to make the choice about enough, because this, you're stuck with a chronic disease, whether you like it or not. Chronic is chronic. It means it's there. It's all the time. There is no cure. There is no fix-all. I think the most frustrating thing is, and particularly because, when you are well known and people know you and, they have to be involved in your care as well, they want to fix everything. And chronic disease, if we could fix asthma, we would have fixed it a long time ago, I've been through all the things. I've been looked after by the doctor who discovered biologics and won a World Asthma Award, Dr. Peter Gibson, or Professor as he was, now in retirement, I believe. But, everything that was fixable had been fixed, yet people will still try, and they can't resist that urge to fix things, and I know from being a nurse, it's what you want to do. That's what you're hardwired to do, to fix everything. But at some point, I guess, as clinicians, we have to get better at understanding chronic disease as being chronic, as what is the best we can do. And the best we can do might not be that we can fix it, but we can learn to live with it well. And I think that's the important message that I would send to anybody. Learn to live with it as well as you can. Because even if you think you can't, there's always something that you can do, and it might not be the big stuff like you and I have gone and done, but it might be something. I told you.
The kids are home.
That's the wireless door alarm. I'll just let her out. So there might be something that you can do. It might be gradually walking up to, learning to get to your letterbox and back without getting short of breath. Whatever that thing is for you that you really want to do it. work out how you can make a plan to do it, and be kind to yourself when you're doing it. No one's judging you, and if they are, whatever, you walk in my shoes before you judge me. Be kind to yourself and you will get there.
Absolutely. And that's an important message. And I guess for you, for where you got to as far as your illness, getting back into exercise would have been a very slow progress. So where did you start when you made your journey back from where you were? And I ask that question because, like patients with COPD that get very sick, sometimes it's mentally just too tough because they don't see the value of any movement.
Yeah. Sorry, just 1 second. My son is being very slow to let my daughter in the door. 1 second.
You're all right. Don't you love kids?
I just adore them. No, I really, truly do. But sometimes I'm so I guess it was lockdown had started, and it was a super busy time in my work life, as you can well imagine. And I started with looking at some of the things you'd started with around diet and inflammatory markers, and what sort of foods were inflammatory, and how to feed your body so that it burns fat for fuel, and all of those sorts of things. At night watching YouTubes about it and reading the stuff that you'd sent me, and just started doing that because that was something I could control amongst all the busyness. And then I think it was June that I decided, okay, because I felt like, 55 kilos was a lot of weight to lose. So you can imagine with all that on, it was hard to sort of grapple with, I've got to start doing some exercise, I felt like I had to shed a bit of it to feel like I could exercise, if that makes sense. It wouldn't be as hard. So I got to the point where I felt like that was a good thing, but all the gyms were closed. I thought, well, I'm going to have to go walking. And because work was so busy, it's like I'm going to have to do it in the morning before work, which is super early as the sun's coming up. And you might remember some of my Twitter photos of all the frost on the grass and all of that carry on. It was June, it was cold, it was totally the wrong time to do it, but I wrapped the scarf around my face to protect myself from the cold air. And at the time, our older dog was much younger, and I'd take her for a walk. And so we just sort of started walking around the neighbourhood, and I just kept an eye on like my distance and steps, and wasn't trying to sort of get to a certain point every day. But once I realised I was actually achieving, then it was like I wouldn't stop until I got to the 5 kilometres. And then when the gyms opened up, I recognised it was a much safer environment for me to exercise in, because there are so many things about the outdoor environment I can't control, like pollen and we get a lot of bushfire blow off down here because I'm at the foot of the Blue Mountains, and things like I can't control those things, and I'm very routine orientated, and if I miss a day or two because of those things, I get worried that that good habit will slip. So I wanted to be in a controlled environment indoors to do the exercise. So I joined a local gym after, exploring them all and all of their different infection control practices. And I also wanted to join one that had a swimming pool attached. Because I had found when I was in my younger years, my parents sort of forced me into swimming when swimming was all the rage for asthma, and I remember some of the breathing exercises we did along with the swimming for that when I was younger, and, I remember them helping a bit, and I thought, well, it can't hurt to throw that into, and I actually really enjoy the swimming part of it now as well, and it's a nice break, and exercise is a different bunch of muscles and all of the things. So yeah, it was gradual, and it was sort of I was kind to myself, but I didn't let myself miss a day or anything like that. I was very, no, we're doing this. That's the end of the story. Even though it was dark and cold, I was like, no, we're doing this. So that's kind of how it started.
And it's so true, because, as we know, consistency is the key.
100%.
There's too many people, and you see where patients will go through pulmonary rehab and they'll do their 6 to 8 weeks course, and then they'll fall off the wagon, and 12 months later they end up in the back in the same program again.
Yeah.
And getting that message across that exercise should be actually part of your lifestyle and not just something you do occasionally. Can be a hard sell, especially to someone who's never exercised.
It really is, and especially if you're that bit older too, and it's hard if not as mobile. I know we look at we're starting to do a piece of work around building a model of care for pulmonary rehab in New South Wales. And I know some of the struggles we hear from our patients are that, public transport to my local hospital isn't reliable. And then when I get there, I've got to walk such a long way to the pulmonary rehab gym. I'm nearly dead by the time I get there. And same with the parking, it's Sydney, there's no parking anywhere. And, so I know there's a lot of barriers to it, but whatever people can do in whatever environment they've got, just get in and do it. And no matter how silly you feel, like you want to talk silly, go back and look at some of my photos wrapped up in the beanie and the scarf and the dog and the whole bit. I look like an idiot. But that's why I share my journey, whether it's the exercise and looking silly, or whether it's the being really vulnerable in intensive care, because unless people share their journey, then other people don't learn to accept and move forward with theirs. Some of us have to be a bit brave, just as you were too, Russell, and share.
Yeah, and I think that's the good part, is people sharing their stories, because I think it helps everyone else. There's plenty of people out there who are newly diagnosed patients who really don't know which way to go. I've recently had a gentleman contact me purely that he's been diagnosed with COPD, and what do I do now, sort of thing. So I think, our healthcare professionals do a good job of trying to get that message out there, but I think also the patient voice can be very valuable.
Absolutely.
As well.
And I think the more control you give yourself over your patient journey, the more empowered you will feel, because I know myself, working within it and trying to make improvements within it, our healthcare system is incredibly complex to navigate. When you go from seeing your GP in primary care land, that's all federal stuff in that corner. Then you come into hospital, that's all state stuff in that corner, and nothing talks to anyone. And, it's all really, really broken. And we're the only ones as the patients who actually hear every part of the puzzle that makes up our journey. So unless we work out how that all fits and how we can take control of the things we can affect, then we're going to get lost. It's simple as that. There's a reason why I do the job I do, and it's to try and make improvements to make those things easy while I can and while I've got the role I've got, so that, we don't lose as many people in that part of the journey, and we get to inspire as many people as we can. But we all own our own health. We all own our own healthcare journey. We have to take back control of it as much as we can.
I think an important part of that I see as patients we can be better at is what we do between our doctor's visits. And, many people still are waiting for that silver bullet to come along, and they're probably going to be waiting a long time. So it's just about what you said. What can we do for ourselves? What do we do in between those doctor's visits? Do we want to go to the doctor the next time and look even worse than what we were the last time we see him, or do we want to go there and actually look better?
Yeah.
Because I think, there are healthcare professionals that are going to be more obliged to be a part of your journey if you're being proactive with your journey.
Absolutely.
And that's the important part. We're our own best advocates, and we live with the disease, so we are the ones who are, I guess, best equipped to manage it as far as lifestyle choices go.
That's right. Never, ever, ever stop being your own advocate. Ever, ever, ever. Always keep pushing, always keep advocating. Do not stop asking questions. And if you don't feel like they've been answered, ask them again. Ask someone else. Just don't stop, because that's how you're going to get the knowledge you need to empower yourself. And sometimes, and I think I see this more of our more junior clinicians, they're a bit confronted by someone who advocates strongly and asks a lot of questions, But once they kind of relax a bit and realize that you're asking for yourself, you're not questioning them or their practice, they actually end up learning a lot from us too, because we know a lot about our disease that they haven't seen before.
And that's right. And I think a lot of our healthcare professionals see patients at their very worst, because that's
Yep.
why they're there.
Yep.
But they don't see them at their very best. And sometimes I think treatment options and the way we look at a patient is based on their very worst and not necessarily based on their very best.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to realise that a patient turning up to a clinic are probably not going to be at their best. So how do we get them to their best? And like we've just been talking, it's also up to the patient to be a part of that.
Yeah.
It's not up to the healthcare professional to solve everything for them.
That's right. And just like you'd know too, not everyone's asthma, not everyone's COPD looks the same. And so we all might look a little bit different when we're starting to get a bit sick. And, so for me, I've learned to pick up on those subtler things that happen right in the very early days, where I can jump in with, my action plan and get it started and call my GP and say, I've already done this, I've already done that, and this is what we're up to, rather than, if I waited and then it's a couple of days before you get an appointment and then he sees me and tells me to do that stuff, but we're a couple of days down the road now, and then you've got no choice but to go to hospital. Like, we've got to empower ourselves by noticing what our own disease looks like, especially what is just this is just a rubbish day versus this is a day where I actually look like I'm getting sick. Is this the time to pick up the action plan and go for it?
Yeah.
We have to get a bit more astute at doing that ourselves.
Yeah, you're right. And it's about picking up our own symptoms, All right, so I'm now getting sick. This looks like the last time I was getting sick. I'm not going to wait for this to progress. Let's go to your action plan. And you're sort of ruining my next question, because that was all about, if you had, I won't number how many tips, but what would be your top tips for patients as far as managing their disease?
I think one of my top tips would be to understand your medication and how and when to take it, particularly the different inhaler devices. There are so many out on the market. Back in the day, you'll remember, Russell, we only had the MDIs and that was it. And now there are so many different ones out there. The Lung Foundation have got amazing videos on all of them. Learn your device and get really good at taking it. And if you're not sure whether or not you're doing it well, ask your doctor, ask your nurse, ask your pharmacist, ask your pulmonary rehab people, anyone. Ask for help if you're not sure. That would be one of my top tips, is get really good at your device technique. One of my other tips would be get really good at noticing at what you look like when you're starting to become unwell, and being really empowered by that action plan. It's not just a piece of paper that our specialist or our GP gives us with the pretty colours and we walk away and stick it on the fridge and there we go. It is a tool to empower ourselves to be our best person even when things aren't going well. So get really familiar with it and understand, I guess, what the call to action is. And I've got a big beef around this because I did a research study quite a few years back. It was actually on something else, but we had patient focus groups of people with COPD, and they all proudly announced, like they were all just talking about different things. And they all proudly said, oh, yeah, I've got an action plan. I've even got a little box that I put my medications in. I'm like, oh, that's great. And they all went, don't know when to start it. You know, we have to do better than that. We have to understand our action plans. And if you don't understand, ask, and ask again until you understand. And you know what? Jump in and use it. And particularly if it's a Sunday night, you know, if it's one of those crazy times like Christmas Day, you know you're not going to be able to get anyone, you feel like you're getting sick, you've got that action plan, use it. And do what you can to get active, even if that's just doing 3 laps of your dining table. Whatever your best is that you can do your best.
Good tips, definitely good tips. And the whole action plan one and when to take it is so important because, you know, if you're dialing for an ambulance, then that's too late.
100%. 100%.
And also the other thing is, you know, listen to your family. My wife Leanne, she is very good at picking up when I'm going downhill, and it will just be, she says it's, you know, change of colour in your eyes or complexion, or I might cough, and I'm not a cougher. But you know, a cough, and she'll look at me and go, "Why are you coughing?" And so that then triggers me. Okay, how am I feeling? You know, those sorts of things. Because as we know, if we can get onto these exacerbations early, we're going to have a lot better outcome. We're generally going to have a shorter exacerbation, and we're not going to have such a tough time of it.
Yeah. I think what you said about listening to other people is really key too, because we tend to be the masters of I'm all good, because with chronic disease, the difference between chronic disease and acute disease is it's never going to go away and you'll have flare-ups. And you might have had a hospital admission and everyone goes, so you're all better now. It's like, yeah, it doesn't work like that. You go, yeah, you know, because you just, how do you explain it to people who are, you know, have had this belief their whole life that you go to hospital and you get better and everything's all fine and you move on? It's just, you know, that very acute care mindset for a chronic disease, they don't match. So we get masters of, it's all good, I'm all good, don't worry about it, it's all good. I'm the queen of it. My husband's like, wake up to yourself.
Yeah, well, if you're the queen, I'm the king. So
yeah, there you go.
We've both got handbrakes in our family, I think, that sort of pull us up and tell us that things aren't okay. And it's so true. I run into someone a little while back that I hadn't seen for a while, and they heard I run a marathon. And their response was, "Oh, are you over your COPD then, are you?"
Oh, how do you even answer that, right?
Yeah. All they know is they heard I had a lung disease and now I'm running marathons, so hey, everything must be better. But you're right, you know, it doesn't go away. You live with it every day. And I often say to people, you know, you learn to do things along the way, like when you're talking and you're getting breathless, you know how to talk, how to control your breathing. So it doesn't look obvious to most people.
Yeah.
People who know, who are in around patients will pick up and go, yeah, he's breathless or she's breathless. So
I'm onto you.
Exactly right.
Yeah, it's so true. But I think for a long time now in the world of health, we have seen hospitals as the places to go to get fixed, and then you come away and you're all better now. You know, and that's a sort of a generational thing that has just been passed on and passed on and passed on. And at some point, we as a global society are going to have to pivot away from that, because 50-something% of the burden, I had the number written down, hang on, I'll tell you exactly what it is. 50% of the care burden in Australia was COPD in the last 12 months. Now, 50% of our care burden is a chronic disease that isn't going away. So we've got an acute care system built for chronic disease there's a mismatch there somewhere, and we have to start change the way we're talking about things. Yes, we go to hospital and it might get us over an exacerbation, but it's never going to take away the disease. And so while we will still have that function in our hospital system to deal do, and the majority of the work we do is going to be in chronic disease, especially as our treatments advance and people with chronic disease have a greater life expectancy. There'll be a greater and greater burden on our healthcare system made up of chronic disease. We're going to have to pivot at some point. I don't know where, when, or how that will be, but it's going to have to happen.
I was having a conversation a little while ago now with a respiratory professional that we are both very familiar with about how good it would be if governments could realise that investing in pulmonary rehabilitation and having a reliable, sustainable network, how much money that would save the healthcare system in the long run, because it's going to reduce the burden of care of COPD, because patients are going to be healthier. They're going to be smarter about how they, pick up on an exacerbation, and their general health's going to be better. And this person suggested to me, well, what you want to do, Russell, is you want to wait till there's a federal election. You want to put your oxygen backpack on, and you want to start running around Parliament House till someone comes out and takes notice of you. Because in a federal election, they will, sooner or later.
Well, I'll come with you then. We'll be quite.
You can come and join me. But that's my bugbear. Here we have something that's proven. We don't need to study pulmonary rehab anymore. We know its benefit. We know its effects, and yet our investment in that whole network is nothing like it should be. And that's not just in Australia. That's everywhere in the world. Access to rehab is the biggest problem for patients.
Yep, and it's a bit of a generational problem too, in that I remember as a younger child, and I must have, my parents have both passed away now, but if I could say anything to them, my first thing would be, oh, I'm so sorry. It must have been so scary for them to watch a child struggle to breathe so often. And back there in the early 80s too, there weren't a lot of medications we could throw at it either. And it was often a very acute problem. And, because of that, they were very reluctant to let me participate in any sport because I did have some exercise-induced asthma other than the swimming. And so, I was inherently academic anyway, so that kind of suited that whole thing. The whole extracurricular thing, I can play 4 musical instruments, and because what else do you do when, your friends are off at sport and dance and this and that and the other? Well, you learn musical instruments, and then a study came out, how sometimes I'll publish a little thing on the news, and came out that there were benefits to people with chronic lung disease who participated in singing activities. So because my family's Catholic, I got booted into the cathedral choir and trained as a soprano, and I must say it actually does help a lot. And I know myself, when I'm getting sick, if I'm in the car doing a bit of carpool karaoke on my own or with my kids, if I can't get through a line, then something's going on, and I know when I'm getting better, I can get better at the sort of stuff that I was trained to do back then. So, all those other extracurricular stuff does help too. But my parents were sort of scared into that mindset a bit too by the healthcare professionals at the time. She's got exercise-induced asthma, keep her away from it, that kind of thing, And so I think we've got to come to the point too where we understand as people with chronic lung disease that it can be safe to be short of breath. It can actually be safe and not a sign of being sick. It's just a sign of exercise and your body trying to use oxygen in the right way.
Absolutely. I always say you'll find your next breath. You always will.
That's right.
And, an elite athlete will get breathless from training, and we're no different. We might just get a little bit breathless a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
But to me, breathlessness is not something you should hide from when you're exercising. It should be something you embrace.
That's right.
Because in a safe environment, the more breathless you're getting while you're exercising, the more benefits you're going to get from that.
Yeah, that's right. We've just got a lot of mindset shifting to do, don't we?
We do. You'll be very happy to know, but on the day of the big Baton pass, because obviously we're recording this interview, we have singing groups. We also have harmonica for health groups as well. So in different countries, they've really embraced that. The COPD Foundation have got right behind harmonica for health, and Asthma and Lung UK have got different singing groups now, and we've got a singing coach coming on to talk as well.
Oh, that's good. That's really good, because it really does help. And the last instrument I learned to play was after I finished my nursing degree, and I just felt like, I feel like learning something else now, but I'd already been to uni enough. So I learnt to play the flute, and that's another thing where you use a lot of breathing control and stuff like that. So I chose a woodwind instrument for that reason, and for the neighbours, many apologies.
I was going to ask you when you said you'd learn how to play 4 musical instruments. I was wondering what was string and what wasn't.
Not what it is. Never it ends. My middle son, who also has asthma, chose the trumpet. So he plays the trumpet, and he's also a very good singer. And my darling daughter plays the clarinet. And this year on her birthday, she'd been desperate to learn. And so we ended up caving in, and we bought her a drum kit. So she's been learning to play the drums. Originally, we actually had them set up in here because you can't see this, but the other half of our studies where all the music stuff is, the piano's over there and the guitar and the flute and the whole bit. But Emily's drums are now in the garage. We originally had them set up in the study, and when she first started playing, my husband, who's not musical at all but loves listening to people who are good at playing and singing, when she started playing, because she'd been fooling around with her friends at band where she'd been playing a clarinet, he went, "Oh my gosh, did you know they were going to be that loud?" And I said to him, "Yes, darling, but I bought you a set of noise cancelling headphones. You'll be right."
Well, see, if I had known all this, I would have got your whole family to play us out of this interview, and it would have been perfect. All in the study, all going at once.
Absolutely. Actually, the neighbours have been pretty good. We used to have behind us, there's this big stretch of land, and it used to be owned by a group of religious sisters, and they used it as a retreat type centre. So where it kind of bordered onto our fence was, there was some trees and where they could kind of walk around and whatever. And I didn't realise that I did this, but when I'm doing things that I really hate doing around the house, the cleaning, houseworky type stuff, I'll often put my AirPods in and listen to some music. And I didn't realise this, but I actually sing along to it. So I was out at the wash line singing a whole bunch of retro songs that make me look very old, and this little head appears over the fence, this veiled head, one of the sisters, and I thought, oh my goodness, what have I just been singing? Would it have offended her? And I said to her, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sister, I don't realise," and blah, blah, blah. And she said, "No, I was just wondering if you take requests." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, no worries."
What you could have said is, "I'm having asthma, and I've got asthma. I'm exercising my lungs."
I know, but I was just like, I thought, because my grandmother was very Catholic, if she knew that I'd been making such a ruckus that the nuns couldn't have their retreat, she'd be rolling in her grave.
Oh, very good. Well, with that, I want to thank you for your time today. It's an incredible story, and it's so good to see that you're doing so much better these days. Because I think we were all a bit concerned for you a while back, but now you're firing on all cylinders.
It's all good. It's going to take a fair bit to kill me off. It's all good. Like I said, 50 and proud. And thank you to you. You were literally my inspiration to turn things around. I remember the first time we chatted, and I remember you telling me about your journey. And at the time, I had a basket of washing I had to take upstairs that I was just dreading taking upstairs. I thought, oh, I've got to drag it upstairs. And I thought, here I am. And at the time, I think I was like 43. I was a lot younger. Here I am, a 43-year-old woman, and yeah, I might have asthma, but I'm worried about taking washing upstairs. And this dude, he's older than me, he's running marathons. There is something wrong with this picture that I need to sort out. So thank you.
And you certainly
Thank
have.
you very much. And I'm sure you've inspired many others that you're not even aware of out there. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Alan, and I know you have as well, so I appreciate your time today.
We'll catch up soon, my friend.
We will. All righty.
Take care.
Thanks for that. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. And thanks to Helen for that chat. She has truly an inspirational story. We've got a live session coming up shortly, and we're just getting ourselves ready to bring that to you. In the meantime, we're just going to play a video. And it was an interview with my support runner in the Berlin Marathon. And why this was a good chat is because Alistair had nothing to do with COPD, never knew anything about it. Yet he had to contend with a COPD patient, who was me, during a marathon. So I'm going to start playing this, and we'll come back shortly to our live hypotherapy class.
Hi everybody, I'm really excited to be having a conversation with Russell Winwood and Alistair Ratcliffe today. You'll have seen from the slide at the start of this conversation, this is about Russell's recent achievement with the Berlin Marathon, and also his just bigger achievement of completing all the Abbott's World Marathon Majors. We've got Russell Winwood and Alistair Ratcliffe with us today, and they're going to talk us through the event. So I'm going to bring those both into the conversation and they can introduce themselves. So welcome, Alistair. Hello. And Russell.
Morning,
so
Ruth.
Good to have you both here. It's just really exciting for me to be chatting to you both. I know Abbott's did a lot of proper media coverage, and I'm not technically in the media world, but this for me is just really great. So it would be great if we can just do a little bit of intro who both of you are and what you did at the Berlin Marathon, and just some reflections on the event. So Russ, if I come to you first, that would be amazing.
Thanks, Ruth, and welcome to you, Ali, as well. So recently, or before I tell you what I recently did, my name is Russell Winwood, also known as the COPD athlete. Basically because I'm a COPD patient with around 30% lung function, and I still am fortunate enough to be able to compete in marathons. I've recently completed the Berlin Marathon, and no, I didn't win it, but I did finish it, which I was very happy about. Berlin was my last race in the World Marathon Majors series. So that started off with New York in 2015, then London in 2017, Boston 2018, then Chicago 2022, Tokyo 2023, and Berlin in 2024. So I'm the first COPD patient globally to do this. which is wonderful, but it's not really why I do it. It's to raise awareness for COPD and try and shine a light on this disease that doesn't have much focus on it. Of course, with these races, I have to run with an oxygen backpack. The last 3 races I've done that with as my disease has progressed. And for the last race in Berlin, I was fortunate enough to have Alistair, or Ali as we affectionately know him, to be my support runner. So Ali's job was to carry my batteries and help me with battery changes. Well, Ali actually did the battery changes, I just stood there. So yeah, Ali, would you like to tell everyone a little bit about yourself as well?
Hi, Alistair Radcliffe. Ruth kindly put me forward to help Russell. So chuffed to do it. Privilege. Really did enjoy it. Watching you do what you've done was absolutely amazing. Yeah, I can't even say much about it. It's absolutely amazing thing to do. Impressive. So happy to help you anytime.
I think for me, it's it's important to have confidence.
Keep going. I was
In
going to say, so it'd be really good just to have a chat. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, it's important to have a support runner that I have confidence in, and pretty much from the moment we first met, I was pretty confident you were going to be the man for the job. Ruth had pumped you up, so there was a lot of pressure on you. But I guess, you know, for me, I'm used to my disease and what I do. But I guess for yourself, you know, you're not used to running with someone who can't breathe very well.
No.
So I guess how was the race for you? Do you have any thoughts about running with me and what you saw?
Yeah. Obviously, I didn't know what to expect, how it was and stuff like that. I was happy to run with a backpack and stuff. Sorry, my dog's annoying me. Yeah, happy to run with a pack and that, so that wasn't an issue. It was just trying to understand how you were going to be in the race, how your breathing was going, what you had to do. You obviously went through all the battery changes with me, all the other equipment, your inhalers and stuff like that. Was a bit nervous for that. Obviously, the distance wasn't a problem. It was the everything I had to do to make sure that you were, looked after. At the beginning, with your times and stuff like that, we were on target, but there was a couple of times that you dropped off. But I don't want to pressure you or anything, so I just said that's the time. We did come in a couple of minutes behind your schedule, but you had so much energy left. Watching you go, yeah, very impressive. Couple of conversations with Leanne, your wife, about how far you've run since you've had COPD. To get to the halfway mark, running the whole way, I was impressed, and so was your wife. Yeah, it was yeah, and with the battery changes and stuff like that, it was the first one was a bit of a kerfuffle because I wasn't too sure, a bit nervous what to do, but we got it done. And just kept you fueled, watered, motivated. Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely really good. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so it's really interesting for me. So I'm a respiratory physio by background, so I'm used to seeing people with oxygen, using oxygen, exercising in an environment where their lung function is probably potentially their limiting factor rather than say that their muscle strength or other things. But it's just really interesting for somebody who doesn't see that all of the time to then, because I know I was meant to be the support runner, so for somebody to step in who isn't used to that is it's a totally different dynamic, isn't it? So yeah, I can see why the nerves were there.
Yeah.
Russ, how was it for you? Like how did it feel for you having a support runner, and how have your different marathons across your majors journey, how have they varied, and what
what was your experience of doing them all been like?
Yeah, in the early days, so for the first 3 marathons, I didn't need to carry oxygen with me. I still had COPD, but my oxygen levels stayed, above what they need to be. So that wasn't an issue. It was probably after Boston, I realised that something wasn't right, and come home and did some testing with my doctor, and what we'd realised is now I was desaturating a lot more under load. So that's where we brought oxygen into the picture. Obviously the last 3 marathons I've had to run with oxygen, and it's tricky for someone who's not dealt with this before. And I think the thing that made me very comfortable along the way was Ali just took control of everything. So the battery changes were honestly very good. He did that without any problems, but just also things like he would go to the water stations and he would get my water, top up my bottle, so I didn't have to stop at any of the stations. He'd remind me to drink, remind me to eat. He'd keep my pacing where it needed to be. While he didn't pressure me, his telling me where I was allowed me to know that, all right, I've got to go quicker, I've got to go slower. So, I mean, all the marathons have their challenges for me. And coming into Berlin, everyone said Berlin's a flat, fast course. And if you are a runner, I can understand why you may think that. But for someone with COPD, it's probably been one of the harder courses, because in the back half of the race, there's a number of just slight gradients, but they go for quite a long time. And for someone who can't breathe terribly well, they really take their toll. So I would prefer to run up a short, sharp hill and then recover downhill. That's an easier run for me, rather than running, up a gradient, however slight it is, for a kilometre or two, and then not having any rest at the end because the road just flattens out, so you don't have a downhill. So, pretty much from about the 30k mark of the race, I was starting to struggle. And I think what was really good was Ali was able to identify that at one stage there. It was around the 35k mark where, in my mind, the world hated me and I wanted to jump off a cliff pretty much. But of course, you can't do that in the middle of a marathon. And Ali said to me, "Do we need another battery change before we finish?" And I said, "Yeah, we will." And he said, "Look, let's just stop. You get your breathing under control. I'll change your battery. If we lose a minute or two or whatever, then so be it. It's better we do that now so you can get your breathing back under control." And it was a great bit of advice, because we did that and I was able to get my breathing under control a lot better. And then we were able to sort of keep going and get the job done under the cutoff time, which, was always the goal. It was 6 hours 15 for Berlin, which is the shortest cutoff they have over all the marathons. It's also, this race, I had to run a PB with oxygen, because my previous best time of oxygen was 6 hours and 18 minutes. So I knew I had to go quicker. So to come in at 6 hours and 8 minutes, so probably doesn't mean a lot to runners that when they're talking a 10-minute PB when you're over 6 hours. But for someone like me, it's huge, to be able to knock 10 minutes.
To a live event, so I'm going to bring in Kate Chapman. Hi, Kate. How are you?
Hi, Russell. Thanks so much for having us. What a privilege it is to be able to join the Big Baton Pass.
Well, it is a privilege for us to have you and your expertise here today. So I guess if you want to tell our audience a bit about you and what you're doing.
Absolutely. So, hi, everyone. My name is Kate Chapman. I'm a physiotherapist with the Chronic Disease Community Rehabilitation Service, and we provide pulmonary rehab to the Northern Sydney Local Health District across 5 different sites. So the Northern Sydney Local Health District is one of the largest metropolitan health districts in New South Wales, covering an area of 900 square kilometres and services a population of 1 million people. I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the country on which we meet, the Gamaragal, Guringai and Darug people. We are very fortunate within our team to have a large pulmonary rehab team, including a dedicated team of nurses, dietetics, clinical psychology, occupational therapy, and physiotherapists. And we are also fortunate to have 2 respiratory physicians who work within our team and care for our patients. So as per clinical guidelines, we provide an evidence-based pulmonary rehab program, which includes exercise and education. Generally, patients attend twice weekly for 8 weeks, and we offer a hybrid program to cater for different patients' needs, including group-based gym rehab, telehealth group classes, aquatic-based rehab, and home-based rehabilitation supported by the mobile pulmonary rehab app, which Dr. Sally Wooten will talk through later. Today, we would like to introduce you to some of our fantastic aquatic therapy patients and show you an example of how our aquatic classes run here at Mona Vale on the beautiful northern beaches. Many of our patients have multiple comorbidities such as musculoskeletal conditions and pain, and some patients find it very difficult or are unable to participate in land-based pulmonary rehab. Research demonstrates that aquatic physiotherapy results in comparable outcomes to land-based pulmonary rehabilitation in patients with COPD who have comorbidities. I think another thing to note here is that some people find exercising in the water much more enjoyable, which means that they are more likely to be adherent with long-term exercise programs. Aquatic therapy has many positive effects, including muscular relaxation and decreased muscle spasm, reducing load on joints, decreasing pain due to the warmth and support of the water, increased muscle strength and endurance, improved joint mobility, improved circulation and a reduction in swelling, improved balance and coordination, as well as improved psychological well-being. Similar to land-based rehab, in the pool, we are able to exercise people on supplemental oxygen if they require it. Our classes are 1 hour and typically follow the format of regular observations taken, including oxygen saturation, heart rate, and blood pressure as indicated, a 5-minute warm-up, 45 minutes of aerobic and strengthening exercises. They're generally completed in 1 to 3 minute intervals, dependent on the patient's ability, with a mix of upper limb and lower limb exercises, with 20 to 30 seconds rest in between. We gauge intensity using the modified Borg and RPE scales, aiming for between a 3 and 4 on the scales, which is a moderate to somewhat severe level of breathlessness. And we'll show you these scales when we introduce you to our patients. And then it's followed by a cool down for 5 minutes. So patients attend twice weekly exercise for 8 weeks. We're also fortunate enough in the district that following discharge, we're able to refer patients to aquatic maintenance classes, which allows for ongoing support and progression of exercises. So I'll now introduce you to our patients. They are just participating in their warm-up at the moment. So I'll flick across there.
And Kate, I'm going to drop out and I'm going to give you the whole screen. So we'll be watching you. So any dramas will come and rescue you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Russell. That's wonderful. So Amy will be our physio in the water, supervising the class, and Sally is the physio on the pool deck. Both physios have been in our service for over 10 years now, and they love their sessions in the pool. So I'll just turn you around to the pool. We're live, everybody. Here we are. Perfect. So we're just completing our warm-up. So we're preparing the body for activity by slowly raising the heart rate and increasing blood flow to the working muscles. All right, doing well, everyone?
and back to the start. All right, so that's our warm-up finished. We're now going to move on to running with the kickboard. Now, Sally, do you mind reminding everyone of how hard we need to work with the scales? And remember, everyone, we want you feeling either a moderate level of breathlessness or a moderate level of exertion. Okay, that's the level we want you to feel. You've done your warm-up, so it's time to get into some good level of exercise. Okay, so Sally's going to time for us. So we're running across the pool. We're going to be using our arms and our legs for this one. So we're going to have our arms to this one here. Good. Next one is if we have a look at those scales, Sally. Perfect. So we've got the modified breathlessness and effort scale here, and patients are aiming to exercise within the green zone, so a moderate to somewhat severe level of breathlessness or effort. Everyone got their own pace, remember, and go back again. Come on in. Okay, off we go. Good, and back again. And we'll have a little rest. Okay, well done everyone. Now remember, a good way to recover in the pool is leaning forward onto your elbows. And for those of you that find it effective, the pursed lip breathing can be really good. In through nose, out through pursed lips. So smell the roses, blow out the candles. Good. How's that? You feel that already? Getting a bit breathless? Yeah? Good. All right. Give you a little bit longer and we'll move on to round 2 of that. Ready to go? Ready. If you need a longer rest, please just stay resting. And off we go. So fast and good, see nice tiny, please. Work those quads hard. Yeah, good. Right, really sloppy. Yeah. Very well. Now, Barry, have a go turn your keyboard to the side. That's the way. Good. Keep going for me. All right. I'll go back to one more round. I know. All this splashing is good. It's turbulence in the water. Very good. All right. I really don't need to push it too much, okay? It is. Yeah, getting us all ready to go in the ocean after this. All right. Good. Working on our recovery, leaning forward. All right. Now, normally we would do 3 sets, but because we're being watched today, we're just going to do 2 sets of everything just to keep the variety so we can show off some of our exercises. So, can I give weights to half of you, please? They're going to be too big for you. They're going to know you're going to do those. Carry. Yep. And now I'm going to get you 2 gentlemen on the stepping, please. Done. Over here. So, can we get a red step, please? The boxes. Over there. Oh, sorry. That's all right. And Chris, I'm going to get you straight on the steps. Yep. Actually, Judy, do you mind if I just ask you, what do you enjoy about exercising in the pool?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. Really, the warm water is just a bonus, actually. But the exercises are terrific because you're buoyant and you don't feel like you're exercising. It's absolutely marvellous. I couldn't recommend it highly enough.
Oh, that's
Brilliant.
fantastic,
Brilliant.
Judy. It's so good. And so, will you likely carry on with exercise in the water, do you
I
think?
have been, yes.
Fantastic.
I have done this course before.
Yeah.
This is my second time. only because I enjoy it so much, and it reinforces a lot of the exercises that I may have forgotten. And there's always some new ones that you physios bring along to the classes as well. So yes, it's very, very beneficial.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Judy. Good.
All right.
Okay, back to the class.
So we're going to do stepping. Chris, us three are going to do stepping. You three are going to do star jump. So remember, we're going to go star, pencil, star, pencil, star, and step. Yep. So we'll go, yep, jump, yeah, come shallower. I actually might swap with you because it's better time deeper. All right. So, Sally's going to do the timer. And off we go for a minute. So star, pencil, star, pencil. So we've obviously added weights for you guys doing the star jump just to challenge you a bit more. Halfway there, Sal. 30 seconds, guys. Working hard. Very good. Well done. All right.
Christian, I just asked you, have you found the program beneficial?
Yes, I have. I wasn't able to do land-based due to arthritis and other stuff that I have going on. So hydro was the only way to get me moving. And it's obviously worked because I can breathe and walk up steps now and actually start back at the gym and have a much better quality of life thanks to this program. So thanks.
That's fantastic, Christian. Good, good. We'll get you going again.
All right. Here we go again. Round 2, please, everyone. Off we go. Now, you guys can always go faster to make it harder or slow down to make it easier, okay? Christian, you don't need to pull as much. Make it more leg work for you. Good. Okay. Well done. Looking good. It's a good one, isn't it? Halfway there, team.
I think moderate somewhat strong effort.
Okay, in the right zone.
Moderate strong effort, yeah.
Barry?
Moderate strong effort.
Yeah, I can see everyone's working hard. How much is the same? Okay. Everyone, if you put your weights on the side, please.
This is moderate and great effort. Somewhat strong.
And we're going to, leave that because we're actually going to come back to that. We're going to do some kayaking. Can I get 2 more of these, Sal? Or 1 more? 2 more.
Oh, it's from behind me.
Chris, there you go. Chris, you come a bit deeper, if that's all right. Barry, you head that way a little bit. So based on the height, we move you around a little bit.
Of course.
Thanks, Christian. Chris, I'd rather you have your back. Yeah, do you want to have your back on the wall?
Yeah, sure.
Give you a bit more support. Okay, guys, we're going to go kayaking down the river. Okay. So, if you not put your back on the wall, because then it takes a bit of the core stability out of it, and then we're just focusing on our arms. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pull down through the water, okay? You should see, making sure that the noodle's coming under the water, and you're feeling, there you go, remember, pull back. Good, looking good. Right, so pull back. There we go. Well done, everyone. then just brush. Good. Last time. This faster for me to say we want to work at moderate level of breathlessness or moderate level of effort. Be very effective. I want you to pull down and back. Down and back. You're already side to side. Oh, yeah. More about this. Oh, you're right. Okay. Yes. Resting there. Okay, so you can lean on the edge of the pool, or you can even lean on your noodle for support with your breathing muscles. Got a singer in the group, which is lovely. Oh yes, you're right. You need to work your harder if you feel like singing. How's everyone feeling? Good? Really so we're trying to do a mix of both upper body and lower body exercises, all right? Yeah. It's quite warm in this pool today, isn't it? Perfect. Good. All right. We're going to just go again? Yeah, we're going to do round 2, and then after this we're going to go cycling. All right. So kayaking again, off we go. So pulling down and through the water. Nice fast arms for me, please. Very cranky, stuff a bit more like that. Yeah, and move through. Yeah, that's well done. Might need goggles. Yeah.
So, Russell, hopefully that gave you a good idea of how we run our hydrotherapy classes and the enjoyment level from the patients. I'm not sure how the audio was during the class, but yeah, hopefully you got a good idea. I'm now going to be passing across to Chris Jones, who's the wonderful occupational therapist in our team. He will be talking about fatigue and falls prevention. So I'll hand you over now, and then we'll be back a little bit later.
Hello, thank you so much, Kate. It was great to see the hydrotherapy in action. Hopefully, I'll just try to get my presentation up so you can see some of the pictures. Bear with me for a second. Beautiful. Hopefully you can see that. So thanks, Kate. As Kate said, my name's Chris. I'm the occupational therapist with the team in Northern Sydney Local Health District. I've been in this role for 20 odd years, and the reason I'm still here is I love the all the challenges that clients face and that we can help them problem solve through to keep them engaged and independent. So today I'm talking about how you can maintain your independence and stay on your feet, a bit on falls prevention, because that can be a common issue, especially for people over 60. So we'll have a bit of a chat and see how we go. So staying independent at home, it's a massive challenge when you have COPD. Not being able to get your breath is horrendous. Can be very challenging, but there's a lot of strategies that we can use to engage with our activities of daily living, our ADLs, especially leisure. So we'll talk a bit about that. And it's great to be involved in this Baton Pass, and I think you've had some great speakers already. So I'll sort of skim over a lot of this stuff, because I know you've already talked a bit about breathing techniques, but I've found a lot of our clients really do benefit from trying to catch their breath. And it sounds very basic, and everyone says, oh, I stop and I get my breath back. But hopefully we can use some of these techniques to do it a little bit better so that you can maintain your independence with some of these day-to-day tasks. So a lot of you have already heard of pursed lip breathing. I have a lot of people with COPD that I see find this really useful to avoid that panic sensation that sometimes comes with breathlessness, but also so that you can keep doing the task that you want to do rather than having to stop. I have a lot of people that tell me, oh, I struggle at the shopping, so I just go back to the car and that's it for the day. We want to try to really manage our breathing so that we can have a rest, recover, and then keep going. So personal breathing is quite good, where you're breathing in and then breathing out slowly with your lips pursed, like you've got a bowl of hot soup in front of you, and you're trying to just blow the steam off the hot soup. And when you're breathing in through your nose if you can, so that you can actually warm up the air before it goes into your lungs, so that it can get into your bloodstream, into those muscles a little bit quicker, which is quite good. So I have a lot of clients have success with pursed lip breathing. I have other clients that use rectangular breathing, which is just a really good way of reminding yourself to breathe out for longer than you're breathing in. You've all probably experienced episodes where you're gasping for air, or you're really struggling, and you've got somebody coming up to you and saying, just take a deep breath, and you feel like hitting them with something, because you can't take a deep breath when you're breathless. Your lungs are already hyperinflated too, full of carbon dioxide that we need to get rid of. So focusing on that breath out is key, so we can empty our lungs, so the next breath can get to the healthy tissue and into our bloodstream, into those muscles. So rectangular breathing can be handy. I have a lot of clients that use supported breathing, whether it's leaning on a shopping trolley or a garden fence, pretending they're looking at a bed of roses, but they're actually just splinting their airway, supporting those breathing muscles, which is great. And diaphragmatic breathing, I think everyone's probably heard of, where you're just trying to maximize the air entry and get rid of that dead air, that carbon dioxide, which is quite good. So breathing techniques can be really useful, trying to catch it early, so taking control of your breathing rather than waiting for your breathing to tell you need to stop. So we quite often talk about the talk test, where if you couldn't hold a conversation with somebody, it's a good time just to have a pause, get your breath, and then keep going, rather than waiting till you finish the task. So energy management's a big one, and I know that's been discussed a little bit. So pacing yourself, taking those regular breaks. Don't get too frustrated that you're having to have a small stop and then go again, because over time, those distances you'll be able to travel will get bigger, which is good. It's all training, whether you're at exercise rehab, pulmonary rehab, or whether you're doing the shopping or the laundry. You can use it as rehabilitation and slowly build yourself up. Planning your days and your week are really a good strategy, so you can maximize the pot of energy that you've got for the day, and prioritizing what you need to do, but please don't forget about what you want to do. Leisure is so important, and it's the reason we're here. It gives you so much benefit for your mental health, but also you do a lot of incidental exercise with leisure, so really important. Stage task reintegration, sorry, I'm having a glitch here, is quite useful, especially after you've had an infection, or you've been in hospital, you've been a bit unwell, you've got a cold or a flu or a chest infection, you're recovering. Don't expect to bounce back straight away, straight back into everything that you were doing before you got unwell. Sometimes you have to stage it and do part of day-to-day tasks like the laundry, have a bit of a breather. Don't expect that you'll go back to everything you're doing straight away. Build yourself back up really is important. Some of my clients use a timetable or a schedule, and this is generally what a lot of my clients' timetables look like. The red is where you're doing activity, and green is when you're resting, and that's what a lot of people tend to do, try to get it all done as quick as possible and then spend the rest of the day recovering. Would very much prefer if you were to spread things out, and what you'll find if you add up the little pockets of red, you actually do more in the day if you can spread those tasks. And that's the same with your schedule for the month. This is just an example, trying to alternate your light and heavy days so that you can actually recover and get more done, which is quite good. And then there's lots of gadgets around which are quite useful to keep you independent. I have a lot of clients that are resistant to equipment because they think, oh no, that means I'm getting old, or I'm struggling, or the COPD is getting worse. Please use equipment to keep your independence. We want to really keep you engaged with these activities and reduce the amount of reliance you need on supportive services if we can. So equipment is great. Relaxation techniques is brilliant. I think the lady in the picture's overdone it slightly, but just trying to make sure you're getting on top of your breathing, using visualization and self-talk, that you've been through this before, you know how to recover. And you can always get referred to the clinical psychologist with the team that you're seeing, or through your general practitioner that can give you some useful strategies, which is great. The handheld fan, I think this has been mentioned before, but it's a bit of a godsend because it just helps you to recover with your breathing. I have a lot of clients that really enjoy the handheld fan, especially after a set of stairs or walking up a hill. It's just that air movement across your face, stimulating your facial nerve around your sort of mouth, just to help to relax the breathing receptors in your brain, which really does help you to recover quicker, which is great. And then falls prevention is a massive one to try to keep you independent at home. You've got enough going on trying to manage your COPD. You don't want a fractured hip or broken back or different things that can occur. So falls prevention is a big one. And it's not something we want to avoid and wait till your doctor tells you it's an issue or wait until you had a fall. It's everyone's business. We want to try to keep on top of things before an incident happens. So we'll talk through a few strategies because it's really important. I know a few of you online will be over 60 years old, and 1 in 4 people have a fall each year. For those over 65, it's 1 in 3 people have a fall each year. So it's quite common, and quite often people say, oh, I don't fall, but it's also counted as a fall if you've had a near miss or you've fallen and caught yourself on a chair or on a bed. Those are really important, and they're a good sort of indicator or a bit of an alarm to you, I suppose, that something's going on and you want to try to nip it in the bud before it becomes a real issue, which is good. So there's lots of risk factors to falling. A lot of those are based around chronic health conditions. So it's really important to be aware of what's happening and have a good discussion with your GP, with your doctor, so that you can manage some of these issues, as well as your pharmacist, your physiotherapist, your occupational therapist, all the allied health that you may be involved with. So some common risk factors for you guys at home. If you've had a previous fall, it is a massive red flag that another fall may be coming in the next 6 months. So please have that chat with your health professional, have a chat to your GP, and have a think around what are some of the things you could have done to prevent the fall. If they're all outside your control, please have a chat to your doctor. It's really important. The fear of falling is a big risk factor as well, especially after you've had a fall. A lot of people then alter the way they move around the home. This can affect their what they call gait, so the way you walk, which can actually increase your risk of falls even more. So don't feel you're going alone. Please reach out to your health professionals, have a chat. If they can't help, they might be able to point you in the right direction. Those with cognitive impairment, so if you're struggling a bit remembering things, which happens quite often when you've got COPD, have a chat to your doctor. There's things that we can do. Those that are getting quite frail, so they've got a bit deconditioned, a bit of muscle wastage, they're not quite as strong as they used to be, is a big risk factor for falls. Incontinence can be a big one, so if you're struggling with that, please reach out. There's a lot of assistance that we can do, whether it's looking at your pelvic floor or whether it's looking at the medication you're on or whether it's looking at retraining different muscles. Have a chat. Don't go it alone. It really does help. We have a lot of clients having falls where they've got what they call urge incontinence, where they don't get a lot of notice before they have to open their bowels or go to the toilet very quickly. So they may become incontinent on their way to the toilet. There's things we can do about that. So please have that chat. And reduced mobility and balance can be a big one, as well as we mentioned before, medications can sometimes increase the risk, and malnutrition. I thought before we talk about how we can manage some of those things, I thought I'd just bring up, because this is a huge one, ladder safety. We have a lot of clients of all ages having issues with ladders. If you 100% need to use the ladder, please go by some of the precautions that are up here on the page. So always having 3 points of contact, so never having 2 arms off the ladder or an arm and a leg off the ladder. There's a lot of things that increase the risk. Be very careful. If you can avoid it, please avoid using the ladders. There's lots of services that can assist to change light bulbs, to change the battery in the smoke alarms, or to clean out the gutterings. Please reach out and ask wherever you are across the world. There's support there. And in New South Wales, you can actually contact the fire department, the local agency, and they can come out and give you a bit of a hand. This graph just shows you the older you get, the more incidents of falls there are for people attending hospital. So it really does increase that risk with age. So please be aware of that. All right, so things you can do. There's lots of sensor lights you can get for outside, which is handy if you're putting the bins out, but also inside. Removing those obstacles, having a clear route across your home, trying to get the mats so they're not slipping around, or avoiding having them at all. Hopefully we can get them out. Get rid of the clutter. There's lots of little threshold ramps you can get so that you don't catch your foot as you're walking in and out of bathrooms or laundries or your front door. Have a look in that. We have a lot of clients that highlight the edge of the step, especially with those with visual impairments, so that you can actually see where the step starts and ends, so you're not going to trip on it. This is the non-slip matting I was talking about. If you have to have a mat throughout the house, make sure you've got some non-slip matting so the mat doesn't slip from under you. Really important. But hopefully you can just get rid of the mats anyway. You look at the nice floor that you've got underneath. Redesign your storage areas so you're not having to reach excessively or stretch or carrying things from very high up or very low down, and can reduce the risk of falls. And then talk to your occupational therapist about installing handrails or grab rails so you've got something to hold on to rather than the bricks, or rather than the soap holder in the shower, or the toilet roll holder. Have a chat. There's lots of different options there, and you can make them look a lot nicer than they used to. And you could also look at redesigning your bathroom, especially for those with COPD where breathing can be compromised when you're in the shower. Consider redesigning the shower or using some equipment so that you can sit on a shower stool, for instance, so that you can not use as much oxygen from your larger leg muscles. And then look at your furniture placement. We don't want you getting rid of everything you've got, obviously, but we want to make it safe and homely for you so you can still do what you need to do. Equipment-wise, there's lots of gadgets out there. Have a talk to your allied health professional. There's lots of things if you're struggling getting on and off the toilet, or if you've had a fall in the bathroom, they can have a look. There's transfer aids for the car, which is great. You can get little gadgets from your pharmacy or equipment supplier to help you get your socks or your stockings on, which is great. And there's things to raise the height of your furniture, long-handled reaches that can help so you're not having to bend as low. You can see the long-handled dustpan and sweep there, which is great. Shower stools we mentioned before, and bath boards, so you're not having to step in and out of the shower over the bath, which is great. Little clamp-on rails, walking frames, falls alarms, which is great. You can also get personal alarms. They've now got them where they've got GPS location, so you can be out at the shops, press the button, and it sends a text message to your loved one showing where you actually are, and you can talk straight through to them, which is great, or emergency services. Foot care is a big one. The biggest thing to remember is don't walk around just with socks, even those non-slip socks. Try to put supportive footwear on that's got back to the heel. You don't want just thongs or slippers that don't have anything at the back, because they are a big falls hazard. There's lots of sensor lights you can get for indoors that just plug into your power point and come on when they notice that you're up going to the toilet, which is great. And lots of visual cues if you've got one of your family members with some cognitive impairment that keeps forgetting their walking aid, for instance. There's lots of different resources. The Clinical Excellence Commission have some guides for how you can get up off the floor, and lots of falls prevention. So have a look through them, which is great. And there's also staying active and on your feet. They've got a website with lots of different resources there to try to combat falls, to keep you up and active, which is great. So take home messages from my talk: pace yourself each day so you can actually get more done, and try to eliminate hazards around the home so that you can reduce the risk of you falling. It's a lot better to prevent a fall rather than responding after you've fallen and broken a bone. And please keep active and enjoy life. So I'll hand over. That's it from me. I'm going to come back for the Q&A session. I'll hand over now to Dr. Sally Wooden, who's going to take you through MPR. Thank you, Sally.
Thanks, Chris. It's great to be here today. I hope you've enjoyed some of our team's activity. So watching our great patients work away in the pool with Kate filming and Amy, and also listening to Chris with his fantastic tips about energy conservation. So Russell very kindly asked me to speak about one of our projects that we've been working on in Australia since 2018 called the Mobile Pulmonary Rehab Project. And this was the first Australian-specific mHealth pulmonary rehab program. I'm the clinical project lead, and my colleague Zoe McHugh at the University of Sydney is the academic lead on the project. So just to kind of introduce you to the world of digital health, we're specifically talking about mobile health. And what mobile health does is represented in these three bubbles. So the orange bubble shows that mobile health puts health in the hands of the consumers. The pink demonstrating that it allows direct, real-time interaction between health professionals and patients. And the green bubble showing that it helps us to record data and use that data for predictive and precision healthcare. In terms of the use of mobile health in respiratory, it allows personalisation of care, live streaming, just as such we're doing now, real-time tracking of symptoms and objective measures. It's immediate access anywhere, anytime. One of the things I was just talking about with a patient this morning is, as part of most pulmonary rehab programs, we give education talks, just like Chris has done now. And we all know that we maybe don't remember everything we hear in those talks. So what mobile health enables us to do is provide that education to the patient to listen to whenever they'd like. It also allows us to push notifications. I'm just hearing there's some technical difficulties, so we might try and restart that. Great, we'll check in and see if you can see the slides now. So push notifications are those little reminders that patients may have throughout the day to say things like take medications or do their exercise. So there's lots that we can do with mobile health. So back in 2018, a team from across Australia, which included academics, clinicians, and digital tech experts, thought that we could start to look at using mobile health technology to provide a digitally enabled pulmonary rehab program. Why did we think this was important? Well, around less than 10% of people with COPD are thought to have access to a pulmonary rehab program. And there was fantastic work being done looking at alternative options, one of which was looked at as aquatic therapy. Home-based pulmonary rehab has been shown to be as effective as centre-based pulmonary rehab, and that real-time Zoom-type telerehabilitation has also been shown to be as effective. And when we started this project, there was really good preliminary evidence coming out of places like the UK that the use of mobile phones to embed a comprehensive pulmonary rehab program would enable us to improve access, lower delivery costs, improve the standardization of programs, and enable better use of data to inform the decision making between therapists and the patients as part of a pulmonary rehab program. So this is what we did. So back in 2018, we collaborated, and you can see a number of our collaborators on the screen here. So we had academics from the University of Sydney, clinicians like myself, and members of my team from the Northern Sydney Local Health District. One of our key partners is Lung Foundation Australia, and a lot of their educational resources and action plans are embedded in the app. And the Better Breathing Foundation that provided PhD scholarship funding to support this program. We were also supported by Queensland Health, and the actual software and program was built by the CSIRO at the eHealth Research Centre in Brisbane. So the screens you can see here on the app are what we call the NPR prototype screen. So this is what we did our initial user testing on, and we've just completed a randomized control trial comparing the effects of using the app to support the program at home to centre-based rehab. So just working across the screens, on the top left-hand side, this is the home screen to NPR. It has nice little things like a phrase of the day, and these were designed with patients and with clinical psychologists. It has a touch button screen that asks the patient how they're feeling. And as part of the user testing, we were asking people all around these features. And I always thought it was interesting in the original design, we had 3 faces. So it was a really happy face, a neutral face, and a sad face. And the feedback from patients was actually that they didn't feel really happy, but they didn't feel neutral. So they actually wanted more faces as options. So that's what we used in the randomized control trial to change some of the features. You can see these blue bars on that first left-hand screen, and this is what the patient would click on to go to their next point in the program. So the top bar says rehab program, and they would click on there and it would take them through, and it would then pop up with a weekly program running for 8 weeks. And within that program, it has educational videos. All videos are between kind of 4 to 10 minutes. And the educational videos, as I said before, are taken from the Lung Foundation Australia COPE program. And we also developed some specific videos for the NPR program. These are dropped in week by week, just like as a patient would come to a centre-based program, and they can watch them again later if they want to. The program also has exercise sessions, and all of those are supported by videos. The videos are instructional in how the patient can complete the exercise safely at home. So they're not designed to be watched and followed along with. And we thought that was really important because at the beginning of this program, there is a centre-based comprehensive assessment by the pulmonary rehab physiotherapist. And they then design the exercise program that's personalised to the patient. And as we know with patients with COPD, all of them can present quite differently and have different baseline exercise capacity. And therefore, they will need to exercise at a different dose of exercise. So they may need to do a different amount of walking to another person, or a different amount of sit to stand or quadricep exercises. So that's where the individualization comes in within the program. You can see in the second screen that it's asking how much difficulty the patient might have breathing today. And this is part of our symptom monitoring. And all of that's tracked in the app for the patient to see. There's a number of questions. And it all gets sent straight to the clinician dashboard so that the clinician can see how the patient's feeling. And there's alerts on the dashboard that if the patient is deteriorating, it will flash up on the clinician dashboard, and then the clinician can make the decision as to whether to make contact directly with the patient. At the bottom of the screen, you can see there's a picture of one of the ladies exercising, and this patient, it was actually an actress from the University of Sydney that came in that day, and we actually talked to her about demonstrating exercise in a way that she was looking breathless, so that they're not done by a young, fit person that maybe one of our patients might not feel is possible for them. The next screen along talks about targets. And again, these can all be individualized and personalized to the patient. So whether the patient's still smoking and they want to work towards quitting, whether they want to have some daily step goal targets, talking about nutrition. You can even do things like they want to return to golf, which is a very personalized target. So you can see there's a lot of features in here which make it an individualized program. We've got the Lung Foundation action plan in there, and then the bottom right-hand screen is the menu system, which everyone that's used to apps clicks on those 3 little lines, and that pops up with lots of other information. And all the exercise and education videos are embedded in there. And all of those you can see in the top right-hand screen. And if you can see the detail, we've got education videos, inhaler videos that are all from Lung Foundation Australia, showing our patients how to actually use devices correctly, and all the exercise videos. So in terms of what we initially did with this program, is we initially went through some quite in-depth user testing, and this has actually been published now in the Journal of Digital Health earlier this year, and it included 15 participants that undertook the app-based program either in conjunction with their centre-based pulmonary rehab program or doing their pulmonary rehab at home. And we were actually really asking them for feedback on the app. We weren't looking at how effective it was in terms of using the app. And we changed a number of features after this process. You can see some of the patient feedback on here, and also the SUS score at the top. The SUS score is the system usability score. It's a 10-item score that we use to assess how usable digital systems are. And we showed that the NPR program had a higher perceived usability with the participants. I've just pulled out one of the questions here, which was how enjoyable is the NPR program? And a number of our participants said it was neither enjoyable or not enjoyable. And when we questioned those patients a little bit more in our semi-structured interviews, they said they wouldn't really say they enjoy doing their rehab, but they think it's important, they think it's useful, they think it's valuable. So I thought that was quite an interesting response. Following the user testing, we went into a randomized control trial. Now, these results are hot off the press, and they will be being presented at the Thoracic Society meeting in Adelaide next year, hopefully, if the abstract is accepted. Sarah Brown, our PhD student, led this study, and it was a prospective, single-blinded, multi-centre randomized control trial. We recruited 90 participants and we had a co-primary outcome of 6-minute walk distance and COPD assessment test. The centre-based group, or our control group, completed a traditional pulmonary rehab program twice a week in the centre and were encouraged to do 1 unsupervised session a week at home. And they attended our face-to-face education sessions. Participants that were randomised to the MPR group did 3 unsupervised sessions a week at home. They had weekly telephone calls with health coaching with a physiotherapist, and they had their exercise program, educational videos, symptom monitoring, and if they wanted to, they could actually have some daily physical activity goals around taking more steps per day. On the right-hand side, I'm just presenting our main clinical outcomes. So these graphs are what we call equivalence graphs. So the 6-minute walk distance at the top and the COPD assessment test at the bottom. The greyed out lines with the white section in the centre is the equivalence margin. So we weren't looking to say that MPR was superior, but what we hoped is it was as good as centre-based rehab and a viable alternative to traditional centre-based care. We did both an intention to treat analysis and a per protocol analysis, and we showed that for the 6-minute walk distance change, both programs were equivalent, but because those lines slightly creeped above the 25 metres, which we set as our equivalence margin, we couldn't rule out that possibly MPR may be superior to centre-based rehab. On the CAT at the bottom, we were quite surprised by these results, but we did actually show superiority of the MPR program. And this paper has just been submitted to the European Respiratory Society, to their European Respiratory Journal, and we're hoping for success with that publication later this year or early next year. Quite early on in the process of working with CSIRO to build this software, we knew that we had to find a viable solution to be able to offer this at scale and in a sustained fashion. So we started to talk to commercial partners around 2020, and we did a horizon scan of different software companies that were out there that could possibly partner with us to provide this at scale. And we landed on a company called Perks Health, and I'll talk a little bit more about Perks in a second. Zoe, my colleague from the University of Sydney, actually won a Ready Fellowship, and that enabled her to work in Perks Health for a year. And what she did is she actually moved our clinical content from the left-hand side of the MPR program onto the Perks Health platform. So all the evidence-based pulmonary rehab components are actually in this new platform. And again, you can do your exercise, medication, education, fill out surveys, and it's all backed up and talks directly to a therapist portal. So this is one of the reasons we wanted to partner with Perks Health. They actually already had a chronic disease management platform that was based in behavioural science of trying to motivate and support patients to do their daily health tasks, such as take medications, take part in exercise, fill out surveys that health professionals are always asking them to do, attend appointments. It was already on their platform. And what they have in there is these motivational factors, intrinsic, where the patients can get streaks or a heart every day for doing those health tasks. They actually have extrinsic motivational factors with gift cards and donations, and a social community as well, so patients can talk to each other and communicate through the app. And all of that's supported by the Perks Health team. So this is our journey from implementation. So we did the prototyping starting back in 2018. We won funding from New South Wales Health and Northern Sydney Local Health District to make that possible. We then started to translate the work in terms of partnering with Perks Health, and we've done clinical trials, and Perks has also done clinical trials on their platform. And now what we're moving to look at is how we can actually be impactful with all of this work. And Perks are, as we're starting to call it, although we're actually going to put it out there of what patients might like this app to be called, of whether they'd like it to be called Mobile Pulmonary Rehab or Lungs for Life or the Lung Health app. So we're actually going to go out back to consumers and say what is meaningful for a name for you. But it's now readily available to programs to use across Australia. In terms of local implementation, for pulmonary rehab sites that want to use the MPR platform, they really need clinicians, management executives, and ICT departments aligned to actually support a digital model of care. And the way that we've set this up is it's what we call a business pays model. So the app is not available for patients to buy directly. And the reason for that is we feel quite strongly that patients doing pulmonary rehab need to have a comprehensive pulmonary rehab assessment, and then they can be provided with the app. So that's why we're working in this model at the moment. Things for local pulmonary rehab programs to contemplate if they're thinking about using such a program is they are absolutely entitled to do a market scan of other possible products, and there's often other companies out there saying they can offer a pulmonary rehab program online. But we really feel that this PerksR or the MPR program is the only Australian-made platform at the moment that's available that does meet the 13 components, essential components of pulmonary rehab. Local implementation teams would need to think about their budget and the cost benefit for their patients, the security and the privacy issues. Change management's really important. So I'm working very closely with my clinicians to support them to be able to provide these alternative models of care. UK work initially showed with the My COPD program that if you just gave it to clinicians and you didn't actually train them in how to use it, there wasn't a great uptake. And that evaluation process is really important. So I'm a big believer in evaluating the work that you do, and any change in clinical practice needs to be evaluated. So I'd just like to acknowledge there is a number of people involved in this work to date, and our team is growing now that we've moved on to clinical implementation. Our Perks Health co-founders and also our funding partners. And if anyone has any questions, we'd love to talk to you, either email myself or Zoe. Thank you. Now, I think, Russell, are you going to play the next video?
Yes. So, no, I'm going to play some videos. I'm going to exit you guys backstage, and then I'll bring you back in a sec once we've played the other video.
Great. Thanks, Russell.
And now there's a telehealth video done through these guys at New South Wales Health. So sit back and enjoy this as well.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning, Amy.
Good morning. How are you all? Good. Good. Is everyone feeling well?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Now it's our fourth session today. So as usual, we're just going to do a quick audio and visual check. Can everyone see me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah, and everyone can hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so just checking in, nothing has changed since last session. Is everyone feeling well? Any change in your medications?
No.
It's all the same. No, all feeling well? Okay, great. All right, so just a quick reminder, remember when we're exercising, our target intensity of how hard we want to work is in this green zone here. So this refers to your breathlessness. So we want you working at a level that gets you moderate to somewhat severe breathlessness, or for some exercises, we talk more about the effort, and we'd like to work in a level that's getting you moderate to somewhat strong level of effort. Okay? Yep, good. All right, now everyone's got all their equipment ready. You've got your weights nearby.
Yes.
Yep. Good, and just checking everyone's got their phone as a backup in case we lose connection.
Yes.
Good, excellent. All right, we're ready to go. So as usual, we're going to start with a warm-up. So Sally, you can pop your weights down. So just starting with a warm-up. Remember the idea of the warm-up. So we're going to start by going side to side to start off. So the idea of the warm-up is to gradually increase the blood flow to the working muscles and gradually increase our heart rate to get us going for our cardiovascular. Okay. Good. We're going to do some marching on the spot. Good. Good. Feel free to have a chair nearby if you need it for your balance, but you're looking pretty good. All right, so that's about 2 to 3 minutes. Is everyone feeling okay?
Yes.
Are we feeling warm?
Yes, getting there. Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start with our 10 minutes of our cardiovascular now. So we've got Sue hopping on the bike. We've got Sally walking with her water bottles, and we have Liz walking with her hand weights. Okay, everyone about ready to go? Remember that moderate to somewhat severe breathlessness or moderate to somewhat strong effort, okay? And I'm going to start the timer now for 10 minutes. Off we go. Going okay there, Sue?
Yes, thank you.
Good on you. Good, Liz, making sure that you've got no tripping hazards in the way there.
Of course.
Good on you. Keep going. Looking good, Sally. All right, everyone, that's our 10 minutes of cardiovascular. So take a break there. Come back and sit down for me. Make sure you grab yourself a drink of water. Now, Sally, how breathless did you get on that walk? Remember, 0's not breathless at all, and 10's the most breathless you've ever felt.
No, I'm probably above moderate. I'm not breathless. What's in the blue one?
Slight.
Slight.
Yep. Okay. So we can look at making that a little bit harder next time, because remember, our target is to get to that moderate to somewhat severe level of breathlessness. All right, Liz, how about you? How breathless were you at the end of that walk?
Slight to moderate.
Great. Okay. So again, we could probably use your heavier weights next time, or we could walk a bit faster. Yes. Okay. Does everyone want to take a break and have a drink of water? So we've had our break. We've just been using our legs for our cardio. So what we're going to do is move on to some upper limb or arm strengthening. Okay. Can everyone grab their weights for me, please? Now, if you need to sit down, please do so. Otherwise, we can stand for these exercises. Everyone can see me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, so the first one, remember, we're punching forwards. Nice and gentle on the joints, not too hard. Now we're going up for 10. 10, and we're going out to the side for 10. So remember, the reason we do this strengthening of our upper limbs is so that when we're doing activities that involve our arms, like putting the clothes on the line or washing our hair, if we can get our arms stronger, those activities should get easier. And then we've got our bicep curls. Remember, if these are quite easy, next time we can use slightly heavier weights for you. All right, so that is round one of our arms. Give your shoulders a bit of a shake, loosen up. And now we'll move on to the next two sets. If you're able to, first of all, make sure your chair is safe. So we want to make sure it is either against a wall or against, for example, Sally, you could put it against the dining table there. The reason behind that is we want to make sure that the chair's not going to move. No one's got chairs with wheels, do they? Yeah. Nope. Good. Okay, so we're going to do our stand up and sit downs from my body when I'm doing it. Okay. So you guys have all done these before correctly. So hands across your chest, and I want you to just do the full stand up and sit down.
Amy, should you have your legs together when you're doing this or slightly?
No, so your feet should be shoulder width apart, toes facing forward, knees over toes. All right, off we go for 10, please. Go all the way down for me, Sally. Just a normal stand up and sit. Great. So it's important to rest between sets as well, okay? We don't move straight into the next set or our muscles will fatigue too quickly. With strengthening, we do in sets of 10 to 12 and then have breaks in between. All right, everyone's doing really well. So we now move on to another 10 minutes of our cardiovascular exercises, which means Sally, you're going to walk for another 10 minutes carrying your water bottles. Liz, if you can walk carrying your weights. And Sue, I'll get you on the bike, okay? Just remembering we want to sit in this green zone for breathlessness or for effort, okay?
Okay.
All right, off we go. Liz, if you can make sure you just do a big loop through the house, that would be good.
Right.
I think you'll be able to get a better workout that way.
And I've got my heavier weights.
Good. Off you go. All right, so we're just going to take a quick rest and then we're going to move on to the wall push-ups. Okay. All right, so wall push-ups, remember, I'm just going to demonstrate for you. We want your hands sort of shoulder width apart and we're pushing in and out, okay? You can make it easier if needed by coming closer to the wall, or you can make it harder by taking your body further back from the wall. These exercises are really good for our upper limb and our chest wall muscles of breathing. And one more, 10. Well done. Take a rest, give your shoulders a bit of a shrug. Good. Now we're going to move on to our second set if you're ready. You can hop in position, hands up on the wall. If you need to make it harder, remember your feet can come further back from the wall. Okay, guys, thank you. Well done. So we've just completed our 3 sets of 10 of wall push-ups. Please feel free to grab a drink of water. Have a break if you need to before we move into our final 10 minutes of our cardio. Okay, so we've got 10 more minutes left of our cardio. Sally, if you want to make it harder, you can walk a little bit faster for me. Sue, you can turn up the intensity on the bike by adjusting the resistance if you need. And Liz, same with you, you can walk a little bit faster if you need to, okay?
Right.
All right, everyone, so 10 more minutes of cardio to finish. Off you go. That's our final 10 minutes of cardio finish. Well done, everyone. If you want to come back to the screen and we can do a bit of a cool down and some stretching. Okay, guys, so we're just going to finish with our cool down now, okay? All right. And we're just going to do reach up and down. Don't need to go up on your toes. And we're going to stretch the sort of back of the shoulder. Good. All right. Well done, everybody. I just wanted to check in that everyone's feeling okay.
Thank you. Yes, Amy.
Yes. Good. And that remember, you need to do your home exercises as well. So you've all got your home program that you need to continue with as well.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll see you back online next Monday.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you,
Thank
Amy.
you so much, everyone. Well done. Have a lovely weekend.
Okay, I'm going to bring back Sally, Chris and Kate for a quick Q&A. We've got some questions for them to answer.
Hi, Russell.
Hello.
Hey, guys. How'd you get from the pool up to an office so quickly?
Good effort.
Yeah.
We don't let the physios have any lunch break, Russell. One class to another.
Magic. I've jotted down quick questions we've got from Facebook and from YouTube. So first of all, with the hydro classes, is there any others run in New South Wales or in other states that you're aware of, or are you guys it?
No, so there's a few in Sydney that I know of. So the hydro work really started after Renee McNamara at Prince of Wales PhD, and papers showed that it was as effective as centre-based rehab for people with COPD and comorbidities. And her work was published in the ERJ. So she's been running a program at Prince of Wales for a number of years. And that's a fantastic program. There's also a program over at RPA with a professor, I was going to say associate professor, Professor Lissa Spencer runs that program. And then we have one down in Ryde at the Graithwaite Rehab Centre, and then the one that you've seen this morning at Mona Vale. I'm not sure in any rural and remote regions if there's any run in those programs.
Okay. Would patients in Australia be able to find more details on Lung Foundation's website? Do you know? Yep.
Yeah, so Lung Foundation have a full list of all pulmonary rehab programs. So if the local coordinators have added on those program details, they should be on there. But I'd suggest if patients are interested, they contact their pulmonary rehab program anyway, because one of the barriers to exercise, as we know, is for patients with complex comorbidities, particularly musculoskeletal comorbidities, they might not want to exercise and might not think there's much point going for an assessment. But if they actually just go for an assessment with a pulmonary rehab program, they may say to them, look, we'll give you a home program to do that you could go and do in your local pool if that's the way that it might work for them best, even if they didn't actually offer an aquatic program.
Okay. Chris, someone's asked, a PR class of pulmonary rehab class is beneficial for stability and preventing falls as well.
Definitely, yeah. Just building up those muscle groups really does help with the balance. We get so many clients with balance issues and regular falls that come to attend pulmonary rehab. And by the time they get through, probably halfway through the program, I just saw a lady just today, and you can just see the difference in their balance because they've got that core strength and stability, and they're building up that exercise tolerance. And they get the benefit that it really helps their COPD, but is also looking at falls prevention, which is amazing. And there's some great falls programs available, but pulmonary rehab does an exceptional job yet.
And it's one of the things that they've looked at in terms of the research as well, Russell, actually combining a balance program with a pulmonary rehab program. And there's good evidence to say that it improves people's balance and reduces their likelihood of falling.
Okay, so key message is if you haven't been to pulmonary rehab, you need to get there.
And I think the key message really is go for the assessment. Don't think they're going to make you do anything you're not comfortable with or that's not appropriate for you. And all pulmonary rehab programs will take a comprehensive assessment approach and then look at what the patient's problems are and then design a program that's suitable for them.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing for any patients who are a bit concerned and, it's that worry about getting more breathless. You guys are trained on how to manage this. You guys are the experts, so you can guide patients through. So, hopefully it's an enjoyable and beneficial, obvious experience for them.
And I think we also see a range of patients. So some of the patients will say to us, and there was a lady in the gym yesterday, she said, I thought maybe I was a bit too sick to come. Or you have another patient that will say, I thought I was too well to come. So I think that's this perception that we only deal with a particular type of patients. That's really not the case. So we look after patients that are quite early in their disease process with mild symptoms, all the way up to patients that are significantly limited. And that's part of the comprehensive assessment that's important, that the patients are assessed based on their presentation and their needs. And it's not a one-size-fits-all program. It's not that you'll be put into an aerobics class and have to keep up with everyone. And that's the really important thing about the assessment.
Onto the app, a few questions about the app. You dropped out of my feed a little bit, so you may have answered these. But one is, so a patient would have to go through pulmonary rehab first before they would be able to access that app or not?
No, so the way that we're commercializing the program is that the pulmonary rehab program needs to buy the app, and then the patient comes to that pulmonary rehab assessment, and then they can use the app rather than the patient buying the app directly. Whether in the future we may find ways to actually allow the patients to buy it initially, that might be an option, but at the moment with this first phase implementation, we're trying to stick to those 13 essential components of pulmonary rehab, which include a assessment. So if we just provide an online program without the assessment, we're not sticking to those 13 essential components.
So they would only use the app while they're in pulmonary rehab, provided that class has purchased the app.
Yes, and we're leaving it up to the local sites to decide how they'd like to implement it. So in our district, we're actually implementing it in a hybrid approach. So some patients, often they'll say we can only come once a week to a centre. So then we'll say, well, instead of you coming once a week for 8 weeks and you're not doing enough exercise, or maybe extending the program out to say 12 or 16 weeks, which obviously affects our wait list, they can do one session with us in the centre and then use the app to support their independent sessions at home. The other way we're doing it is a completely home-based program. So the patients will come for their assessment. They then use the app to support their pulmonary rehab program at home for 8 weeks. And they actually have a telehealth call once a week with a physio to problem solve how they're going in terms of their exercise program, but also in terms of how they're generally managing their COPD. So it all depends how the local pulmonary rehab programs would like to use the app to implement in terms of their local needs. And the other side that we're investigating is private rehab programs. So this doesn't just have to be used in the public system. So private providers can use the app to support the delivery of a pulmonary rehab program. But again, they need to assess the patient, use the app to support the patient's program independently at home. And then we're doing a reassessment at the end.
And so this would only be available within Australia, or would it be available overseas as well? To obviously sites.
Yeah, so at the moment our app's only available in Australia. It's on the Apple and Google Play stores. There is a New Zealand version specific that a fantastic New Zealand group have developed for themselves. There's an app in the UK that's been developed. There's a couple in other European countries. So it's something that's being done in a lot of countries. And when we started this work, we felt it was important that we developed an Australian specific one that met the needs of the Australian population.
Yeah, look, I remember you taking me through it at TSANZ this year, and I thought it was fantastic. Especially, I guess, down the track if it can be used remotely in some way, I think that's going to be a huge benefit. Obviously not everyone can access pulmonary rehab classes.
And that's one of the strategies we want to look at now. We're moving into implementation of whether we could provide this to rural and remote communities and do an online assessment. So it wouldn't have to be a face-to-face assessment, and we can do that online. And there's some work being done around virtual exercise tests. So doing tests like this, like we are now. I could test you now, Russell, if you like, but you've got a big day ahead.
I've got a big day ahead.
And then you would have the app to support your program for 8 weeks. Again, that clinician contact is still really quite valuable. We've done some qualitative work as part of the research program with semi-structured interviews, and that clinician contact is valuable to support the patient through the program, but they don't need to be face-to-face in a centre. So that's definitely in our sights in terms of implementation planning and looking for funding for that.
Excellent. I want to thank you all very much for your involvement today. It's your second Baton Pass year, and I really appreciate, myself and Ruth, really appreciate you guys supporting the event because the information you provide is very valuable to patients, but also, I think, clinicians. So once again, thank you very much, and I hope I can twist your arm into coming back next year.
Thanks, Russell. Thanks for including us, and have a great day.
Okay, thanks guys. Bye. Well, great presentation there from our friends in New South Wales Health. They've always got so much information to share. So we're going to cross back to Ruth. She's jumping on a trampoline, so we'll see what she's up to at the moment.
I'm bringing a random selection of exercises today, Russ. I decided instead of doing a continuous challenge, I'm going to do how many things can I fit into one session. So a bike, trampoline, and a stepper from earlier. So I've got a bit of a mix going.
I feel like some of the camera angles are making you look like one of those things you stick on the dashboard of your car up there. I don't know if you feel like that.
I tried jumping on the trampoline earlier with my trainers on and decided it was much better without the trainers. It felt much more stable, but it's not something I've done for a while, since childhood, I think.
I'm going to cross over without any warning and see what our treadmill is like, because I've got an update on that, so bear with me. And we'll see what they're doing. Hey, Sarah. Give the audience a wave, you're live. So that's my daughter, Sarah. It's her turn on the treadmill at the moment. So it's been going now for, where are we, 5 hours. Wow. So That's been really good. I think our total last time I checked, we're just over 40,000.
40,000
We're
steps.
just over 40,000 steps. So I'm sort of thinking I reckon we're going to land somewhere between 170 and 200,000 steps.
Do you
We'll
remember what you
see.
did last year?
I haven't converted it into steps, but I think we'll be a bit slower this year because we're all a little bit older and aren't running as fast. So we'll see how we go. So you've just watched the New South Wales Health presentation. What did you think?
Really interesting. Program, really interesting. What they've developed, really good responses to the questions about how they're going to use it and about doing the virtual assessments, so they're not having to do those face-to-face assessments. So yeah, really, really exciting the work that they've done, they're doing. Yeah, it's nice to see how different people are also doing the tele-rehab, the virtual rehab, and what exists in that space, because I think quite often you see or read about it, but hearing about it like verbally is much nicer than trying to read a paper or look at it, and it can be quite flat. So yeah, really nice to hear from them, and it would be really good to see year on year if they come back to the Baton Pass event, how it's evolving, how it's developing, what they're doing with what they're doing. Yeah, it would be really good to keep that coming back and getting their updates each year as well, and see how the program's going. And
I think what we're going to see today is how different countries are doing different things, and I think there will be some similarities and there might be some different things. So I think we're all going to learn a bit as we cross from link to link during the day. I feel like if I keep making you talk while you're jumping on this, someone's going to start suggesting you'll have a respiratory disease.
I mean, I've been sedentary for a while, making sure that I'm there in the background. So I was getting a bit twitchy. So actually it was quite nice to move. Yeah. And at this time in the morning here at 3:15, it's quite nice to keep moving, to keep yourself a bit awake. So actually it's quite nice to get up and move. We've all been hopping on and off the trampoline in the last couple of hours. And we're in a gym. So there's like a full gym. So we're all having a little bit of a look and a little bit of go of the equipment in the gym. We've got a list of ideas of the things we can do next year, having different challenges set up in the gym, and, you know, a bike challenge and a treadmill challenge and a trampoline bit going, and so I'm based in a university and having the different students from the different courses involved in like the broadcasting who are supporting the event, and then also like the sports students and some of the nursing students. So we're sitting here looking at all of this stuff around us going, oh my gosh, we could do this next year and we could do this. So we're already planning, and we're all having tests of things to give it a bit of a go to, like today, to see how we can build and grow for next year. So yeah, it's quite nice being in this space.
You're like a kid in a candy shop.
I am. They've got a curved treadmill down the bottom as well.
Oh, really?
Which is very cool. Not just a normal treadmill, like one of the curved ones that you have to manually make it run. So yeah.
We might have to do all the broadcasting from there next year.
I mean, it's such a good setup. The students that are supporting it are, well, they keep talking about stuff that I don't know what they're talking about, because it's camera equipment and sound equipment, but they know what they're doing. So I think it's probably it's definitely an upgrade to what we did last year. So yeah.
Very good. Well, I'm going to leave you bounce away. We're going to hear from Mitch Taylor shortly, and I'll come back to you in a little while.
I might not be bouncing then, but I'll catch up with you in a bit.
You'll be finding something to do.
I'll find something else to do.
Alrighty. So next up, a popular guy from last year, Mitch Taylor, brings his insights into COPD. So we did a pre-recorded with Mitch. So it's about COPD, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy it all. So I'll bring on Mitch right now.
Hello everyone, my name is Mitch and I am the next person to take the baton as we move the baton for World COPD Day from Sydney down to Wollongong. I'll be with you guys for the next 30 minutes as we cover just a little topic, as we cover COPD. We're going to do a helicopter view on COPD, and we're going to do a little bit of an interactive webinar. So hopefully you guys can participate. It's going to be a long day online, so hopefully get involved and we'll just do a big overview of COPD as a whole. So who am I? So as I said, my name's Mitch Taylor. I'm a respiratory physiotherapist. I'm from Wollongong, which is the Dharawal people of Australia in New South Wales. I'm the founder and lead physiotherapist at a private practice respiratory physiotherapy clinic called Functional Lungs. I also work as a clinician and a researcher in the respiratory medicine department at St George Hospital in Sydney. I work as a part of a few of our committees in Australia, and I'm also a teacher for one of our courses, cardiorespiratory physiotherapy in private practice or primary care, depending on where in the world you are. And I'm also a teacher on the Radcliffe method. My background before this, I've done a lot of work in respiratory outpatients, community outreach programs, and before that, I spent 5 years in ICU across at St Bart's in London and up and down the east coast of Australia. A little bit of housekeeping for today's talk. As I said, it is going to be interactive, so I do want you guys to get involved. So a few symbols here today. The left symbol, the question master, when you see this gentleman come up on your screen, that means there's an opportunity to be involved in this lecture. And I do want everyone, if you can, to get a method of writing down some answers now. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the timer on in the top right corner for 30 seconds. This is just an example. If you can, spend the next 30 seconds going and grab some pen and paper or a phone or somewhere where you can just write down some answers along. It will create an opportunity for engagement in this lecture as we move forward looking at COPD. So another 10 seconds, just grab something where you can write down some answers as we go. The middle symbol is obviously a caution symbol. So if you see that symbol across through the lecture, it just means there's something to be aware of. It's got to be a precaution or a contraindication or something like that. And lastly, the references on any of the slides will be in the bottom right-hand corner and also at the end of the presentation as well. So today's agenda, as I said, helicopter view. We're going to cover COPD. Obviously, we're not going to go cover every little detail. We're just going to do a big helicopter view. We're going to look at the physiology of COPD, some of the basics of assessment and diagnosis, and lastly, look at the treatment, all the different parties that can be involved in treating this cohort. So let's start with our first question master of the day. Why are we here? Why are we talking about COPD on World COPD Day? What is significant about COPD and what brings us all together? So spend, again, 20 seconds, 30 seconds just writing down why you think we need to talk about COPD. Again, there's right or wrong answers here, just why you think it's important that we share our experiences today in managing COPD. Some of the things I have written down, as I said, there's no wrong answers as we move through today. It is the third leading cause of death worldwide with quite a high prevalence. So 7.6 per 100% of the population have COPD. And pulmonary rehab, which is what we are here to talk about a lot today, is a method of improving breathlessness, reducing fatigue, increasing exercise capacity, and improving the sense of control of the patient with COPD. Plus, it is World COPD Day, so that's one of the big reasons we're here to talk with you all today. So let's start by looking at the physiology. We say this word COPD a lot today, but what actually is it? Well, COPD, as you know, stands for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and this is an abnormality of the small airways of the lungs that leads to chronic airflow obstruction. So this is opposed to acute or reversible airflow obstruction, which the air is unable to get out of the lungs quickly, acutely, which we see in things like asthma. But COPD is where this occurs chronically, and for a long time, and persistent breathing tests, we're seeing this chronic airflow obstruction. And this can be caused by two main physiology mechanisms in the lungs. We can get emphysema, which is the destruction of the alveoli or the sacs of the lungs. And then we can get chronic bronchitis, which is where we get these chronically inflamed, mucus-producing bronchi, which are the pipelines of the lungs, which can get inflamed and full of mucus. And this can cause as well airflow obstruction that we see. When we get COPD, we'll just touch very quickly on some of the structural changes we can see, not in all patients, but we can see on this X-ray that a lot of the biomechanics of breathing can be changed. So we can see a flattened diaphragm down the bottom of the image. Some of the ribs can be a little bit elevated and flat as well. And this can create a poor length tension, what we call relationship of some of the muscles of breathing. So the muscles of breathing don't work as well because of the changes inside of the lungs. And this can cause a thing called hyperinflation, where the lungs get a little bit too full. And we know that the degree of hyperinflation can correlate with some functional capacities. And a thing called dynamic hyperinflation is where the lungs get fuller and fuller as we exercise. And it's one of the things we work on in pulmonary rehab. And that can be a limiting factor to activity participation. So now we know what COPD is. I want to quickly look at what are some of the risk factors for getting COPD. So I'll give you guys another 30 seconds here to write down some of the risk factors you think that people are exposed to or might have that put them at risk of COPD. Hopefully a couple of these will be familiar to you all. Some of them may not be. All right, so the 4 key factors listed here on the screen that we see as risk factors for COPD are smoking. Now, a lot of us should be aware of that smoking is the main cause of COPD, but it doesn't cause all cases of COPD. People can also get COPD from exposure to other noxious inhalations, air pollution, occupational inhalation of different things. Asthma can also be a risk factor for COPD, and alpha-1 antitrypsin. We're going to go through those quickly now. So people who smoke, lifelong smokers, do have a 50% probability of developing COPD. But not only do they have a really high chance of developing COPD, they also have a 23 times increased chance of lung cancer, 3 times increased chance of heart disease, and 2 times increased chance of diabetes. And we know that it's these reactive oxidants that people breathe in through cigarette smoke that generate this inflammation that causes this chronic damage in the lungs. And quitting smoking is the single most effective treatment that we have for COPD. So we're going to talk a lot about all the different treatments we have today, but quitting smoking is the single most effective thing that we have, and it's important to remember that in our current smokers. In regards to air pollution, as we mentioned, this is, while smoking is on the decline, air pollution definitely is on the increase. And this little study looked at back in 2015, comparing air pollution around the world to cigarettes per day. And as you can see in the US, the air pollution at times can be half a cigarette a day, the EU 1.6 cigarettes per day, and on bad days in some areas of China, it can be up to a packet or more of cigarettes per day, equivalent of air pollution. And we are seeing more and more research into the different causes of COPD being explored. Only yesterday, I had a paper come across my desk that was looking at inspiratory muscles training and pulmonary rehab, specifically in a cohort of COPD who their COPD had been developed in non-smokers, people who had occupational exposure causing their COPD. We will quickly talk about asthma, and poorly controlled asthma can lead to airway remodeling. So asthma is initially a reversible lung condition. When we get the treatment right with our preventers, we can try and reverse some of the asthma. But in poorly controlled asthma or severe asthma, we can get some airway remodeling that does lead to lung function that is no longer reversible. And whilst caused by asthma, these patients might then meet criteria for having COPD. So asthma is a cause of COPD. And lastly, we have our genetic causes. So alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, which is a prevalence of 1 in 5,000. And alpha-1 is an enzyme that protects the lungs from neutrophilic elastases, which are enzymes in the lung that do break down parts of the lung. So if we have an alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, we can very early in life, from most often diagnosed between age 25 and 40, start to see this COPD type picture. So now we know a little bit about COPD. Let's move on to assessment and diagnosis. What we're going to cover in assessing and diagnosing COPD is our symptoms that give us some suspicion that maybe somebody might have COPD. And once we have that suspicion, we're going to look at confirming that diagnosis. And then lastly, once we have a diagnosis of spirometry, we're going to look at this treatable traits model, which has been developed by colleagues here in Australia. So when are we suspicious of COPD? So I'm going to give you guys another 30 seconds here. So we should be suspicious of COPD diagnosis in someone who's over 35 years of age, who has one risk factor, and we've just talked about those risk factors. See those 4 risk factors across the bottom. They have one risk factor and one or more of the following symptoms. So I'll restart that clock and give you guys 30 seconds just to think about some of the symptoms that you might think raises suspicion that someone might have COPD. So 30 seconds just to write down some of those. All right, and as I said, there's no wrong answers here today, but some of the symptoms that we see very often in our COPD cohort is exertional breathlessness. So this is obviously what we see in a lot of our patients. They can no longer walk up the stairs without getting out of breath. They can't carry the groceries without getting out of breath. A chronic cough is not diagnostic, but we can see it in COPD quite a bit. A wheeze, annual winter bronchitis, where during winter get really chesty and might need some treatments, and a frequent sputum producer is common, not in all patients, but can be a sign that someone might have COPD. So once we're suspicious of COPD, we want to confirm the diagnosis. And as one of my respiratory scientists would famously say, you can't say COPD without the O, and the O in COPD is obstruction, and you can't measure obstruction without a spirometry test. Now, I do know ERS over the last couple of years, we are talking a little bit about pre-COPD and using maybe imaging and symptoms to try and catch COPD a little bit earlier. But for the purpose of today's talk, we will talk about that. In order to diagnose COPD as it stands today, we do need that spirometry. And that spirometry is basically a breathing test where we measure the volume of air someone can breathe out, and we also measure how quickly someone can get that air out of the lungs, and that's the FEV1 and FVC. And we see that in COPD, often the volume of the lungs is preserved, but how quickly they can expel that air is reduced and doesn't respond to things like salbutamol. So this is an example of a spirometry. Now, we're not going to go into the numbers too much today, but I do want to draw everyone's attention to the graphs. I love looking at graphs. They tell us so much. And what I'll basically say is we have the flow of how quick someone can get the air out. On the x-axis, on the y-axis, we have time. And now the grey shaded area is normative value. And as you can see, normally when we exhale, the air comes out quite quickly and tapers off in a nice hypothesis, a nice straight line that comes down. And as we can see in our patient here, the pre is the blue line. And that blue line, the flow initially starts quite high, but drops very, very quickly. We see this scooped out appearance of their graph, and that shows that the flow is reduced quickly, which shows that there is obstruction to getting that flow out quickly. And we get that scooped out appearance compared to the normative values. What we can see in this patient is the red line, which is the post, is exactly the same. So this patient, after we gave them some treatment, like some salbutamol, their breathing test didn't get any better. So this is how we would diagnose someone with COPD. Once we've done a spirometry, how do we look at, we can see that they've got COPD. How do we diagnose the severity? Do we say, oh, your COPD is mild, moderate, or severe? And now, again, there's a few different ways we can go about this, but I want to give everyone 30 seconds to maybe have a think about what we would use to quantify the severity of COPD. All righty. Hopefully you have a few things written down. As I said, there's a few different ways to go about this, but one of the more traditional ways is to look at the FEV1 as a percent predicted. And if we use this model, we can see that mild COPD is someone whose FEV1 is 60 to 80% of their predicted values. 40 to 60% is moderate, and less than 40% predicted can be severe. Now, we can also use the GOLD classification to look at the risk of exacerbations, and obviously symptoms are an important part of assessing severity as well. Now, as I said, we're not going to look too much into spirometry today, but as I said, a graph can tell you 1,000 words. Now, I just want to have a look at the graph on the left, and we can see that the normative values is this grey shaded area, which is off the chart. This patient, their breathing test, as they went to exhale, they got just a little spike in their ability to get air out of the lungs, and then their ability to squeeze air out was very, very reduced as they moved forward throughout the rest of the breathing test. And without even looking at the numbers, we can tell that this patient has severe COPD, and we will need to work our best to optimize their treatment. Once we diagnose and assess someone's level of COPD, we want to look at what we can do to help them. So as I said, we want to look at some of the things that we can do. Is obviously we want to try and work to improve any airflow obstruction with inhalers and different things like that to the best we can. But there are a number of treatable traits that have been identified in the literature. And what these are different traits or different symptoms or different signs that patients with COPD can present with, that we can specifically target our therapy at to help improve the overall outcomes for COPD. So some examples of these are eosinophilia, so inflammation in the lungs, allergens, where people might have reactive lungs to different things, pathogen colonization, where there might be bacteria that's growing in the lungs that we want to try and treat. Hypoxia is something like low oxygen that we want to try and improve. I want to give you guys, again, another 30 seconds here to think about, in terms of treating, managing, or living with COPD, what are some of the traits that you experience or that you see that we should focus our therapies on, or that we can focus our therapies on to try and improve? So some of the common treatable symptoms or treatable traits that you might see. Writing some of those down. Alrighty, and again, no wrong answers today, but see, these are some of the traits that have been described in the literature. So in addition to the ones we mentioned earlier, depression and anxiety can be something that is really important to screen for and help our patients work through. Malnutrition is really, really important to assess. I'm going to talk about that a little bit on the next slide. Mucus hypersecretion, so the overproduction of mucus in their lungs, is there something we can do to help with that? Osteopenia, so weakening of the bones. Sarcopenia, so weakening of the muscles. The technique of getting the actual inhaled medication into the lungs, we know that up to 87% of patients can have trouble managing their inhalers, so it is important to double check this. loss of confidence with exercise, because we know breathlessness, well, if there's anything to be anxious about, it's being breathless. So it's important to try and help to work on confidence with exercise, and then also dysfunctional breathing. Quickly, I wanted to talk about malnutrition, because I think this is really, really important part of our assessment, specifically when we're talking about rehab and exercise, which we're talking a lot about today. But as it is important to be aware that BMI, so someone's body mass index, is an independent predictor of outcomes in patients with COPD. And I'll draw your attention to the graph on the right. And you can see that the bottom two lines are mild and moderate COPD. And as the BMI reduces, and that's going from right to left on the graph, as the BMI, as the weight reduces and as our patients get very, very skinny, the outcomes are not as good. And you can see that uptick in those patients with a BMI of less than 20. But the top line is really important. That's our patients with severe COPD. And you can see that as weight reduces, as our patients get very, very skinny, and malnutrition occurs, the risk of adverse outcome, the relative risk really, really increases. So it is really, really important that we are screening our patients for their BMI and kind of doing a weight history is what I like to call it. So if your patient comes through or you're eager to look at pulmonary rehab and the patient has a BMI of 18 and you ask them, what has your weight been over the last 3 months? I've lost 5 kilos in the last 3 months, and that's not even doing pulmonary rehabilitation. We do have to be, you see our caution symbol there, we do have to be cautious in exercising people who are already in a catabolic state, who are already in a state where they're using all of their energy just trying to breathe and just trying to function. So I'm not saying these people aren't suitable for pulmonary rehab, but we might need to link them in with our dietitian colleagues and get them out of this catabolic state, maybe into an anabolic state where they've got good nutrition to help create the building blocks of building muscle before we look at any aggressive exercise programs with them. All right, we've assessed our patients with COPD. We're going to look now at treatment. Today in treatment, we're going to cover smoking cessation, medical interventions, pulmonary rehab, big part of our talk today, treatable traits, and one-on-one allied health providers. So smoking cessation, we touched on it a little bit earlier, but smoking cessation can slow the rate of lung function decline, delay the onset of disability, and the types of smoking cessation are pharmacotherapy and behavioural support therapy. And we know the evidence supports a combination of these two therapies gives our patients the best outcomes. Now, we don't need 30 seconds for this question, but I do want to ask everyone, whose role is smoking cessation? Is it the local physician? Is it the lung specialist? Is it the physio? Is it the pharmacist? Or is it the nurse? Who should be involved in smoking cessation? And I guess the answer is everyone. Smoking cessation is that important that it should be everyone's responsibility to look at their role in how they can be involved in encouraging any current smokers to look at ways of smoking cessation. And this is a nice article from one of my colleagues in Sydney that looked at the role of the physiotherapist in smoking cessation. And this is just one example of an allied health provider being involved in this process. And if you are more to learn about how different allied health providers can be involved in smoking cessation, I definitely encourage further looking at this article. In terms of medical interventions, I'm not a physician myself, but a big overview, we have stepwise pharmacotherapy, which is driven by the GOLD guidelines. For patients with severe COPD, in some places we do have some surgical intervention, some endoscopic lung volume reduction that may be suitable for a select cohort of patients. And lastly, we have these treatable traits that we identified in our assessment, finding different ways to be able to treat them. Before we go more into those treatable traits, a quick summary slide of pulmonary rehab. We've done a lot on pulmonary rehabilitation already today, but a quick synopsis. What is it? It's a specialist program. It's run by an MDT of trained professionals. We do supervised exercise. We do education sessions and breathing techniques that we can use to improve quality of life, fatigue, exercise tolerance, and exacerbations, and that all patients, regardless of their severity, should be offered to be involved in pulmonary rehabilitation. All right, I want to go back to those treatable traits now. And what I want everyone to have a think about for the next minute is where these treatable traits are best addressed. And now I'm a big fan of the multidisciplinary team, and a lot of these traits will be addressed by many members of the team. But I do want to give just a little exercise I like to do with some of my colleagues. I do want to give you guys an opportunity to have a think about these treatable traits that we're going to try and work through. Where may these traits be addressed? Will they be addressed by a medical professional? Will they be addressed by a pulmonary rehab program? Or will they be addressed by a one-on-one allied health provider? So I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds again, just to go through the traits listed above and just write down where they might be addressed. And as I said, there may be a lot of overlap. Some might be covered by a few of the different providers. All righty, as you can see, they've got an extensive list here, so there's obviously a lot of overlap. We'll go through the categories one by one. As I said, no wrong answers here. These are just some of the areas I've written down. The medical team will be looking at the eosinophilia, allergens, the pathogens, testing for allergen. That's all standard things our medical team will be involved in, maybe assessing the upper airway, hypoxia, depression, anxiety, malnutrition, mucus hypersecretion, and prescribing of inhalers. Now, pulmonary rehab, you'll see in the middle, has an extensive list of treatable traits. And the ones that are underlined are the traits that might be addressed in our education programs, that you might have already seen a few of those today. And the other ones will be addressed in our supervised exercise part of the program. And what I want to do with this little exercise is to highlight that pulmonary rehabilitation really is a comprehensive intervention. It is useful in addressing so many of these different traits. Looking at depression and anxiety can be helped with exercise. Obviously, osteopenia, sarcopenia are helped with exercise. Exercise is good for helping to clear the lungs of mucus. And then obviously as a part of the education, we can look at inhaler techniques, how people can go about using their oxygen and different things like that. A couple of these traits are worthwhile addressing in one-on-one with another allied health provider, and that's what we spend a lot of our time here doing in our private practice clinic. So if people need specific therapy to look at things like mucus hypersecretion, dysfunctional breathing, maybe some central airway techniques, that's what we spend a lot of our days here doing, but also dietitians being involved for malnutrition, our psychologists being involved for depression, anxiety, our specialist nurses and pharmacists looking at things like inhaler techniques. So these treatable traits really are a wide MDT that can be covered through pulmonary rehab, through medical team and allied health providers. For the last minute or two, I will talk quickly about some of these treatable traits that we deal with a lot in our clinic. So mucus hypersecretion, we have a whole range of techniques that we can use for people who do have that chronic wet cough, who really have trouble clearing the lungs of mucus. We have a range of different techniques that we can implement in this cohort to try and help relieve that cough burden, clear the lungs of mucus, and make breathing a little bit easier. And there is good evidence to support that doing these airway clearance techniques can reduce cough and can reduce exacerbation frequency, which is great. In terms of dysfunctional breathing, well, a very quick synopsis. Dysfunctional breathing is basically where the symptoms of the patients of breathlessness are disproportionate to their level of disease. So let's say someone has mild COPD, but then they have breathlessness just talking or just getting out of bed, and that doesn't quite match up. So these patients might have something called dysfunctional breathing, where their breathing muscles are misbehaving a little bit, and one-on-one physiotherapy, breathing retraining can be helpful in this cohort. Evidence definitely is still developing in this area. Lastly is upper or central airway disease. So these are things that can occur in combination with COPD, such as inducible laryngeal obstruction, which is some airflow obstruction in the upper airway, tracheobronchomalacia kind of in the middle airway, or things like nasal congestion and inability to breathe through the nose are things that we often look at in our clinic, and physiotherapists can be helpful to amend and help patients with these. All right, a quick summary of COPD. To finish up our lecture today, COPD is an umbrella term for those with chronic obstruction. Smoking causes most COPD, but not all. And that pulmonary rehabilitation is a comprehensive program that really should be offered all of our patients with COPD. So that is the end of my big helicopter view or summary of COPD. As I said, my name is Mitch Taylor. You can catch me at Functional Lungs on all the main social medias. And I think now it is my turn to pass the baton back to Ruth. And I think we're going to Bangladesh now. So thank you everyone so much for joining me. And we'll see you all soon.
Thanks, Mitch. Another great presentation. I thought we'd cross back to the treadmill. My mother's on there now, so just goes to show you have no excuses. Everyone can get on a treadmill and do something. So, Mum, you're going to give us a wave without falling over? How far have you done so far?
Probably about a kilometre. Oh, you have? I've done 8 laps. No, I've done 80 laps.
I don't think she's done 80 laps. That's very good if she has.
Yeah. I've done. See, it's going so fast, it doesn't even look.
So you're nearly at a kilometre. Well done.
I've done two laps.
Okay, and only another 12 hours to go. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be on the floor on that, I think.
Well, keep up the good work.
Yeah. She's gone up.
So for something different, we're going to entertain you now with some dance videos from Sian. These videos are also available online, and I'm going to share the link because it's another way to keep active with COPD. I'll pop the link in the chat so you can connect with Sian and her dance videos as well.
Hello, my name is Sian Williams and I'm a dance facilitator with a particular interest in breathlessness. Over the last 2.5 years, I've been working with Breathe Easy Haringey, the support group for people with chronic breathlessness in Haringey, to test out how dance can help them in their lives. And more recently, I've been working with Life of Breath to see if we can transfer that knowledge and those skills to Darlington Breathe Easy as well. So what we now have, thanks to Life of Breath, are some instructional videos, and these try and help a physio, dance facilitator, nurse, GP, whoever might be interested in running a group, to set one up and to run it for local people with chronic breathlessness. They are ideas, they're not perfect. You're welcome to adapt. We'd love to hear from you if you do adapt. We're going to try and show you how you teach them and also how you might adapt them in terms of choosing other music. Key things to bear in mind are almost the most important thing is the tempo of the music. Too fast and people can't keep up and it's not very enjoyable. So you need to get the right tempo music, and if it's faster music you may find that seated dance or perhaps using the back of a chair to support your weight works better. So firstly, the tempo. The era of the music is not really so important. It could be 50s, 60s, 70s, more recent. We found enjoyment in all sorts of music. We've also found that in addition to the enjoyment of the music, we find enjoyment of the people, and building bonds with people is really easy through dance. And also it helps with reminiscence and all sorts of other benefits. So you hear a piece of music in the supermarket or on telly and it reminds you about the dance we've been doing in the classes. We run them once a week. We're very grateful to Whittington Health for giving us the room to use, which is very smooth floor, which is almost the most important thing, decent lighting. And we're very grateful to the physios for letting us have the space. So we're going to take you through some dances, starting with warm-ups, then moving through to some more energetic dances for aerobic exercise, working particularly on the legs, throwing in some different moves with arms, thinking as well about sideways moves for stability and falls prevention. And we hope you enjoy it. And I'm extremely grateful to Breathe Easy, Haringey and Dance Easy members for helping me demonstrate some of the dances. We're going to do joint mobilisation. So we're going to start with pata pata. Follow along. Okay, hands on shoulders and circle and round and circle and round, circle and round and up and round. Now reverse. Try and touch your elbows at the front. Nice. And up and touch at the front. Up and touch and up and touch. Now wrists and arms. 2 and 3 and 4 and back. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and hands on hips, big, slow hip circles. Think about your tailbones and the other way, describing a big circle. And now a figure of 8. Think about one hip leading the way. And the other way. Feet together, hands on knees, and stick your bottom out. And slow circle for the ankles and knees. And the other way. Now standing tall on your left leg, foot out. Either you'll circle your ankle in the air or put your foot down if you need. And back. Good. And the other one. And back. That's it, hold on if you need. And now walking through for your toe joints. Nice. And feet apart, make sure you've got space behind you. And swing. Swing. And now as if you've got a scarf flinging over your shoulder. And we're going to go straight on into the next one, which is our Qigong. So if you find space to look in the mirror, make sure you've got space. So these are these 8 exercises. And push and down. And push and down. Now 1 up, 1 down, push and hold the ball, push and hold the ball and push and hold the ball and push. Hold the ball and drop. And now we're going to do cow gazing at the moon. So we lift up, Swivel at the waist. Push as if we're against a wall and back to the middle. Turn and push. And back to the middle. Turn and push. And back to the middle. And turn and push. And back to the middle. And now we're going to do the bow and arrow. So we're up, we pull back and we push out. And back. Push and pull. Think about the fingertips reaching up to the ceiling. Push and pull. Nice. Shoulders down. Yes. And back. And now we're going to do side bends. Up with the right, reach the corner. And up and down. Reach up first, over to the corner. Nice, and up and down. Reach up to the corner. And up and down. Reach up to the corner. And up. Thumbs with fingers over the top. Imagine some elastic between the two. And as you push forward and pull back, you resist with that elastic. And back. Turn the fist over, punch and pull back. That's good. Shoulders down. Good. And again, push and pull back. Really feel that resistance. And now we're going to reach forward if somebody's pulling your hips back at the same time, and reach and down. Push up really strongly through your legs and reach and down and push up. Reach and down, push up through your legs and reach and down and push up through your legs. And now with the bits of your wrist at the back, little jig. Good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our qigong, our standing, our tree hugging. What tree shall we have today?
Let's have a skinny one.
A skinny tree. How about a ginkgo? We'll have a ginkgo tree today. Okay. The ginkgo trees, the prehistoric trees. So you've got a nice ginkgo tree that we're hugging. So just check your feet and your toes are pointing forward and your feet are parallel to each other. And now here we are. We're in my back garden actually, because I've got a ginkgo tree. And it's still got some leaves on it, which are bright yellow. They're those ones that look like fans. And it's slightly windy. So we're standing in a lovely autumn day, but every so often a few leaves drop on our shoulders and on our head from our ginkgo tree. But just like the ginkgo tree, we're standing tall with our roots planted deeply. Our feet are planted in the soil. We can feel our little toe joint and our big toe joint planted in the soil, and the middle of our heel pushing down too. We can imagine a little balloon between our knees, holding our knees apart. We can imagine a little balloon under each armpit, supporting our arms. And between each finger, there's a little balloon helping our fingers suspend in the air. Between our thumb and our first finger, between our first finger and our middle, between our middle and our fourth, between our fourth and our little, there's a little balloon between each of those. And we also have balloons resting under our ears and on our shoulders, keeping our shoulders down and our neck supported. And our head is reaching up as high as it can go, like the ginkgo tree. And we can remember that ginkgo trees have been around since the dinosaurs. So we can just imagine how strong the tree is, how it can be resilient and resist all pests and problems. And that yet the leaves are so delicate, that lovely yellow with the fan shape. And they're just some gently swaying as they fall down in this little breeze of the autumn day. And on the floor of our garden, we can see a few leaves from the ginkgo lying around. And they don't seem to wither, but there are also some beech leaves, which are going a bit mushy now, and some oak leaves. And when we look in the trees around us, we can hear and see the squirrels darting about the branches, trying to find the last food before the winter. And they're jumping lightly from branch to branch. Just hold that position there. And then let's just brush the leaves off our picnic table. And brush and circle and feel a bit of energy under the palms of our hands. Lovely. Then we take our thumb and put it on our navel, and the hand on the belly, and then the other hand over the top. And let the energy and the heat come back to your center. We're now going to get dancing and do hit the road, Jack. So we imagine we have a clock, our own personal clock, and we stand at the centre of the clock. And we imagine that there are hands all the way round. So we've got 12 ahead of us and 6 behind us, and 3 to the side and 9 to the other side, and the numbers in between. And we imagine that we walk along the hand and back to the centre. So we'll walk 1, 2, 3 and touch, and then back along the hand, 2, 3 and touch. Then we go to 1, 1, 2, 3 and touch, and back, 2, 3 and touch. And we walk, go round the clock, and then we go half the way round again. And 1, 2, 3 and a touch, and back, and to 1, and to 2, and to 3, and to 4, and 5, touch, and back, 2, and to 6, and to 1, 2, 3, and a touch, and back, and 2, and to 7, and to 1, 2, 3, and a touch, and to 8, 3 and a touch, and back, and to 9, and a 1, 2, 3 and a touch, and back, and to 10, and 1, 2 and 3 and a touch, and back, 11, 1, 2, 3 and touch, and back, 2, and now low to 12, 1, 2, 3 and touch, and back, 2 and 3, and high to 1, 2, 3 and touch, and back, 2, 3 and touch, low to 2, 3 and a touch, back, 2, high to 3 and 1, 2, 3 and touch, and back, 2, 3 and low to 4, 2, 3 and touch, back 2, 3 and touch and high to 5, 3 and touch, back 2, 3 and low to 6, 2, 3 and a touch, back 2, 3 and a touch. Excellent, really, really excellent. So this next one is Son of a Preacher Man, and the idea of this is it's a good song, but we're using sort of country dancing type moves. So there's no particular country dance, we're using a number of moves. You can do it with any number of people. We've got 8 here, so ideally you have multiples of 4. And then you have somebody like Bruce who can do the maths about how many groups that is, but you can do it with any number. And the phrasing will change depending on how many people you've got, but this is the basic routine. And into our star. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and into our lines. And go up. And peel off. And back to our original places. And now 4 walks in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and back. 2, 3, and in. 2, 3, 4, and back. 2, and into the star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back into our lines. And go up the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. And in 4s. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Back. 2, 3. And again. 1, 2, 3, and touch. Back. And now our star. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And up the middle. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now do on the spot. 1, 2. And up, 2, 3, and 4, and back, 2, and in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and back, 2, 3, and 4. And on the spot, I think again.
Change the routine, don't they? I never told her.
And now you can have a rest. The dance that we're going to do now is That'll Be the Day. The idea behind this is that we use country dancing type movements, which some of the people in the group may know, whether that's from Scottish country dancing, English, or other national dances. And I'm just going to show you the basic instruction, and then the group offers a demonstration. Sometimes it's a bit chaotic, it's always fun, so it doesn't really matter. So the idea is that you get the rhythm firstly, and you do that in pairs facing each other. So if I'm one part of the pair, then there's somebody facing me, and then the next pair is in the circle, and you go round in a circle. And you just get the beat going first. And then the next thing you're going to do is that everybody is going to take their right hand and reach out. So I'm facing this way, and one of each pair will be facing that way. And the other person will be facing me going the other way. We're going to link arms, and then we're going to go past each other, and then we're going to put out our left hand and then go past the next person. So we're going, you go right, then left, then right, then left, as you go along the chain. Once you've got round in the circle, or when you think people have had enough, because it depends how many people are in the circle that day, then you can go round, you might call it a do-si-do, or just going around with one person. So then you're going to lock arms, and you're going to go round one way, and then change hands and go the other way. Okay, and this is the music, just so you get a sense of how the music goes. But you could use other things. So this is That'll Be the Day by the Crickets. Oh. That's the speed. And then you go 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now you go 1 and 2, 3, and 4. Or you could do it half speed. Or that speed. So, the idea is that some people can walk fast and some people can only walk slowly. It doesn't matter. And people will accommodate each other as they go around in the ring. And when you see our bit of film, you'll understand that. Everybody sticks out their right hand. All right, and then you're going to go past each other. So on the spot and step. And get ready now with your right arm, just get ready. 5, 6, 7, and go. And 1, 2, 3. Nice. And now with this partner, go in a circle. 1, 2, and change. And now face a partner. So just at this moment, get a partner. So Annette, so I think Bruce and Nick, Annette and Joseph, just face a partner. And 5, 6, and ready to go again with your right arm. And now left.
Keep going, keep going.
Keep going, and that's it. You got it, yay! Keep going, that's it. Keep going. Keep going to Yvonne. Go that. And now we're going on the spot. And change, and. And now on the spot, and 1. And low. That'll be the day when I die. And now. Woohoo! 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 That'll be the day. So we're going to do Under the Boardwalk. So this is got a different feel to it. There's one step which is worth just going through with people. So most of it we can follow along. And then we do this step. We go toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel. And then we do like a kick. And if you're a dancer, you go bull change. And if you're not, step, step. And then we start this time on the left leg. Toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, kick, step, step. And we do that 3 times. And 1, 2, 3, 4. In, out, in, and change. And 1, 2, 3, 4. In, out, in, and change. 1, 2, 3, 4. In, out, in, and change. 1, 2, 3, 4. In, out, in. And now we toe, heel, toe, heel, flick. Toe, heel, flick. Toe, heel, flick. And then we walk back. Shake, shake and stop, and we repeat, and a 1, 2, and a 3, 4, in, out, in and change, and a tap, 2, 3, 4, in, out, in and change, tap, 2, 3, 4, in, out, in and change, and a 1, 2, 3, 4, in, out, in. Now we go forwards and a toe, heel flick, toe, heel, flick, toe, heel, flick, and walk back. Flick and stop, and now we pivot. 1, 2. And the other way. 3, 5, 6, 7, and start, and a 1, 2, 3, 4, in, out, in and change, and a 1, 2, 3, 4, in. Now we go forwards, and a 1, 2, 3, flick, 1, 2, 3, flick, 1, 2, 3, flick, and walk back. Shake and stop. Oh yes.
And that's our dancing for today nearly. We've got one more video coming up, and this is actually of a patient who does drum dancing. So we're going to see a bit of that. It's about a 12-minute video with her introducing it and also a class. Her name's Melissa, and then we're going to come back and talk to Melissa as well. So the videos she does are really cool. So I hope you enjoy it.
Hi, my name is Melissa. Welcome to the Big Baton Pass. Today we're focusing on drumming with Callie. Here's the why. Think RPM. 1 is R, so that's respiratory. As people who can't breathe, any amount of motion and exercise can be really good for you and make you stronger overall. The other, now after R is P for posture. When I drum, I think very hard about standing straight and opening up. This helps open up your lungs, and it helps to keep you from hunching over and tightening up your body, which is also what's really good about the movement we're going to do today. We are not just going to drum like this. Callie's going to get you moving in all directions. So try as much as you can to really open up your body. And this will help you so much because as people who can't breathe, we know how hard it is to take a shower, to scrub a floor, a bathtub, even move laundry from the washer to the dryer, which at my worst, my husband had to help me with. I could not do that. And today I'm drumming for an hour, and you can drum as long as you can too. Here's how you do it. We're going to use a bucket with a big exercise ball on it. But if you don't have that, no problem. What I suggest you do at home is take a pillow, put on the back of your couch, take some sticks, take some spatulas, and you can drum. If you can't stand, sit, put the pillow on your lap, and do what you can do. Now, the other important thing to do is to remember to rest. Callie is fabulous, and she's so fit and coordinated. Every part of Callie will be moving at the same time. Number 1, I never could do that. Number 2, we'll often be using our arms and our legs. So if that's too much for you, just use your arms. If you can't reach the whole way, if it's too, makes you breathless, reach as far as you can. And remember, hit the pause button if it gets to be too much and you want to get your breath. So have a great time. The music is fun, Callie is fabulous, and you can do this wherever you are with whatever equipment you have. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Kelly. Welcome to cardio drumming. Cardio drumming is a fantastic exercise that is great for not only your heart and your physical health, but also great for your mental health. Just remember, like Melissa said, you can adapt and modify this to meet any of your needs. You're welcome to do the upper body or just the lower body. You can also be seated and do these exercises. And trust me, it doesn't have to follow, you do not have to follow me perfectly. If there are certain moves you can't do, just hit the ball and have fun. It's all about singing and dancing and getting a nice exercise in while keeping all of those things in mind that Melissa said, making sure that you're resting and taking your time, opening up your body, having that nice posture. So please join me and have a great time. Please hit pause. I'll remind you to pause, take a breath. You can even just try and work up, maybe do 3 songs this time, and then next time you try and do 4 songs, the next time you try and do 5 songs. Just have a wonderful time doing this. I'll remind you when to pause, drink plenty of water, okay? Thanks for being here. So I have my bucket, my ball, and my cardio drumsticks. Like Melissa said, you can use spatula, you can use pencils, you can use anything around the house, you can use a pillow. Anything that you have, you don't have to have the big fancy equipment. All right, turn that music up and let's have some fun. That's much. Marching is too much, you can just tap.
Reach out my hand, oh necessary, oh but tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody up.
This is too much, just move your arms.
Well, pick me up, go and hand, oh necessary, oh but tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody up. Well, I would like to hold my hand. I would like to hold my hand. I will. Send me away. Send me away. Send me away. Send me my way. Send me away. Send me away. Send me on my highway. I would like to reach out my hand, tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody else. Come pick me up, go and hurt. Tell you to run. Nobody say, nobody else. Well, I would like to hold my hand. I would like to hold my hand. Send me
You did it. You did your first cardio drum song. Let me just put in some reminders there for you, okay? So if I'm marching and I'm up here and I'm full energy and that's not for you, just remember, this is your workout. You can make that a goal. Just do what's best for you. If it's just moving your arms, if it's just moving your legs, or if this is too fast, slow it down, tap it. Okay, so you make it work what's best for you. Also with my drumming, if I'm going up too high and that range of motion is a little too much, keep it low. Okay, so that's the amazing thing that I love about cardio drumming is it's all inclusive and it's adaptable and easy to modify to meet your needs. So you do what works for you, okay? All right, on to our next one. Get some water if you need it, hit pause if you need to. That's the great thing. Hit pause, get some water, come on back. Thank you so much for drumming with me today. I hope you found something new that you love just like I do. It's great because you could take it at your own pace and hopefully you had some fun doing it. Hopefully it was good for your endorphins and brought your stress down a little bit, bring down your anxiety, just help you have just some fun while you work out. I mean, you can burn 300 to 600 calories just doing this fun class. So thanks for being here. Proud of you. Have a great day.
Morning, everyone. I'm joined today by a good friend and patient, Melissa. Melissa, welcome to the Baton Pass event. And I thought we'd get you on today because you're an interesting person and you've got a lot going on, and I think patients can learn a lot from you. If you can give us an introduction about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, my name's Melissa X, and I'm from the United States. I'm a patient ambassador, state captain with the COPD Foundation. And I also, as you know, make and sell items that help people who use oxygen.
So you've been a patient for how long now?
Oh, almost all my life. I had a very bad influenza infection when I was a child, and that
Yeah.
just ruined my lungs from there.
Yeah. Okay. So your experience as being breathless, that's for sure.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I was put on full-time oxygen in 2017, so that's a while now. And
Yeah.
the one thing I would tell anyone who uses oxygen, as you've experienced, because I know you use it sometimes too, is that you can live a good life on oxygen once you get over the I don't want to wear it in public feeling, right?
Absolutely.
That's the worst feeling, really, for a lot of people. And then once you get over that, you realize, I can walk around Walmart. This is pretty cool. I can go out with my friends. I like that. Take care of my house, run a marathon. So there's a lot of benefits to wearing oxygen.
And there is, and it's an important thing you mentioned there about, people being embarrassed to wear their cannulas out in public. And, it's perfectly natural, I guess, to begin with. But in my experience, people get inquisitive and then start asking you about, what it is you're doing and why you have to wear your oxygen. And for me, it gives you an opportunity to talk about your disease and to help people understand what you're going through.
Yes, and there are a lot of people. I've actually met people who are like, "Oh, I have my oxygen in the car," and I'm like, your fingernails are a little blue. Maybe you ought to consider putting it on.
Yeah,
And you try to educate a
absolutely.
little bit. If your fingernails are blue, your lips are blue, that means your brain, your heart, your kidneys aren't getting enough oxygen either. So it's not just to alleviate the feeling of breathlessness. It's really to treat your whole body.
Keeping you alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the oxygen topic, so you've got a little device that you call the
Oh, yeah, my baby.
O2 Fresh. Yeah. So can you tell our audience a little bit about that and what it does?
Well, one thing I noticed when I started using oxygen at home is how often I was taking it on and off. And there's nowhere to put the prongs. The prongs are uncovered and exposed to, coughs and sneezes in the room, pets. Also, you lay them down on something or over something so they're touching things and then you put them back in your nose. And then, worse than that, they're in an unsecured position so they fall on the floor. So there was one trip, a family trip to Quebec City, where I swear my nasal cannula was on the floor of every restaurant in that city. And I came back and I went looking for a solution and they didn't have one. So I invented one. It's this little cover, all one piece, and you put your nasal cannula in there. So fast, so easy. And it's just really simple to work with. I wear it on my nasal cannula with a clip, so it's always there. And I also carry it on my portable, so I always have one on my portable.
Mm.
And I just think, it's so important for the sanitary aspect of it and hygiene. We spend millions of dollars on hand sanitizer and then nasal cannulas fall all over the place. So it's really, the lungs are a gateway to the nose is the gateway to the lungs. So it's just really important to not put things that are dirty in your nose.
It makes perfect sense, and I still have to order mine. And as soon as we're finished talking today, I'm going to do it. And for those people at home who think that's a great idea, if they go to the COPD Baton Pass website and go to patient resources, we have a link for Melissa's nasal cannula cover, and I think it's a great idea. And it makes sense, as you just said, the nose is the gateway to the lungs. So, it makes sense that we want to keep that as clean and as sanitized as possible.
Yeah,
So
and
that's excellent.
that actually came from a respiratory therapist I worked with early on. she let me, she had a pulmonary rehabilitation program, and she let me bring in, she actually invited me to bring in prototypes and get them out to the patients that were working out there. And which I know is also something you're passionate about, is pulmonary rehabilitation and exercise. So that goes really well with the hygiene and all the little things we have to do now to keep up our health.
Absolutely, it does. It does. And speaking of pulmonary rehab, one of the reasons I wanted to get you on today is to talk about a video that you sent me that I find fascinating. So it's called Drum Dancing, which is what you were doing up until recently. Can you tell our audience a little bit about drum dancing?
Yeah, it's actually called Drum Fit. And there was a little gym at my house who had this class, and she had a video on Facebook. And I looked at it and I thought, I could do that. And they take a giant exercise ball and they put it on a barrel, sort of looking like a crate barrel sort of thing, and you drumsticks and you drum on it. And you know, for someone who has like me and who only has like 30% lung capacity left, moving your arms can be very aerobic. When I was first put on oxygen, I was down to like 19% lung capacity. I could not really take the laundry from the washing machine to the dryer without getting dramatically out of breath. And, you know, when you're cleaning and doing things with your arms, it's just so aerobic. So I thought that was another great exercise to do that would move my arms and look fun and look like something I can do, not like a high impact aerobic class or something. So I started doing it, and it was just, you know, a lot of fun because you've got the music and you've got the movement. And then I thought about you and reached out because I'm like, you know, you really just need 2 sticks and something to bang on. It could not be easier to do this kind of exercise. And some music you enjoy. So I thought this would be a great thing for you to take to the world, actually.
It is. It absolutely is. Going back to the classes, so when you were doing them, you're in a class with other people, just normal, everyday people, not necessarily patients.
Uh-huh. No, I was doing it with just a normal gym.
Yeah. So what's interesting is, did you have people come up to you and ask you about, you know, the cannula and what you were doing there and
No,
that sort of thing?
actually, I didn't. I had one lady share her husband had had a heart transplant, so we bonded a bit over that. Mostly people ask me about my oxygen when I'm like just out and about in a store or something, and they'll ask me because they've been thinking about getting a portable oxygen concentrator, and they want to know what it's like. So I'll sit them down, I'll take it all apart, let them turn it on and off. I mean, it's simple, really, but they don't know, and they're very expensive out of pocket. So they're very curious about that more than me.
And I think the good part about that, it does help people fit in, I guess, in a group environment where they might be the only patient there or the only person wearing oxygen. I know myself, it's nice to be able to join in with group sessions with people who aren't patients as well as people who are patients. That just adds some sort of normality to life, I guess.
That's why pulmonary rehabilitation is a great place to exercise too, because you're around more people using oxygen or in a quasi-medical or medical environment where it just seems so much normal. I'm actually very used to wearing the oxygen in public. I'm still don't always like the sound that it makes. You know, and I know a lot of people have issues with weight. So a lot of our exercises that we're taught in pulmonary rehabilitation and walking on the treadmill focuses on aerobic capacity, which is great, or lung capacity, but it doesn't focus again on the upper arm strength that you need to carry the oxygen tanks and the portable oxygen concentrators. So that's another reason why the drum fit is good, because it's getting you to move a different set of muscles that will help you, and combined with some other, like maybe some light strength training, will help you carry the oxygen easier.
Yeah, it's a good point because, you know, we do have to manage these things a lot of the time by ourselves. So to have that upper body strength and trying to maintain those muscles are important. Because it also feeds into us being able to be independent and to be able to manage these devices. You know, I'm sure, you know, most people, I've got people who can help us out, but none of us want to lose our independence. So, you know, I can understand how your drum beat classes do the job. Because I think of myself, you know, and other patients, I guess once we start getting our hands up higher, it does start taxing our breathing. So if we can do that in a form of exercise,
Right.
perfect.
And while you're drumming, when you run the class, people will see you're actually moving. Sometimes you're moving your legs with it, and so you're getting a lot of movement in different places.
Absolutely, absolutely. So drum beat classes or drum fit stopped happening. So
Unfortunately,
what does Melissa
she
do
had to
now?
close her gym. So
Oh no.
I know. I was hoping that someone else would pick that up, and there was talk about it, but I don't think anything's happened yet. I've looked into a couple gentle flow yoga classes. I might do that. My basic has always been the treadmill. I always got a lot out of walking, even within the first 10 minutes, because I tend to hold a lot of air in my lungs, a lot, hyperinflation. So even like 10 minutes of walking can really kind of relieve that. Do you find that? Do you get a lot of air trapping?
Well, absolutely. It's and especially if I'm doing marathons, that's, you know, the biggest battle I've got all day is to be able to slow down, get my breathing under control, a bit of pursed lip breathing, and try and clear the airways a bit of that dead air. And then once I can do that, then I can start running again. And I really learnt that strategy on a treadmill. You know, a treadmill is a great place to practice things that you can use in real life, and that's you know, whether you're walking, going shopping, or playing with the grandkids or whatever. You can mimic a lot of things on the treadmill, so then you can practice what's going to work best for me in that environment, which is exactly what you've been doing, obviously.
I do the pursed lip breathing too, and I usually carry a pulse ox when I'm on the treadmill. I'll have it and keep testing to make sure I haven't gone down too far. Although I usually feel it in my heart rhythm. If my oxygen's down too far, then I know.
So do you have, so when we talk about that, are there certain tools that you use on a regular basis? I mean, we've talked about the oxygen, obviously your cannula cover. What other things do you incorporate?
I think I have all the toys. I have the vest that vibrates and clears up it's supposed to knock the mucus down. I have the nebulizer and everything you could possibly nebulize. I probably nebulize an hour every morning with the vest on. And the oxygen, I graduated from a CPAP to a ventilator at night to help, because I'm a CO2 retainer. And so that has been pretty good. And then I do a few things I've picked up in different patient education classes. Number one, I picked up the compression of my hand that people can do, and found a couple YouTube videos on that. And my husband is actually a drummer. So when he does that, it's so good.
That's handy.
Yeah. And that's another thing that doesn't cost anything. It gives you a lot of relief. If someone has the right rhythm, they can do it well. I use a handheld massager at night when we're watching TV, and I'll just run it over my chest, again, to knock down that mucus. I also use a baby bottle sanitizer or sterilizer to sanitize my nebulizer cups. After my nebulizer cups go through the dishwasher, I then put them in the baby bottle sanitizer. And the thing I've started lately is blowing up a balloon to help with the air trapping. couple times a day. There's
Yeah.
a group. Are you in the same group on Facebook? Everyone's doing it.
No, but yeah, and it's great. Blowing up balloon is such good exercise for the lungs.
Yeah.
And it's such a simple thing. I mean, balloons don't cost much, and it's something you can do anytime at home, and it is very good exercise.
I got a pack at the dollar store, and my dog, my dog goes nuts when I do it. When I let the air out,
That's half the fun.
is that food? Can I eat it? Come on, can I play? He's really funny.
That's excellent. Alrighty, we're coming to the end of our interview today. Have you got some number one tips that you would give to patients to live a better life that's helped you out?
Honestly, I do think the cannula cover makes a big difference. I don't get that many infections, and I think that's a big reason why. Because my equipment's
Mhm.
always clean, whether it's your CPAP or your nasal cannula itself. You know, a lot of people don't know they're supposed to change the nasal cannulas every like 2 weeks. They wait until they get brown or moldy, and then they change them. No, no, no. You change those every 2 weeks, even if you don't have a cover on it. Change it every 2 weeks. Keep your equipment clean and keep yourself moving, and you'll do well.
Absolutely. Perfect tips. And I think that's a good way for us to finish off today. Melissa, I want to thank you. Are you joining our step count on the Baton Pass Day? Our
Of
team
course,
members are growing.
of course.
Excellent. I think we're up to about 15 in our team so far. So the goal is to get many patients as enrolled as possible. So
Mhm.
it'd be good to see your steps on the day. I want to thank you for joining us today and giving us your knowledge, because I think patients will get a lot of it out of what you've had to say today. So thank you very much,
Well,
Melissa, for
thank
joining us.
you. You do a tremendous amount of work, and I cannot imagine running. It's my post-transplant goal is to run, but I could not manage it now.
Yeah, look, you know, we all have our things we love to do, and I love to do it, and while I can, I'll keep doing it. But who knows what the future holds? I might have to find something else to do one day. But you keep on what you're doing, because it's obviously working well for you.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
Thanks, Melissa. You too.
Thanks to Melissa for providing the content she has for the Baton Pass this year. So, as Melissa was saying, she invented a cannula cover, which is a great idea to try and keep your cannulas hygienically clean. If you go to the COPD Baton Pass website and go into patient resources, you'll see a link where you can purchase her cannula covers, and I strongly recommend you do that because hygiene is a good way of keeping our infections down. The next video we're going to play, and I'm into my just about into my last hour of my link, and we'll be handing over to Ruth in the UK in about an hour. But we want to play a collection of videos to a patient who's been involved in the Baton Pass. Last year, he wanted to be involved this year. His name's Eberhard. He's from Vienna. But sadly, Eberhard passed away earlier this year. So we felt it fitting that we combine the videos he sent to us and put them in as a little bit of tribute. They are subtitled, so for those of you who can't speak his native tongue, there's English subtitles as well. So here is Eberhard Jordan, a tribute to him. Hi, Russell Winwood here. Today I want to talk about a gentleman by the name of Eberhard Jordan. Eberhard has been a great COPD ambassador for us over the years. and sadly we lost Eberhard earlier this year. Eberhard's been a contributor to the Baton Pass event and was very keen to be a part of it again this year. So as a tribute, Ruth and I have decided to compile some videos that Eberhard has sent to us about the challenges he's ticked off over the last few years. Eberhard has been doing stair climbs in his home city of Vienna since 2019, and these videos are a compilation of what he's been able to do. I met Eberhard about 5 years ago, and he told me back then about his plans and how he wanted to promote the idea of using activity to manage COPD. And he has been living very well with COPD due to the exercise he's done. So sit back and enjoy this compilation of videos in tribute to Eberhard Jordan.
Wie ich heute in der Früh hergekommen bin, habe ich mir gedacht, jetzt möchte ich eigentlich zuerst frühstücken. Ist sie dann nicht mehr ausgegangen. Ansonsten war ich eigentlich froh, dass es nicht geregnet hat.
Der Donauturm als höchstes Bauwerk Österreichs ist natürlich ein perfekter Ort, mit dieser Aktion auf die Krankheit hinzuweisen und aufmerksam zu machen. Wir sind sehr stolz, dass der Jordan eben mit dieser Gesundheitsaktion österreichweit bzw. weltweit damit ein Aufsehen erregen konnte.
Für Käse ist es wichtig, dass wir solche Aktionen unterstützen, weil wir wissen, dass die therapeutische, also die Bewegungstherapie und die medikamentöse Therapie Hand in Hand gehen müssen. Für das Unternehmen und die Familie Käse stand immer schon die Forschung von medikamentösen Therapien im Vordergrund, aber wir wissen, dass die Motivation von Patienten hier einfach einen enormen Einfluss auf die Therapieeffizienz hat. Und dahingehend sind wir sehr froh, dass wir auch heuer wieder unterstützen durften. Wir waren letztes Jahr schon dabei und wir sehen hier eine große Zukunft auch für die nächsten Jahre.
Es ist wichtig, dass man zeigt, dass so die eigene Entscheidung und die eigene Verantwortungsübernahme für die Gesundheit so eine große Auswirkung hat, sei das jetzt einfach mit körperlichem Training oder eben damit den Rauchstopp zu machen oder rauchfrei zu werden und rauchfrei zu bleiben, weil das für die Vermeidung und Nichtverschlimmerung der COPD so ganz grundlegend relevant ist.
Für uns ist der Herr Jordan wirklich ein wunderbares Beispiel, das wir auch als Vorbild oder als Anreiz für alle anderen Patienten, die wir versorgen, nehmen können. Dabei geht es aber gar nicht darum, dass man jetzt den Donauturm hochgehen muss, sondern es geht wirklich darum, dass der einzelne Patient, der oft sozial, manchmal isoliert ist, zurückgezogen ist aufgrund seiner Krankheit, ein bisschen Mut bekommt. Und der Herr Jordan ist für uns da eigentlich das beste Beispiel, das wir finden konnten.
Von der Geschwindigkeit, von der Sättigung, von der Herzfrequenz, also ist es optimal verlaufen.
Die österreichische Apothekerkammer unterstützt diese Aktion sehr gerne und gratuliert dem Herrn Jordan zu dieser tollen Aktion. Durch unsere Beratung jeden Tag in der Apotheke tragen wir ja auch dazu bei, dass die COPD-Patienten richtig und gut therapiert werden. Wir beraten zur richtigen Anwendung von Inhalatoren. Es ist ja wichtig, dass das Arzneimittel richtig dorthin kommt, wo es hingehört, nämlich in die Lunge.
Wir haben einen sehr guten Rhythmus gefunden, sowohl Gehrhythmus als auch Atemrhythmus. Und irgendwann meditiert man da die Stiegen hoch und dann kommt man an.
Ich habe heute in der Früh beim Herfahren darauf geachtet, ob ich heute irgendwas über den Welt-COPD-Tag höre im Radio, oder ich habe nichts gehört. Deswegen hat es mich dann positiv überrascht, dass doch so viele TV-Stationen da waren und vor allem auch von der Presse einiges hier war. Das hat mich echt positiv überrascht und auch dazu ermutigt, auf jeden Fall, wenn wir hier mitmachen und das auch unterstützen, dann sind wir ein Teil davon und dann können wir auch das ein bisschen zurückgeben, was der Herr Jordan hier Wunderbares leistet.
Ich habe so das Gefühl, das Medieninteresse war sehr gut. Ansonsten muss ich sagen, finde ich einfach, dass es ein schöner Event war.
Es war eine andere Art von Herausforderung. Also schon einmal allein, dass sie da waren, war eine gewisse Art von Anspannung, Medien und jetzt Blitzlicht und so weiter. Den Eberhard gar nicht mehr gehört, wie jetzt seine Atemrhythmik genau ist hinter mir. Das war so für mich die Challenge heute.
Wir sind begeistert, dass er wieder erfolgreich war heuer auf den Donauturm. Ich glaube, das ist hier die doppelte Höhe im Vergleich zum Stephansdom letztes Jahr. Wir haben ihn letztes Mal auch schon unterstützt, wir unterstützen seine Idee, weil wir glauben, dass die Art und Weise, wie er das Thema in der Zielgruppe vertreibt, sehr viel nachhaltiger ist als alle Arztgespräche meinetwegen und hoffen, dass er sich ein neues Ziel noch viel höher für nächstes Jahr steckt und sind davon überzeugt, dass er das auch schaffen wird.
Mit dieser Lungenfunktion, dieser Lungenkapazität von 28% dieser Leistung zu erbringen, ist etwas, was auch der Ansporn den anderen Patienten sein sollte, dass man nicht aufgeben soll, sondern auch weiter trainieren soll, seine Medikamente nimmt und dann sind auch Wunder möglich. Und diese Wunder ist heute auch beim Herrn Eberhard Jordan passiert. Er hat es geschafft.
Also meine persönlichen Ziele sind nächstes Jahr bezüglich COPD. Sicher, dass ich wieder aktiv werde. Es gibt in Österreich noch Türme, die haben mehr Stufen, das kann man sich überlegen. Oder man kann sich auch überlegen, internationale Perspektiven, das lasse ich mir offen.
Ich habe gestern schon trainiert, dass ich um 5 Uhr aufstehe, weil das ist für mich nicht ganz die normale Zeit. Hat gut funktioniert, ich bin vor 5 munter geworden. Dann habe ich meine Tochter abgeholt, sind dahergefahren und dann zum Aufbauen. Und es war alles ruhig und keine Hektik, kein nix.
Wir verfolgen den Herrn Jordan ja schon als Sponsor seit Beginn, also seit 2018 mit dem Stephansdom, wo er seine ersten Treppen sozusagen gemeistert hat in dieser Challenge. Wir sind ein international forschendes Pharmaunternehmen. Für uns spielt natürlich die medikamentöse Therapie eine große Rolle. Wir hoffen natürlich, dass es viele Anhänger gibt, die auch schon kleine Schritte meistern können. Und das ist genau der Punkt. Ja? Also wenn man kleine Schritte schon meistern kann, sich bewegt, zusätzlich zu einer entsprechenden Therapie, einer medikamentösen, dann bringt das einen Erfolg und das sieht man auch in unzähligen Studien. Auch die Rehabilitation zeigt es so und Herr Jordan macht es sehr, sehr positiv vor.
Wir versorgen täglich Patienten wie den Herrn Jordan und wir sehen, wie diese Patienten zu Hause leben, was sie machen, was sie tun. Und in der Aktion, die der Herr Jordan jetzt hier gestartet hat, ist er wirklich ein Musterbeispiel, eine Ausnahme von dem, was wir erleben. Und wir möchten das fördern, weil wir anderen Patienten auch einen Mut machen wollen, so wie es der Herr Jordan macht und denen zeigen wollen, ja, es geht auch mit COPD, auch wenn ich eingeschränkt bin zu Hause und mir geht es nicht so gut. Mit diesen kleinen Schritten, so wie auch der Herr Jordan begonnen hat, ist wirklich ganz, ganz viel möglich. Der Sauerstoff, den wir liefern, der hilft, aber am Ende des Tages hängt auch sehr, sehr viel vom Patienten ab. Selbst wenn jemand nicht auf den Millenniums Tower raufgeht, aber spazieren gehen, rausgehen, Freunde besuchen, vielleicht wieder ein soziales Umfeld zu schaffen, ist auch ganz, ganz wichtig. Und das ist der Grund, warum wir dieses Projekt unterstützen.
Wir freuen uns sehr, als Böhringer Ingelheim dieses Jahr das erste Mal als Sponsor mit dabei zu sein. Wir wollten eigentlich letztes Jahr eben schon mit dabei sein, jedoch wegen Covid wurde das Event abgesagt. Wir sind sehr glücklich darüber, dass Herr Jordan so viel Aufmerksamkeit für das Thema COPD setzen möchte und dies auch als Testimonial großartig macht, da wir seit 100 Jahren im Atemwegserkrankungsbereich und in der Forschung tätig sind. Und das freut uns natürlich umso mehr.
Ja, ich finde es ganz wichtig, dass die Veranstaltung eben stattfinden darf und vor allem stattgefunden hat. Weil gerade in der jetzigen Covid-Situation ist es für mich wichtig, dass COPD auch einen Highlight bekommt und auch nochmal die Awareness bekommt, dass man auf dieses Thema eindeutig nochmal hinweisen kann. Und wenn ich sehe, dass 70% der bis zu 30-Jährigen nicht mit dem Thema COPD anfangen weiß, ja, dann ist für mich das ganz, ganz wichtig, dass wir hier nochmal am Welt-COPD-Tag auch stehen können und dazu reden können und vor allem der Herr Jordan mit seiner Leistung das nochmal untermalen kann. Ja.
Wie in so vielen Beziehungen gibt es für das Zusammenleben keine allgemeingültige Regel. Kein "so ist es richtig". Aber dieser Ratgeber kann Ihnen weiterhelfen mit Erfahrungen, Gedanken, Ideen und möglichen Szenarien.
So viele Stiegen und so viele Stockwerke hinaufzugehen, ist keine Selbstverständlichkeit, wenn man eine so schlechte Lungenfunktion hat. Daher auch von meiner Seite herzliche Gratulation zu diesem großen Erfolg und ich glaube, das ist eine wichtige Motivation für viele andere Patientinnen und Patienten, die auch an COPD leiden, die sich vielleicht schwer tun, im Alltag mobil zu sein, aktiv zu sein und auch Angst haben, hinauszugehen. Und Ebert Jordan zeigt mit dieser Kampagne und mit dieser Initiative sehr gut, dass man mit COPD trotz schwerer Erkrankung gut leben kann. Und dafür muss man ihm gratulieren und auch herzlich danken.
Ab Stockwerk 40 war klar, da passiert jetzt nichts mehr. Ja, und das oben rauskommen ist natürlich immer schön. Das ist einfach ein Moment, wo man weiß, man hat was geschafft, was sehr lange Vorbereitung braucht hat, das auch viel Energie braucht hat, aber einfach dieser Moment dann, die Leute zu sehen, zu wissen, okay, ja, es war besonders oder zumindest irgendwas, was vielleicht auch etwas bewirken kann. Ja, war gut.
Es ist ungefähr fast schon mehr als 1,5 Jahre her, dass der Jordan uns kontaktiert hat mit seiner MyCOPD Challenge hier im Millennium Tower. Und ja, leider eben durch die laufende Pandemie mussten wir das jetzt fast schon mehr als 4-mal verschieben, das Ganze. Umso glücklicher macht es mich, dass wir jetzt letzten Endes doch einen Termin halten konnten, dass er seine Challenge antreten konnte. Und war schon ein sehr tolles Gefühl, ihm dabei zuzusehen, wie er die letzten Stufen dann wirklich zum 48. Stock hinauf genommen hat. Ja.
Heuer ist es, also, was die Anzahl der Stockwerke und die Anzahl der Stufen betrifft, also eigentlich die größte Herausforderung, die bis dato jetzt stattgefunden hat. Ich muss sagen, und Respekt zollen dem Eberhard, weil er hat das bravourös gemacht. Anmerken möchte ich, dass COPD als schwere Erkrankung, also nicht jeder es schaffen kann, also Millennium Tower zu besteigen. Also, aber Training mit optimaler medikamentöser Therapie bewirkt, also dass man leistungsfähiger ist, dass es einem besser geht, dass die Lebensqualität steigt. Und meine Empfehlung als Lungenfacharzt ist es, Training und Therapie und eine genaue Abklärung der Erkrankung und auch eine gute Betreuung medizinischerseits. Und dann sind auch Sachen möglich, die für den Alltag wichtig sind. Einkaufen, im Alltag, also mit den Freunden ausgehen. Und es müssen nicht 48 Stockwerke sein. Es können auch 3 sein, aber die machen das auch aus.
Dass wir raufkommen, habe ich nicht bezweifelt. Aber eher die Frage schon ein bisschen, wie ist sozusagen das Teamfeeling und kommen wir in eine gute gemeinsames hinein und nicht jeder für sich selber. Und das hat heute wirklich gut geklappt. Also heute der hat auch schon gesagt, wie er aufgewacht ist, hat er gesagt, es wird heute ein guter Tag. Es ist auch ein guter Tag geworden. Ich bin jetzt seit 8 Jahren, 9 Jahren sowas in der Reha tätig und jetzt seit 4 Jahren sowas oder 5 Jahre kenne ich jetzt den Eberhard. Es fokussiert sich immer mehr aufs Herz. Ja. Wenn Ehrgeiz bringt einen nur gewisserweise weiter, aber wenn man mit Herz dabei ist und gemeinsam das macht, das ist eine schöne Sache. Ich freue mich jedes Mal, wenn ich mit Eberhard darauf gehen kann. Heute war es auch wieder so.
Was ich ganz besonders hervorheben möchte, ist eigentlich heuer schon die wirklich tolle Unterstützung durch die Sponsoren. Es ist dadurch möglich, dieses Projekt wirklich zu transportieren und auch ruhig hinzusetzen und nicht permanent die Hektik zu haben. Geht es sich aus, geht es sich nicht aus, sondern einfach zu sagen, ich mache meine Arbeit. Und das ist was anderes und das macht Spaß. Danke.
Ja, wir sprechen über 2023 und da ist sehr vieles anders geworden, nicht nur privat, sondern einfach auch beruflich, auch was die Challenge betrifft. Es gab ganz andere Pläne, die sind leider beides Mal geplatzt, worauf es zu einer Entscheidung kam, das komplette Projekt neu aufzustellen. Mit Zeitverzögerungen, mit allem drum und dran. Was dann noch dazu kam, ist eine Schulterverletzung, die mich sofort einmal die Radtour gekostet hat und in weiterer Folge eigentlich auch aufgrund von ärztlichen Ratschlägen. Wir beteiligen uns an dem Welt-COPD-Tag, der international zum ersten Mal stattfindet, aber ich werde nicht aktiv beteiligen.
Ja, ich freue mich auch dieses Jahr wieder auf die COPD-Challenge hinzuweisen. Ein ganz wichtiges Event geworden, weil sie unterstreicht die Bedeutung der Volkskrankheit COPD, einer der wichtigsten Erkrankungen der westlichen Welt, von der ja rund 500.000 Österreicherinnen und Österreicher betroffen sind. Bislang hat Eberhard Jordan mit seiner Vorreiterrolle gezeigt, dass man mit regelmäßigem Training, richtiger Therapie und gegebenenfalls spezieller Behandlungen der COPD ja diverse Türme hochsteigen kann, vom Stephansdom angefangen bis hin zum DC Tower zuletzt. Heuer, aufgrund unglücklicher Umstände, kommt es zwar nicht zustande, nichtsdestotrotz darf man nicht vergessen, wie wichtig es ist, auf die Krankheit hinzuweisen und auf die Bedeutung von Training, Medikation und allgemeiner regelmäßiger Betreuung. In diesem Sinne wünsche ich Herrn Eberhard Jordan und allen anderen COPD-Patientinnen und Patienten natürlich alles Gute. Freue mich schon auf die neuen Herausforderungen im nächsten Jahr, wo wir die COPD-Challenge wieder angehen und mit vielen guten Ideen auch kommenden Jahr dann eine COPD-Challenge stattfinden wird. In diesem Sinne, bis dahin, alles Gute.
Also wie bei jedem Leistungssportler, also muss man mit Verletzungen rechnen und das ist leider heuer beim Eberhard eingetreten. Eine Schulterverletzung hat ihn leider zurückgeworfen, also die Leistungsfähigkeit so weit eingeschränkt, dass leider heutige COPD-Challenge nicht möglich ist, auch aus medizinischer Sicht. Das tut mir leid, aber so wie man Eberhard kennt, wird er gestärkt und stärker und besser daraus kommen.
Ja, als was sehe ich jetzt dieses Jahr 2023? Als ein Pausenjahr, ein Jahr auch mal zum Nachdenken und zum Vorbereiten auf etwas komplett Neues. Und da habe ich mir vorgenommen, eigentlich sehr chronologisch vorzugehen und zu sagen, ein Thema, das alle COPD-Patienten betrifft, ist das Thema Gehen. Und ich möchte es aus verschiedenen Perspektiven beleuchtet haben. Das wird so im Frühling sein. Gefolgt ist es dann von der Tatsache, okay, wenn man gehen kann, dann kann man auch Rad fahren. War für mich eine Überwindung, wie ich mir das erste Fahrrad gekauft habe. Aber ich werde es noch immer benutzen. Was sehr klar ist, ich möchte mit Freunden, mit Sponsoren, mit einem Team die Donauinsel umrunden mit Infostationen zum Thema COPD. Was heißt Sauerstoffversorgung? Was heißt medikamentös eingestellt zu werden? Einfach weil ich glaube, dass das ein sehr schöner, runder Event den gesamten Tag lang werden kann. Wir starten bei Sonnenaufgang und wir enden bei Sonnenuntergang. Nachdem ich hoffe und auch den ganzen Organisatoren alles Gute wünsche, nehme ich an, dass nächstes Jahr wieder dieser Welt-COPD-Tag stattfindet. Und hier werde ich mich dann auch ganz aktiv einbringen. Und ja, das ist eigentlich jetzt der Plan für nächstes Jahr.
So that was Eberhard Jordan. As I said, Eberhard sadly is no longer with us, but his contribution to COPD advocacy has left its mark. He's a very respected patient advocate, and I certainly will remember him for a long, long time. We have a new country this year in the Baton Pass, and that is from Japan, or that is Japan, should I say. It's an organisation patient-driven by the name of JBreath. JBreath I met a couple of years ago when I was in Tokyo, and we had a good chat about what they do. So they sent over a couple of videos that we've linked together. I'll pre-warn, it is all in Japanese, so it is really designed for our Japanese audience. And after that, we'll come back with a little bit more content before I hand over to Ruth. So I will bring in the Japan site now.
じゃあこれからですね、呼吸の仕方とか痰の出し方というのを指導したいと思いますので、ぜひせっかく来たから習いたいという人は手を挙げていただければ僕の方で ご指導しますがどうですか？希望者はいませんかね？ゴロンと寝てみてください。仰向けですか？はい、仰向けに寝ていただけますか？まずですね、習ったことはない？全然初めてですか？教えがいがありますね。腹式呼吸の練習を今日はしたいと思います。一番最初にですね、なんか入ってます。取っていいですか？すいません。ちょっとお預かりしておきます。大丈夫です。いいですか？そこに全財産が入ってるみたいなので。最初に何をするかというと、息切れを取ります。僕らは少しこういうふうに胸を押してあげて、こういうふうに大きな息をさせるんですね。そうすると体の中に入ってくる空気がたくさん入るようになるので、ちょうど酸素を吸ったのと同じような効果になって息切れが取れますので、まず息切れを取らないとなかなかですね、呼吸の練習とかいろんなことできないんですよ。で、患者さんの呼吸に僕ら合わせて、次は、はい、口をそのままゆっくり吐いて、そうそうそうそう、ゆっくりでいいです。楽に。はい、ゆっくり。上手ですね。もっと楽に、ふーっと、そんなに長く吐かなくていいです。そうそうそうそう、ゆっくり。そうです。これは口すぼめ呼吸です。じゃあですね、座ってみましょう。じゃあすみません、皆さん座ったままで同じようにやってみたいと思いますので、足をこっちに出してもらえますか？はい、両足をつけて、足をつけておいて、すみませんが、皆さんそばにずっと行って、一人一人座ったままでの口すぼめをやってみたいと思いますので、患者さんのそばに行っていただけますかね。はい。鼻から吸って、吐くときに口から吐きます。ふーって今の要領ですね。はい、鼻から吸って口からゆっくりふーって吐くよ。そうですそうですそうです。はい、鼻から吸って、そうです。口から吐きます。鼻から吸って口から吐きます。はい、今のように鼻から吸って口から吐けばいいんですけども、これを無理やりに長く吐く必要ありません。最初はとにかく口をすぼめてでいいです。吐く時だけにすぼめるだけで、それで呼吸がこう落ち着いてきたら少しずつ長く吐くようにします。最初からとするとかえって苦しくなりますので、最初は自分の呼吸のペースで、そうすると気管が広がってですね、ちょうど気管支拡張剤という同じような効果がある。口をすぼめるというのもとんがらかす必要ありませんので、こういうふうに軽く閉じる、唇を閉じるだけでいいです。今ですね、酸素を見るとだいたい94です。94% ですね。普通これは97ぐらいあって、今は93から94を行ったり来たりしています。こういう酸素飽和度計を持ってたら、これでですね、上手に呼吸ができるようになると、例えば93から4の人は95とか96とか増えてくるはずです。ですね。だから鼻から吸ってゆっくり口からふーっとすぼめて吐いてみて、ふーっと。そうですそうです、ゆっくりでいいです。はい、それを繰り返します。はい、ゆっくり。はい、大きく繰り返します。中で。そうです、上手ですよ。そうです。それを繰り返してください。 こういうふうに上手に呼吸をするとですね、93から4なのが今95とか96ぐらいに上がりました。2、3% 上がるんですね。上手にしたら98ぐらい上がる時があると言ってますので、多分それくらいできると思います。要は鼻から吸って口をすぼめて吐くというのがすごく大事ですので、そういうふうにしてできるだけこれがこうね、97までいきました。
大体
8ぐらいまでね、それをこう上手にして息が苦しくなった時に口すぼめをして早く90、いつも8あるんだったら98にすればいいんですね、だんだん上手になります。こういうふうに見てもらって酸素はたくさん取り込めるようにします。ちょうど気道を広げた効果があるので、だいたい5分すると変わりますので、5分しても酸素が上がらないとか下がるときはやり方が悪いときなので、先生にしっかりと習った方がいいですね。少し体をこう酸素が回ってくるまでに時間がかかるので、3分とか5分ぐらいタイムロスがあります。わかりました。でそれができたら今度は本当98になりましたよ。
なりました。
一時的になりました。
大体98まで
はい、はい、今度は立って、いやいや立って今度は。いやいやそのままでやっといていいですよ。はい、立ってて。でこの口すぼめ呼吸というのはいつでもできないとダメなんですね。こう立ってても。94立つだけで少し下がりますね。はい、いいですよ。座ってください。口すぼめ呼吸を覚えると、あとはいろんな日常生活の中でこれを使ってほしいんです。すいません、お名前は？
相原と言います。
相原さん。今から相原さんに今から立ってもらいます。よく相原さんを見といてくださいね。相原さんを。相原さん立ってください。相原さん座って。普通こうします。立って座ってで何を見てたかというと、呼吸を口すぼめ呼吸とか関係なく立って座ってて息止めするんですよ。息の苦しい人が息止めをして息こらえをして立ったり座ったり運動すると息切れがあとすぐ出てくるんですね。分かりやすく言うと。だからこの時に今口すぼめを習った方法で口を大きく息を吸ってみてで口をすぼめて吐いてごらん。ふー、そうそうそう、ゆっくりでいいです。はい、吸って、はい、吐きながら立つ。ふー、はい、大きく息を吸って息を吐きながら座ります。難しいでしょ。意外と難しいんですね。でも動作をするときに息こらえをしたら苦しくなるので、息が苦しいときは今のように口をすぼめるのを自然に、座るときも息を止めないことが大事なんですよ。そういうのに口すぼめ呼吸というのは使えますので、何か動作をするときに息を吐くときにでも鼻から吸ったら吐いてるのがこう漏れちゃうので、口をすぼめて口をすぼめてというふうに、何をするのも口をすぼめてこういうふうに吐いた動作をすると息切れ感をなくすことができます。じゃあ皆さんもその場で立ってみて。息を吐きながらですよ。そうですそうです。で大きく吸って今度は息を吐きながら座ってみて。ふー。大体無意識でするようになるんですけどね。すいません。これはですね、理学療室でよく使う2キロの重さの砂袋です。
つけただけで結構重いですね。
重たいでしょ。足の力が重たい。じゃあいいですか。足の力を強くするときに普通はこういうふうにこう足を蹴ってですね、力を強くします。 じゃあ足をこう上げてみて、今酸素が92ですね。10回上げてもらいたいと思います。10回。はい。1、2、反対交互にしましょう。2、はい。3、4、5、はい。6、7、8、9、10。はい、下ろしてください。というふうにするのが一般的です。これは息の苦しくない人がやる方法です。そうすると酸素がですね、ちょっとタイムロスがあるかもしれませんが、少しずつこういうふうにすると酸素があっちでこう落ちてしまう。だから自分のこの足を上げる力よりも、こう酸素の使い方よりもですね、早く上げるからです。こういう動作をする時も口すぼめ呼吸で役に立ちます。91まで落ちてしまいました。一生懸命今こう口すぼめをして直していますけども、直さないでいいようにするとはどうするかというと、息の苦しい人の運動の仕方は、お腹で大きく息を吸っておいて、息を吐くときに吐き終わるまでに元に戻しておいて、お腹で大きく息を吸って息を吐きながら、お腹で大きく息を吸っておいて息を吐きながら、吐き終わるまでに元に戻して、お腹で大きく息をして息を吐きながら、呼吸に合わせるのが基本です。息を吸って息を吐きながら足を上げて、ふーというふうに吐きながら、吐き終わるまでに元に戻して、はい、お腹で大きく息をして息を吐きながらというふうに、もう動作に必ず動かす時は息を吐く時に口すぼめでするというのが基本ですから、そうすると運動しても息が苦しくなくなります。だから運動もこう呼吸と要領をうまく合わせると息切れ感なくなるんですね。それが呼吸とこう運動とか動作の使い方なんで、呼吸が基本になります。いろんなことのね。じゃあですね、今僕と一緒にリハをしている渡辺さんという患者さんです。今入院してて間もなく退院を迎えるというところまで来ています。座ってください。そこ置いといていいです。最初はですね、もう本当に2キロを歩く、2キロの時速2キロで歩くのがやっとだったんですが、今4キロ、時速4キロで歩けるようになってます。20分間。すごく頑張り屋さんですけども、で上手に何でもうまく使えます。例えば今のこういう砂袋をつけて、実は今こう2キロ、彼女にとっては軽いんですね。今3キロでやってますので、はい、大きく息を吸って息を吐きながら足を蹴ります。吐き終わるまでに元に戻して、はい、大きく息をして息を吐きながらというふうにして、これを30回今してもらってます。上手に呼吸と合わせています。こういうふうに。でこういう運動をしていても、彼女は酸素飽和度は運動するからといって下がらないんですね。下がらずに息切れも起こさずにできるようになっています。こういうふうに動作と呼吸を合わせるとすごく何でもできるようになるんですね。はい、コロンと寝てください。今度はもうそれでいいです。倒れた？もう大丈夫です。すぐは瞬間は大丈夫です。鉄アレイですね。これも同じです。呼吸と合わせてやります。 ちょっとマスク取ったらダメかな。いい？口がわからない、呼吸してるのみんなにわからないので、よくこう見ておいてね、口元、呼吸との息を吐きながら上げて、吐き終わるまでに戻して、お腹で大きく息をします。上手でしょ？呼吸とこういうふうに。こういうふうに呼吸と動作を合わせると息切れなしにいろんな運動ができるので、手とか足とか鍛えられるんですよね。で、足の筋肉を鍛えて手の筋肉を鍛えていって、今は歩く時速4キロを歩いて、それも角度、傾斜をつけてます。坂道にしてできるようになってます。ちょっと他のもやってみて。全部息を吐くときですね。はい、ありがとうございました。どうレアを受けた感想を
もうこの辺も力ついてすごいいろいろな面で自信がついてきました。千住先生のおかげで。
いや、そこは余分なんですけど、きちんと運動すると手足が不自由で皆さんないので、ただ鍛え方が難しいんですね。強く仕方がどういうふうにしたら強くなるか、息切れが起きないように強くしていくので、苦しいと思ったら僕らやめさせ、もういいよ、それはできない、できるところだけでいいので、どうすれば苦しくなく出せるかということをやっているんですね。だからそのコツを学んでもらうといいんですね。だから渡辺さんも最初はですね、本当にこう自信なくしてたんですけども、本当に2回目の入院なんですけども、1月かね。
そうですね、再入院してからちょうど
大体1月ですよね。
そうですね、1月過ぎました。
ちょっと過ぎたですか。
はい、
ということで、彼女と希望としてはこの酸素をできるだけ外したいという希望が非常に強かったんですけども、酸素を外してこう慌てて生活をするよりも上手に酸素を使って、彼女はですね、言っていいのかどうかわからないけども、都内でコンサートホールをしてるんですよ。それでもう社会貢献をずっとしていろんな人たちにコンサートを提供しているので、できたらもう人に譲るというふうに言ってたので、譲らないでって、仕事をしてって、もっとこう酸素を吸ってでもみんなと同じような生活ができてコンサートホールが経営できるというのを見てもらえば、すごく他の患者さんにもできる、酸素を吸ってる人でもちゃんと仕事できるじゃないということを見本になるんですよね。だからそういうことを目指して今は一生懸命こういうふうに目標があるから、彼女の場合は自分でなんとかコンサートホールをこれからも続けていきたい、できる能力を十分身につけたので、近々退院の予定をしているんですけども、こういうふうに望みを捨てないで自分で頑張れば頑張れる、上手に呼吸を使ってるんですね。こういうふうに呼吸の仕方です。だから皆さんもぜひ彼女のようになってほしいなというふうに思います。どうもありがとうございます。
Thanks to our new site, JBreath from Japan, for providing that content. It's good to have you with us, and next year, if you're part of it, we will definitely have some subtitles, so it's a bit more meaningful to everyone. To finish off today, we're going to hear from a person who's been very involved in the background with the Baton Pass, and that's Grace Ann Koppel. She's a fantastic advocate for COPD and does a lot of work in the United States. So I'm going to play Grace Ann, and then I'll come back to close.
Hi, I'm Grace Ann Dorney-Koppel. I'm an educator, an attorney, a wife, a mom, a grandmother. My mission is earlier diagnosis, better treatments, and a cure for COPD patients. I live with severe COPD. This video is a tribute to all the healthcare workers who help us fight back every day against COPD. I was diagnosed in 2001 with 26% of predicted lung function. Doctors thought I only had a few years to live. I felt as if I was standing at the edge of a very high cliff and had begun falling, although I couldn't tell how far down the bottom was when I would stop breathing. The only real help that was held out for me was a structured, center-based pulmonary rehab program. It is my firm conviction that pulmonary rehab is the best treatment we have to this day for COPD. I am living proof of that, having hovered around 50% of predicted lung function for 23 years now, and counting. I believe that all lung patients should have the option to attend pulmonary rehab that was available to me. Since 2009, the Dorney-Koppel Foundation has walked the walk and has co-founded and co-funded 11 pulmonary rehab clinics, all but 2 in rural America, where COPD prevalence is double the rate of urban COPD. I'd like to share with you some of the rehab work that is happening now at Johns Hopkins University, where I was treated, and I'm still being treated. And then we will look into the research being done to try to find a cure.
Pulmonary rehab is a program that is designed for COPD patients to learn to become comfortable with exercising. Most patients are afraid because of their shortness of breath and their disease process. And we teach them that you can exercise, you just need to know how to pace yourself. You start a little bit at a time, and you build on to that. I mean, if you can only do 5 minutes in the beginning, then that's what we do. We do 5 minutes in the beginning till we can do 6 minutes, or till we can do 7 minutes, until we can do 8 minutes. And our goal is typically at least 30 minutes. The majority of our patients get better, but of course, every patient is different. There are different ways that we measure it. One is by the 6-minute walk, which they do when they start the program and when they finish the program. Some of our patients, they may not do better on the 6-minute walk, but they themselves feel better. They know that now they can walk up the steps and not have to stop, or they've learned that they do have to stop, and then they continue. And then when they do reach the top, they're not as winded as they used to be.
Yes, I feel like when I go just around my daily activities, within my house, that I have more reserve, okay? So I don't get as breathless.
It's giving me more endurance. I'm able to do simple activities without having to sit down 2 or 3 times. Well, I can cook a meal now without stopping. I can walk from the building to the parking lot without stopping. And I haven't been doing therapy for that long, so it's really been a dramatic change.
So it's very helpful to our patients. We provide education for learning how to breathe, because none of us, even those without COPD, we don't breathe correctly. So we teach our patients how to breathe. We teach them techniques to use when they do get short of breath, teach them how to conserve their energy, because a lot of times they want to try to rush through whatever it is that they have to do, any activity of daily living, and they find that they just get so short of breath that they're just, they can't do anything else. And we teach them that you do it for 5 or 10 minutes. As soon as you get short of breath, then you just stop, you get yourself together, and then you start it again. And that's probably the hardest thing to teach patients. And a lot of that even comes with just age, even if you don't have any medical issues. We can't do everything that we used to be able to do when we were younger.
I think therapy helps me in 2 different ways. It builds up your tolerance for your shortness of breath, and it also it gives you more wherewithal, capacity to exercise, oxygen capacity.
cooking dinner was a huge chore. I would have to sit down 2 or 3 times in the prep stage so that I could catch my breath. Now I can prepare my dinner without stopping as much.
But we find that all of our patients, even if on paper it doesn't say that they did better, whether it be the 6-minute walk has not improved, or even from some of the questionnaires, but when you ask the patient, how do I feel? They notice the difference, and it can be within a couple of weeks. I have a patient now that is just, she always used to say she was allergic to exercise, but now she is just like, I don't know if the endorphins are going, whatever's going on, but she is very excited about having come here, being taught how to purse-lip breathe.
Oh, I think they're fabulous. They're often like a cheerleader. In other words, they're very calm, nothing goes wrong, but they also really try and get you going in such a manner that you can do a little better each time.
It's been fantastic. They're encouraging, they're knowledgeable, they help you, it's just been a wonderful experience.
I think, I definitely would encourage anyone that might need it to avail themselves of it. And for those 2 reasons that I gave for my own purpose, which was to build up your tolerance and hopefully even to build up your oxygen carrying capacity.
The Talmud says, whoever saves a single life is considered to have saved the world. By that standard, Dr. Robert A. Wise at Johns Hopkins University is someone who has already saved, directly or indirectly, many thousands of lives. I am one of those. One day in 2006, Dr. Wise called me and asked if I would consider becoming the national patient advocate for the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute's new COPD campaign. Actually, they were looking for a celebrity, but couldn't find one, since no celebrity was willing to jeopardize a career by admitting to having a despised disease, COPD, the smoker's disease. NHLBI was willing to settle for the next step down, a COPD patient who was married to a celebrity, the journalist Ted Koppel. Dr. Wise may not have fully known what he had unleashed. I've borrowed, as my battle cry, the famous line from Paddy Chayefsky's play and movie, Network. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. We need to remind many of our doctors that they wear white jackets, not black robes. It remains true that the greatest risk factor for COPD is smoking. But it is also true that 1 in 4 of the 17 million diagnosed in the United States have never smoked. It is also true that 12 to 15 million people in this country have undiagnosed and therefore untreated COPD. Globally, non-smoking COPD may be responsible for up to 60, even 70% of the world's 489 million COPD cases. COPD is today the 3rd highest cause of mortality worldwide. Smoking remains the greatest risk in developed countries, but here and globally, the other risks include bad air quality, indoors and out, occupation, aging, asthma, genetics, race, low socioeconomic status, where you live, even gender, all are risks. Let me present risk at its most basic level. If you breathe, you are at risk for COPD. But there is hope. And one doctor, my doctor, Robert Wise, is someone who has spent his whole life researching and making progress on COPD. Our foundation has proudly endowed a professorship in his name dedicated to COPD research, clinical care, and pulmonary rehabilitation. Here's Dr. Wise in conversation with my husband, Ted.
It must be difficult to work in a field and I'm talking specifically now about dealing with COPD, where there is no cure. Now, you have been quoted, and you never struck me as being that daring a fellow. But you've been quoted as saying you think that within 10 years there may be a cure.
Well, we're actually working on that now.
Well, I hope
There
so.
are a few things that we need to do before we can cure COPD, but I'm absolutely convinced that it's possible. We know, for example, that in certain mammals, mice, certain types of hamsters, that emphysema, which you can create by exposing them to cigarette smoke, can be reversed. That all of the molecular machinery to grow new lung is there. And we also know that in certain circumstances, that can occur in humans. So all we have to do, and I say it's all we have to do, though it's a big job, is figure out how we can unleash those mechanisms to grow lung back in patients who have had it destroyed with emphysema.
I was going to say, what you're saying is wonderful news for the hamster population. Have you seen any evidence of that in humans? Any ability to regenerate?
We have to establish mechanisms for analyzing this. This is our big problem, because when the lung grows back, it's going to take months or years to see that effect. It's not something that occurs in a week or 2 weeks. So what we need and what we're looking at developing now are what we call biomarkers or intermediate endpoints that we can see evidence of the lung growing that we can assess within weeks of testing certain molecular drugs. One of the things that's important is what you and Grace Ann have done so wonderfully, and that's to develop and promote pulmonary rehab.
Fine.
As you know, that's something that only about 2% of the COPD population gets to experience.
The only reason I'm interrupting you is I get that and I appreciate that, but I'm talking about what can be done.
I think that it's important that we keep our advocacy programs going, that we keep COPD on the forefront of diseases, and not only in the United States, but around the world. This is something that's often neglected, and that is that COPD is a global problem. There are over 300 million people in the world who have COPD, and the majority of them have never been smokers, but they're exposed to particulate matter. They burn biomass fuel. They have tuberculosis.
Exactly. Yeah.
They have dusty occupations in mining and kiln workers. So this is something where we need to make an impact.
It doesn't have to be expensive.
Not at all.
The care.
Not at all. It can be as simple as installing a stovepipe in a smoky oven in a cooking hut in Nepal. It can be as simple as giving vitamin A supplements to pregnant women who are vitamin A deficient, whose children may have impaired lung function when they're 5 or 6 years old and are prone to develop lung diseases, including COPD. So there's a lot that people can do to improve COPD on the global stage. Even in those people who don't have access to pulmonary rehabilitation in a center like you and Grace Ann have set up, they can work on self-directed exercise programs or nowadays virtual pulmonary rehabilitation programs that can help them with getting the exercise that is a central part, but not the only part, of pulmonary rehabilitation.
What's the message? What do you want to leave people with? We're talking about hope. We're talking about progress. We're talking about patience related to the hope and the progress. What else?
Well, what I wanted to make sure that people understood is that there is a lot that we can do to benefit patients with COPD in terms of their functional capacity, in terms of their quality of life, also to prevent these flares that can be so disruptive. One of the things people don't often recognize about COPD is that there are good days and there are bad days. And not knowing if next week or next month you're going to have a good day or a bad day, if you're going to be having a flare, an exacerbation, we call it, that disrupts your whole life. You don't know whether to go to your, the wedding of a cousin. You don't know whether to travel on a vacation because you can't guarantee that you're going to have good days or bad days. So if we can even those out, we've done a lot for patients with COPD. Absolutely, with proper maintenance medication, an understanding of how someone's COPD is manifesting, we can do a lot for people. Now, the thing that I want to get across, though, is that that's not enough. It's not enough to just say, we want to slow the progression of the disease or halt the disease. We want actually to have a situation where we can reverse the disease. This is an important concept, okay? And that's where the challenges are. And as we discussed, those are not only scientific, medical, and research challenges, they also are challenges related to regulation and regulatory oversight of research. I actually love what I do. It's been a great career for me, and of course the Dorney Koppel Foundation and Robert A. Wise professorship has been just the peak of my career, the greatest honor that I've ever had. So I'm grateful.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer person.
Thank you.
We're so delighted.
We dream that one day COPD will be high on the list of curable diseases. The Canadian rock band Rush expressed it this way in one of their songs. Dreamers learn to steer by the stars. Bob, Ted, and Grace Ann are three of those dreamers. It is our hope that Hopkins and Professor Robert A. Wise, holder of the first professorship of its kind in the United States and probably the world, will be the tip of the spear in eradicating, in curing COPD.
Well, thanks, Grace Ann. It was wonderful to hear from you. I've had a quick change. I've got to get on the treadmill soon, so I've got my running gear on. We're going to shut this link down in about 2.5 minutes. So the next link, which is on our website, COPD batonpass.org, it has all the links. So our next link will be with Ruth in the UK, and she'll be covering the UK, obviously, Europe, and also Africa. So she'll have content from all of those sites. As far as our treadmill challenge, we're hooting right along. One of our boys is on there at the moment. Hey, Ryan, if you can hear me, give us a wave. He can't hear me. He's got his headphones on. So we're doing quite well. We're up to about 70,000 steps. And we've still got another 16 odd hours to go. So we'll see how many steps we can get before the end of this event. A big thanks to everyone involved today. Both the live and pre-recorded content. Obviously, we'd like to have more live content, but healthcare professionals are busy people treating sick people, so they want to be involved in the event, but sometimes they need to do pre-recorded content to fit in with their very busy lives. Also, I want to thank our sponsors for this year, which are Inogen, NDD, and right on the back, Grace and Dorney Koppel Foundation. Without these guys, this event wouldn't happen. They've been really good to us and supported this event, and we hope they will continue to support the event. Grace Ann has some more content in the last link, which is the USA. So it's North America, South America, and Canada. So we'll see more content from her in those links. But for me, it's goodbye. It's 8 hours of fun, and I really hope you can join us again next year, and I appreciate you being here this year. And I'll catch you on other links. Bye for now.